The scene opens with the group of mages in red cloaks chanting prayers in some kind of twisted heretical tongue. They and a swarm of monsters are gathered around a glowing pillar, but a split second later, a sharp blade of light slices through, shattering their formation and sending them scattering in panic. The Sword King shouts powerfully, "I'll clear the path, you all follow me!" The entire legion charges forward, and the Saintess Magi Azagur fiercely swings her sword. We must stop the manifestation ritual. Just then a chilling sound echoes through the silent space. Too late. The energy stone on the pedestal begins to crack. The tower floor is changing from 12 to 12 hard. A new target appears. Everyone recoils in panic and guards themselves. The fifth season, the season of insects, or as they call him, the Plague Lord, has appeared. The system notification pops up. New objective: defeat the Plague Lord. However, in the blink of an eye, he has wiped out more than half the force. Many people die from the poison before they can even gasp. Fortunately, Maria's group managed to cast a barrier in time, saving their lives, but the current situation, it seems Maria won't be able to hold out much longer. Several soldiers cough up blood and collapse as the poisonous fog spreads. Daytrang, paralyzed with fear, reveals his true nature. I don't want to die. His comrades are shocked and despairing as he turns to run. The Sword King, the guild leader, the Plague Lord, sneers with contempt. Pathetic human worm. Where do you think you're going? The weapon fires a beam of light as if to tear through space itself. In that split second, a hero rushes out to block the deadly attack. The other members gasp in relief. We're saved. It's the Hero King. His eyes are resolute and sharp. Without a word, he silently draws his dual blades and charges at the Plague Lord, launching a preemptive strike. The hero immediately unleashes a powerful slash to shatter any resistance. The boss, infuriated by being pushed back, clashes wildly with his opponent in a fierce close-quarters battle. The scene quickly turns into a violent, swirling vortex. Maria screams anxiously, "Do Sung!" Elsewhere, amidst the thick dust, the two are in a tense standoff. The Plague Lord mockingly sneers, "You dare attack me alone? You foolish hope of humanity! The Hero King will die alone, drowned in a sea of plague. No one can reach him or save him." He coldly cuts him off. "Thank you. I couldn't let the others see the full extent of my power anyway." Du-sung smirks cunningly. "I was actually worried about how I was going to hide it." He decides to reveal his trump card to the boss. The Plague Lord stares in shock as the light consumes him. "How? This can't be." A massive burst of energy erupts before the bewildered eyes of everyone. They struggle to hold their ground to avoid being blown away. When the white mist finally clears, everyone realizes in awe, we won. The Plague Lord is defeated. We've stopped the apocalypse again. Hero King Kong Du-sung has successfully brought glory to humanity. Amidst the roaring cheers of the crowd, the system announces, "Season of the Plague Lord finished." A random equipment card has been distributed to all players who contributed to the battle. The top 100 players will receive a rare grade skill card. The top 10 players will receive a hero grade artifact card. Player Kang Du-sung, who defeated the season boss the Plague Lord, will receive a legendary item, Black Death, and this title, Lord Slayer. As soon as the system finishes, he wearily lets his guard down. Other teammates, seeing Du-sung collapse, run over in worry. Han Du-sung closes his eyes and breathes a sigh of relief. The world has been granted another year. After returning to reality, Du-sung is quickly swarmed by the press. They hail him as the #1 player on the leaderboards, the #1 across all 4 seasons, and the top-ranked tower clearer. With level gear skills and achievements all ranked first, he is the hero of heroes. Hero King Kang Du-sung dolls made in his image soon become bestsellers. Kids everywhere hold little Du-sung figures pointing at the TV. "Look, the Hero King is on TV." Citizens even rush to buy shirts printed with his image. People joke. Did the Hero King save the world again? Yeah, the Hero King. People all over the world buy Hero King shirts, saved the world once again. The press conference host joyfully shifts the focus to Du-sung. "Could you say a few words about your feelings representing all the heroes gathered here today?" "No." Maria, sitting nearby, hurriedly nudges Du-sung and whispers to reassure him, "Du-sung, just say something, anything will do." Maria helplessly clasps her hands in plea. "Please, I'm begging you, it's live broadcast." Just nearby, the interview room for The Never is set up. Furthermore, the top 10 players of this season are all gathered here. Everyone is waiting for Do-sung to speak about how he heroically sacrificed his life to save the world. Unexpectedly, Do-sung laughs and scoffs. "Hero my foot, I only did it for the money!" The reporters who were busy typing freeze. Maria turns to stone. Do-sung stands silently gripping his mic and arrogantly declares to the public, "I haven't cared about that for a long time." Season 1 ends and life returns to peace. One day, the world suddenly turned into a game. Massive and small towers sprouted up in cities around the world, obscuring the sky. A few days later, monsters poured out of those towers and slaughtered everyone. They were incredibly savage and bloodthirsty. Everyone thought the apocalypse was upon them. Everyone scrambled to run before being targeted. The beautiful world suddenly became a blood-soaked battlefield. But right in that moment, a miracle happened. Or rather, players appeared. They hunted monsters with weapons of mass destruction and protected people with absolute defensive power. Then a new world order was announced: tower bursts. The phenomenon where hordes of monsters pour out of a tower can be prevented if the tower is attacked at the right time. Therefore, players with supernatural powers who can attack towers are considered the heroes of the world. Back in reality, Do-sung is watching a video of his arrogant speech being edited and shared. That day, I haven't cared about that for a long time. The Hero King's controversial statement, "I only do all this for the money. So make sure you buy those damn cotton shirts of mine, all right?" He let out a cold, unimpressed laugh. The top comments are all like this. Is the player forum really just like this? The national player community was created when the world turned into a game. The player forum is a place to share raid info or for players to trade items. Another comment on the forum quickly replied, "That user Do-sung sure has a way with words. Right, money is everything. I was even planning on buying that shirt. But looking at his attitude, I'm going to boycott him." As if you've got the money to buy that shirt. What do you think, you're the Hero King or something? He typed on his keyboard, muttering, "How does he know it's me?" Rows of comments flashed by. Hero King. If you see this, let me join your team next season. I'm so curious who this Hero King guy is. I'm a reporter. I'll be waiting outside his house. The day the new season opened, Do-sung, half believing it, pushed open his balcony door. As expected, the yard below was packed with reporters. He grumbled in frustration, "I can't stand this seriously." The moment Do-sung poked his head out, the crowd swarmed him like ants. Kang Do-sung, do you have any thoughts on the upcoming season? Your statement is being boycotted worldwide. What do you think about that? I said that a long time ago. Then why do you keep participating in the new seasons? Do-sung waved his hand dismissively. The celebrities you see on TV are all just drunks and troublemakers. What else are they good for anyway? He smirked slyly, raising an eyebrow with an expression that looked even more obnoxious. I'll show you all what high-quality entertainment really looks like. The group of reporters was confused. What does he mean? 2 seconds later, the ground suddenly shook violently. Everyone stumbled in terror, unable to move. The system screen popped up announcing the Endless Labyrinth season has begun. Tower structure is being built. Loading, 96%. Players can enter the tower after reading the info at the gate. Beneath the tower, dungeons erupted. The closer it got, the more the floating tower moved toward Earth. Pay attention to the tower's altitude, attack the tower, and protect the world from the apocalypse. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Do-sung sneaked away, pulling up his hood and turning to leave. He left behind leaflets with his face printed on them, fluttering everywhere. People shouted in amazement, "What are these flyers? No way the Hero King just threw these and ran off." Meanwhile, in another development, the system chimed, "You have reached your destination." Do-sung stood with his hands in his pockets, looking around. Wow, there isn't even a single rat here. What a quiet first day of the season. The system continued to display messages from acquaintances. Most monarchs are very satisfied with the clown monarch's downsizing. The Iron Monarch is laughing out loud and has blessed the one who discarded the sword. The Ice Monarch is chuckling and has blessed the one who discarded the sword. Do-sung laughed coldly. Sure, keep laughing, keep at it. The system began listing each benefit. Your sword skills have increased significantly. Your ice magic proficiency has increased rapidly. He fell into deep thought. Those actions weren't meaningless. This time, just like on the day of the interview, Do-sung had confidently admitted to the cameras, I haven't cared about that for a long time. I do it all only for the money. So make sure you buy those damn cotton shirts of mine, all right? The goal was to obtain rewards from the transcendent ones who call themselves monarchs. Following those players, the system board appeared right as he was lost in thought. The Golden Monarch and the Legend are laughing their heads off and have blessed the one who discarded the sword. Blessing the Chosen One's legend, your luck effect will increase significantly for 3 times. And during one of those 3 times, you will have a 100% chance of obtaining a legendary reward. Du-sung gleefully chose to open all rewards at once. The system instantly gifted him a mystery card, Blessing of the Chosen Legend. Strong impact on the player's aura. Du-sung's eyes sparkled with excitement. Legendary, legendary, legendary. He tried a luck pull, and to his surprise, a legendary piece of gear dropped. Black cloak with golden patterns, golden madness, legendary rank. Defense. When worn, it grants the blessing, Knight's Resolve, description. A cloak given to a knight with faith, who was ambushed in the 2-race war. Through the Archangel's blessing, the knight could not suppress his faith and was slaughtered by thousands. Currently, Du-sung possessed a piece of legendary defensive gear, a heroic skill, and a heroic artifact. He decisively commanded the system to enter the tower. The system immediately reminded him, the Golden Monarch and the Legend have withdrawn the blessing of the Chosen Legend and have blessed your cloak rank. Du-sung was teleported to a deserted library. The opponent this time seemed to be a monster. It stomped its feet angrily on the floor, briefly mentioning its territory. This is also called the Tower of the Blood Moon. Level 3, 5 floors maximum. Number of players that can enter minimum 1, maximum 4. No floor skipping. Includes a shop. A frenzied battle awaits you, war and more. Objective: defeat the Blood Moon boss, the master on the top floor. The monster roared threateningly, declaring die. Du-sung was thrilled because he was about to unleash his skills freely. I should try out my heroic skill right. He used his ice sword technique called Ice Blade Creation. A sturdy cold weapon quickly formed in Du-sung's hand. The system notified him, your compatibility with ice magic has increased. You have acquired the additional trait Frost Breath. Du-sung fiercely charged forward with his sword. Thanks for the power-up, Ice Monarch. He sliced the hulking bodies of the monsters in 2, scaring them so badly they tucked tail and ran. Following that, a wave of white mist froze everything. With just a wave of his hand, Du-sung sent the monsters flying 8 yards away. Once finished, he calmly strolled among his unfortunate victims. I feel so light inside, not a single worry or regret weighing me down. Everywhere I slash, the system notifications keep popping up. You've leveled up. Strength, dexterity, and intelligence have all increased by 1. You've leveled up. You've leveled up. Skill card Ice Sword Creation has leveled up. You have cleared the 1st floor. Du-sung, feeling elated, says to himself, off to a good start. Should I try saving the world again? As Du-sung enters the system, immediately announces he has reached the 2nd floor, but upon seeing what's inside, his expression turns awkward. Inside, a bunch of goblins are partying and eating with no sign of stopping. Suddenly, one of them notices his presence. They all instantly grab their swords and spears, preparing for battle. A warrior has arrived. He's the warrior who will lead us to Valhalla. Let's fight and die with honor. Du-sung isn't intimidated and gets ready. Fine, you bastards! He leaps down from above to fight with everything he's got. I'll show you what a true legend looks like. After a bloody battle with the monsters, he leans against the wall, panting. The system reports he has reached the 4th floor. While happy, Du-sung is also feeling anxious. I'm glad I'm leveling up steadily, but not having any floors to rest on is a real pain. Suddenly, he looks in one direction and several beasts appear. The system reports that the Holy Hymn Guard is blocking the path. Leading to the boss room, a bold idea occurs to Du-sung. What a great way to show the whole town what an elite monster looks like. The system sets the condition, fight and die with honor. Simultaneously, it announces that the Iron King has blessed the Holy Hymn Guard. The very next second, they pound their chests and shout, the Iron King has blessed us. They surge forward like hungry tigers, fueled by newfound power. Valhalla awaits us. The warrior will lead us there. Where is Valhalla? They don't suspect a thing worshipping their master as motivation to charge. Let's sing the song of iron and blood. Just as he finishes one fight, Du-sung has to deal with the next. He thinks to himself, they really don't give me a chance to breathe. He unleashes a strike, pushing them back, but Du-sung doesn't expect what happens next. They recover from the blow incredibly fast, seizing the opportunity to attack him. He's no slouch either. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, he finds an opening to attack from behind, swinging down with all his might. But it doesn't even leave a scratch on them. Just as I thought, this attack doesn't do much damage. He gets tenser but quickly thinks of a counter strategy. He's an elite monster, so he must have resistance to ice magic, huh? Du-sung cleverly times his leap, causing one monster's attack to hit another. He clings to the chandelier and contemplates how to strike. I need to land a killing blow, but I don't have the skill for that yet. The monsters, not understanding, think Du-sung is a coward. He remembers once owning a card with these stats, and the equipment had reached a semi-finished state. I can't believe it! A legendary piece of equipment has appeared again. Furthermore, Ice Sword is a hero-grade skill, and there's even a hero-grade artifact to go with it. Du-sung pulls out the card and activates it. Open inventory Ice Heart hero-grade artifact. The function provides the equipment with ice power, amplifying the effects of ice attribute skills by 14% with a chance to increase ice elemental damage and resistance. He decides to bet everything on this card. I'm not sure if I can use it properly yet since I've never dealt with this kind of issue. During the initial phase, the system gives a warning. Do not mess with those who do not possess ice magic. There is a risk of freezing. Ensure you have authorization from the magic tower before using it. The monsters can't wait and continue to provoke him. Come down here and fight. Those without honor won't make it to Valhalla. One of them throws an axe at Du-sung. He realizes there's no time left. Right, this isn't the time to hesitate. Activate artifact. The system announces, hero-grade artifact Ice Heart has been activated. A powerful energy radiates from him. You are now sensing the source of ice power. Magic power acquired ice strength. A blue light emanates from Du-sung, keeping the monsters from getting close. The effect from the ice attribute skill card you equipped has been enhanced. He strokes the blue sword with confidence. Who needs a silver spoon when I can own an entire gold mine of valuable items? My body is overflowing with magic and the fatigue has completely vanished. The monsters, unable to wait any longer, charge at him. Let's fight to the end. From somewhere, an arm encased in solid, rock-hard ice appears. He blocks their every blow, and the monsters freeze the moment they touch his power. Du-sung takes on the whole crowd alone and still pushes them back. The system keeps upgrading him. You have leveled up. No matter how big their axes are, they can't break through his giant sword. Not only that, they freeze upon touching the blade. Du-sung cuts down one monster after another. You have leveled up. He can transform the giant sword into smaller blades to fight. His power is now unstoppable. Some monsters are sent flying 100 meters away. You have leveled up. Du-sung's sword transforms again into a stronger form. The monsters are terrified by this overwhelming power. The more he fights, the more he levels up. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. With just a few basic moves so fast that they couldn't even see him, the monsters were sliced into chunks of meat. Du-sung thinks, I guess this floor is as good as done. But he didn't realize a monster was slowly creeping up on him, planning a sneak attack, but he'd already sensed it. Guess again, pal. Looks like my senses are getting a bit dull. Du-sung decided to go all out, transforming his sword into a spiked ball. All right, time for the finishing move. After taking them all down, the system tallied the score. You have leveled up. You have cleared the elite floor. It then granted his reward. You have received a special reward. It was a random skill card pack, and he gained 1,000 achievement points. He chose to open the pack, but the mysterious card emitted a lackluster glow. As always, it was just a common skill. He sighed in disappointment. I really thought I'd at least get a legendary skill out of this. Common grade stab, metal attribute. Temporarily boosts physical strength, allowing you to unleash a piercing strike. Du-sung felt bummed, but had to accept it. A common skill, huh? Well, better than getting nothing. He equipped the Blessing of the Forsaken skill, which enhanced the effects of his skill cards. He then stepped into a new room. A girl's voice rang out. Welcome, still not dead yet, are you? He played along to keep up the act. Regrettably, I'm still alive, Du-sung replied. She shook her head. You have to stay alive so you can keep buying items right. That's far more useful than losing your life. She tallied up his total, 1,600 achievement points for you. You've earned quite a bit, haven't you? Just remember to spend them all before you kick the bucket. Automata, the Mechanical King's shopkeeper. Du-sung retorted, Why don't you just tell me to sit here and rot to death while you're at it? He demanded to see the item catalog. Automata tried to upsell him, Why not buy a card pack from me? I'm sure you'll pull the legendary card. He hit her with a savage comeback. Yeah, I don't trust you. Du-sung picked up a blue vial and a yellow one, saying, I'll take 1 speed potion and 1 fire potion. 300 achievement points deducted, transferred to inventory. Automata pleaded, "Come on, pick something else! Buy a card pack from me." Dusung played deaf. "I don't hear anything." After grabbing his items, he headed to another area. "You have entered the insect monster floor." On the throne sat a monster sitting there arrogantly. So has the moment of war finally arrived? The Blood Moon expert seemed impatient and attacked immediately to keep things heated. Fight and die with honor. Its overwhelming power made Dusung feel a bit tense. He muttered, "This guy is massive. I've only been fighting goblins until now, not something like this." Since he'd just bought them, he had to use them to make it count. He threw the vial, releasing the fire potion. The Blood Moon expert was instantly engulfed in fierce flames, letting out agonizing shrieks. The way it writhed in the sea of fire looked truly demonic. It broke free easily and lunged at Dusung. Whoosh! Where'd he hide while it was distracted? Where'd he hide? While he was already behind it, drawing his sword and thrusting it downward. His speed was incredible, and in an instant he had taken down the Blood Moon expert. Dusung said happily, "Thanks to the blessing, even a common grade skill can actually be useful, huh?" However, the Blood Moon expert wasn't fully defeated yet. It gritted its teeth. "It's not over yet." It roared loudly, "This isn't over." The Blood Moon expert activated its berserk skill. Dusung didn't show an ounce of fear. He just smirked with contempt. If the game were too simple, it wouldn't be fun at all. The monster released a fierce aura that shook the ground. Dusung had to use an ice shield to block it. Even he had to admit, just a shockwave and the damage is already this high. If that actually hit me, I'd be toast. He praised it 1 second, then insulted it the next. But that's only if it hits. Hearing that, the Blood Moon expert's eyes turned red with rage, and it charged to tear him apart using its brute strength to shatter Dusung's ice shield. Dusung began counting down 175, 174. He counted the time while dodging. 113. He kept counting to himself. 60, 59. When he reached 3, 2, he pulled a vial out from his clothes. Waiting for one, Dusung let the vial drop. Just as the Blood Moon expert lunged, he turned to look at it and snapped his fingers. "Time's up!" Instantly, the monster collapsed to the ground. The system notified Dusung, "You have cleared the insect floor." He checked the system and notifications kept popping up. "You have conquered the Tower of the Ogre race. Blood Moon. You have received the Tower Conquest reward, an elemental skill card set. You have earned the special achievement First Conqueror." The effects of the speed potion wore off. Looking at the results, Dusung couldn't stop grinning. Everything is going so smoothly, this feels almost perfect, right? The system gave him an extra elemental skill card set. Description: you may choose a specific element and receive a random skill of common grade or higher. He was overjoyed. Isn't this the best reward I could possibly get? On the 3rd floor, no less, the blue emblem representing natural power began to glow. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He wanted to open the ice elemental card set, but dreams are just dreams. The system gave Dusung another dud. Common grade card. You have received Ice Arrow. The smile from a moment ago instantly vanished, replaced by an ugly, fed-up expression. What was I expecting from this ridiculous game anyway? Just then, a new mission was set, Tower of the Imp Worshipper of Evil. Floor 3, minimum players 1, maximum 16. He had just logged into the server. Then I ran into those dwarfs and they were all shouting, "Look, it's the disgusting heretic! Kill the outsider now!" As the dwarfs swarmed him, Dusung unleashed his Ice Arrow skill. Even though it was a basic level, the power was enough to push them back, and he kept firing wave after wave of ice arrows. The more he used them, the stronger they got. Dusung felt a rush of excitement, thinking, leveling up skills like this is pretty fun. The system notification popped up, Ice Arrow Elemental Ice Metal Type. Accumulates ice in the air to launch arrow-shaped projectiles. Enhanced effect enabled. Ice penetration resonance, increased damage and arrow count. Ice Arrow has been upgraded. After wiping out the low-level dwarfs, the system triggered second wave of monsters beginning. This time, the dwarfs were even more numerous and ferocious. They gathered and chanted in unison, "Oh, Demon King, send us to hell!" Dusung just let out a sigh. Then he switched into full-on massacre mode. "You want to go? I'll show you the way. Just wait, you bastards, I'll give you a one-way ticket to hell." The moment they touched his ice arrows, they froze solid instantly. The more he used Ice Arrow, the more it leveled up. System notifications flooded in. Ice Arrow leveled up. Ice construct, ice sword leveled up. All the enemies could do was curse him. "You filthy heretic!" He just glared back at them. Suddenly, a red warning flashed. "Boss of the heretic dwarf tower has appeared." It emerged and threatened Du Sung. "I will offer your blood to the Demon King." When the dwarf boss ordered, "My followers charge now," but the dwarfs hadn't even taken 2 steps before they were sent flying 10 meters away. The sight left the boss stunned, completely frozen in place. Du Sung seized the moment and launched an attack. The system immediately announced, "Heretic dwarf boss afflicted with frozen state." He kept it frozen longer for a specific reason. "You came at the right time. I wanted to test something." The system reported, "Enhanced effect ice penetration resonance weapon creation count and variety have increased." Du Sung drew an ice card and said, "For example." He manifested a short ice spear. "Maximum ice weapon count." Following that, countless spears erupted from the ground. "I can craft these." He activated the ice weapons at this level. Gripping the spear, he showed off a bit of his combat skill, hurling it straight at the boss. The ice on its body shattered, and the spear pierced right through the dwarf's chest. Still not satisfied, Du Sung kept throwing spears at it. Finally, the system notified, "You have defeated the heretic dwarf boss. You have cleared the heretic dwarf tower. Reward for clearing the tower random equipment ticket." He chose to use the ticket. The system processed his request. "You have received silver armor. I've already got a legendary grade set, so this one's pretty useless." After testing it out, Du Sung drew a conclusion. "Looks like the ice sword isn't weakened even when I split it into many pieces. I still can't really feel any difference between those 8 pieces for now." A noise suddenly distracted him. The system updated quickly. "Welcome to the Shadow Guild. One of the factions in the tower is very interested in your performance." Du Sung groaned to himself, "Ugh, already." A notification popped up. Special event faction recruitment. There are many factions intertwined within the tower led by various elders. They wish to join forces with players to expand their guilds. Players can join a specific faction in the tower and complete missions assigned by them, and receive greater rewards. Facing your own shadow, many aspects of the Shadow Guild remain hidden. This is your chance to share secrets with them. The closer you get to this guild, the more you will receive mysterious dark power and energy. Additionally, your existence will be protected by the desert. Do you wish to join the Shadow Guild? The hooded figures spoke up first. "We remember you, mortal. The Shadow Guild gets straight to the point. Do you want to face your shadow once more and join our ranks?" Du Sung hesitated for a moment. He recalled the Shadow Guild. "Not bad. I was part of their faction back in the 5th season. However, he joked with them, 'I'd like to join, but there are plenty of other guilds out there that would love to devour you all alive. You know that, right?" As if understanding his concerns, the Shadow Spirit offered a guarantee. "Our desert will keep you safe. Have you forgotten what our power is?" Du Sung stopped beating around the bush. "I said that because I know the desert very well." The spirit understood and asked bluntly, "Then what do you want?" He smirked. He thought to himself, just talk is cheap. "It's hard to list everything I want," Du Sung said, holding up 2 fingers. "A shadow beast. If you're going to give me one, then you should also throw in a rare grade shadow element skill card." This request made them break into a cold sweat. The shadow spirit naturally refused, mocking him. "Don't overrate yourself, you foolish mortal. The fact that you're a human in this world is—" Before he could finish, Du Sung waved his hand to cut him off. "Fine, whatever." He pushed them away and said in a petulant tone, "Working with you is no fun at all. Don't expect to see me again. Move. Let me pass. I've done so much for you, and you won't even help me with this." With no other choice, the shadow spirit called out, "Wait there." He knew they wouldn't want to miss out. A black cat with mysterious power appeared walking toward him. The system pinged, "You have received a shadow beast, a cat named Black." As it obediently rubbed against its master's leg, the system noted, "Achievement unlocked. You picked up a cat. You have received 100,000 achievement points." Du Sung stroked it. "Good kitty." Along with it came a card. "You have received a rare grade skill card, Shadow Sword." The shadow spirit asked, "Is that enough for you?" Du Sung replied happily, "Good enough." He accepted the invitation. "You have joined the Shadow Guild. Your affinity with this faction has increased." After a tiring day, he headed home feeling quite satisfied. "Looks like this season is going to be epic. Should I keep pushing while things are going smoothly, or should I actually try to enjoy life for a bit?" Or maybe I should just take a break until I feel better to get my head in the game. But suddenly, a voice calling out, "Kang Do-sung," came from behind. He turned around and let out a long sigh. Looks like the annoying part is starting again. A swarm of reporters held up their cameras and microphones like vultures spotting a carcass. On the very first day of the season, Kang Do-sung had already conquered 2 level 3 towers and was steadily climbing to the #1 spot. "Could you please share your thoughts, sir?" Do-sung closed his eyes and sighed internally. Keeping a calm expression on the outside, he retorted, "It's all because I'm talented. Isn't that a good thing?" A reporter thrust a microphone forward, shouting, "I heard that even the sword god of China couldn't get past the level 4 tower." It seemed like the season race had only just begun, and things were already incredibly tense. He was startled, looked up and asked back, "Level 4, how many people were with them?" The reporter's voice boomed back, "It's confirmed that 5 veterans from the Chinese Communist Guild, led by the sword god himself, went in. But 4 of them died in the battle. He's no joke, Do-sung." Do-sung crossed his arms over his chest and asked coldly, "Is he like that shield god guy always using bodies as meat shields? And who even called him the sword god?" The lead reporter asked, puzzled, "Do you mean to say that the sword god already knew there would be casualties? Isn't that right?" Suddenly, an excited voice cut in. "Mr. Do-sung, the sword god just entered the level 5 tower." He turned his head and glanced in that direction. "Let me guess how many people this time." The person quickly replied, "Just him alone." Do-sung crossed his arms and chuckled. "Oh man, and it's only the first day. I guess he's already given it his all, huh?" He smirked to himself, thinking that rushing from the start of the season was pointless. He thought about Maria and pondered because everyone knew the gods would gather skills and items first. Do-sung also remembered the grave, thinking, "I guess the guy in the tomb won't jump in right away either." He closed his eyes, uncertain. Looks like he plans to stockpile items on the 4th floor. Cameras and microphones were held up simultaneously. "What do you think about this sword god?" Do-sung raised a hand and gently picked his ear. "He's an idiot." The reporters were shocked, gasping, "Huh?" As they held their microphones up, faces full of confusion. "You don't mean you won't be joining the race against the sword god?" Do-sung acted surprised and asked back, "I thought you all knew that already." Do-sung raised a hand and laughed loudly. "Actually, I'm an idiot too. But instead of being a losing idiot, shouldn't I try to be the idiot?" "Who wins?" Hicken heard this and loudly reminded him, "Please watch your language, sir." "So can anyone help me get to the level 5 tower?" And then Do-sung stepped into the yellow magic circle. He looked up at the text on the screen in front of him. "Only one thing holds the glory of victory." Lines of notifications fired off rapidly. Under the watchful eye of the clown monarch, the monarchs had started betting. "Many monarchs are competing to place bets on you. The ice monarch has bet on your victory. Don't disappoint me." The image finally stopped on the text, "Level 5 War Tower. Battlefield type historic fortress siege, a battle awaits you. Number of players allowed to enter, minimum 1, maximum 2. No shop." Do-sung saw the 2 and chuckled. This has gone beyond the limits of a battle for honor. A notification popped up. "Note players cannot be from the same guild. There is already 1 player inside the tower. Your goal is to win for your faction." Do-sung kept a calm face and thought to himself, "Of course the player inside the tower is the sword god. All right, let the real game begin." He then said, "Enter tower." A notification appeared, "Entering war tower." The system screen displayed an introductory line, 5 continents. "The Cavalli Demon Kingdom has launched an invasion, reaching the border and stopping in front of the Balat Fortress in the Jodhia Kingdom." The result of the historic battle. "The siege of Balat is in your hands." Lines of notifications appeared. "Cavalli Empire or Jodhia Kingdom. Fight for the side you believe is just..." Do-sung couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh man." The screen showed 2 options, but the Cavalli Empire couldn't be selected because another player had already chosen it. Only the Jodhia Kingdom remained. Do-sung saw this and exclaimed in shock, "Those commies chose to fight for the imperialists? What if I reported this?" He raised his hand and pressed it. "Even if I could choose, I would have chosen the kingdom side anyway. In this game, choosing the disadvantaged side will earn you more rewards." Right after that, a notification popped up. "You have chosen the Jodhia Kingdom, moving to Balat Fortress in the territory." The crowd jumped in surprise at the appearance of the golden teleportation light, and when they saw Do-sung, they shouted excitedly that a player had finally arrived. The people were so overjoyed they burst into tears, clasping their hands in prayer, thanking God for blessing them with a visitor to save them, while others inside hugged each other in excitement. Dusung glanced toward the room and thought to himself, "Is this the war room?" Looking at their attire, it seemed the battle was imminent. He reached out to pull a nearby chair over and asked, "Mind if I sit?" Another person immediately chimed in, "Of course, please." Dusung asked in a calm tone, "Who is in charge here?" The people below suddenly froze, looking at him with confused expressions. Just as he looked up in suspicion, a man walked into the room and spoke up in a reproachful tone. "You dear guest, how insolent of you!" The man, full of arrogance, gestured with his hand and retorted, "Can't you follow the royal rules in the presence of the Lord of Rain, Muta Ducham, the commander of this place? The 12th patriarch of the Jodia royal family and head of the Marquis de Ducham family, is that right?" Muta shouted angrily. "It doesn't matter if you're a guest or what." Dusung held up a hand and asked, "Tell me, General, do you think we can win this battle?" Hearing this, the man crossed his arms over his chest, curled his lip into an arrogant sneer, and said, "Naturally. Even though we lack resources, our morale is infinite." Dusung's face darkened with anger upon hearing Muta's introduction. Without another word, the general of the kingdom of Jodia, who claimed to have the infinite morale of 100 men, Dusung didn't even let him finish his sentence before striking him down with one blow. "Even with 10 times the soldiers of the Empire, I would still win," Dusung said with a dark expression, raising his fist as he looked at the fallen Muta and declared, "From now on, I am the general here." He looked at the rest of them, who were all overjoyed and relieved, and loudly commanded, "All right, I need to hold a meeting. How many defensive barracks do we have? What are the numbers for our soldiers and the enemy forces? Give me the details." Dusung walked up to the ramparts and looked down deep in thought. "We have 500 soldiers and 400 serfs. Of them, the number of people who know how to use a bow is 900. He cast his eyes toward the Imperial army. They were fully equipped. Facing them was a hopeless contrast compared to the might of the Imperial army. The only good thing after a string of bad luck was that there was no magic or sorcery in this world. In the back of his mind, Dusung thought about the sword god and mused that he wasn't just a player relying on pure muscle. He must have been a disciple of the martial sovereign. He couldn't help but think about the rewards the guy had received. Usually, a typical player would only be linked to a single sovereign. Thus, only one sovereign could grant rewards. Dusung couldn't help but think that his own case was special, being rewarded by many different sovereigns. The clown sovereign must have turned me into that kind of player. He remembered that rule and wondered, a sovereign can reward many players, but only one player can hold the title of a disciple favored by that sovereign. Dusung recalled the scene from that moment. The sovereign won't spare any effort to support their disciple, but of course there are limits. In the sword god's case, skills unrelated to the martial sovereign couldn't be used. They couldn't be used as a primary attack. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but laugh and remarked that this fight might not be so bad after all. Dusung turned to look at the others, but the pressure on the soldiers here was different. He couldn't be certain how much of the world inside the tower was real. He watched their natural actions closely and wondered if these people were truly real. Or are they just virtual characters existing inside the tower? It was hard to find an answer. Dusung's brow furrowed tightly, but there was nothing he could do about it anyway. Now how should I boost the soldiers' morale? In the sky, flocks of birds were startled and took flight. A soldier standing next to Dusung atop the castle wall waved a flag and shouted, "The great guest has appeared in our kingdom of Jodia." He looked down at the soldiers below and announced, "Furthermore, Muta Ducham has been stripped of his command and the player himself will lead us." Below, the soldiers looked at one another and whispered, "That old fatty finally got the boot. A player will lead us, that makes sense. Looks like the Lord will be keeping an eye on us now." The voice of the soldier next to him rang out, "You have inherited the position from that old bastard." The soldier's fighting spirit soared to the heavens after he usurped Lord Muta's position. Hearing this, Dusung laughed. "Well, that's good." He thought to himself, "I was worried for nothing." He jumped in surprise when he heard a loud noise. Suddenly, a soldier behind him excitedly announced that the Empire had launched its attack. The Jodia soldiers drew their bows, aiming at the Cavalli soldiers below. Those men didn't stop charging toward the fortress. The soldier next to him looked up. "The Imperial Army's attack is fierce right at the front gate. If we can intimidate them, we'll crush the enemy's spirit." Dusung gripped his sword in his hand and said, "All right, let's do it." The corners of his mouth curled into a bright smile as he shouted, "It's been a long time, hasn't it? Should I call Blackie out?" The soldiers nearby jumped in surprise as they saw the black bones manifesting around him, and upon hearing the call to summon Blackie, they heard him say, "Show me what you've got." Cavalette soldiers were startled and cried out in shock at the sight of Blackie appearing in the middle of the courtyard. The men holding the wooden pillar to charge stared, whispering that it must be some kind of giant beast. "Black thing on the ramparts, stop babbling and hold your positions," a man shouted loudly. No matter what happened on the battlefield, he heard screams of pain and called out, "What is that?" The soldier turned his head in horror to look behind him. His comrades had already been impaled by the sharp spikes on Blackie's body, and the terrified Cavalette soldiers turned to flee. "It's a monster run." Elsewhere, a soldier loudly commanded, "Forget the walls, get over there," and immediately moved. All the soldiers in that area instantly turned into ice statues. Du Sung looked down from above and said, "That's more like it. You must be starving. Bon appetit." Blackie's eyes flashed with a red light, and it opened its massive jaws toward the soldiers. Blackie's jaws clamped down with immense force, sending ice crystals flying everywhere. Below the fortress, the two armies charged at each other in a fierce clash. From high above, Du Sung swung his gen sword. He unleashed a blue wave of energy that struck the Cavalette soldiers below his face, calm as he stared at the battle unfolding beneath him. Du Sung looked down and muttered, "The god sword isn't even here." He was secretly worried. A player revealing their presence was a double-edged sword. He looked down and thought, "Our army's morale is boosted, but at the same time it gives away my position to the opponent." The soldiers below cheered loudly, "The player is fighting alongside the kingdom of Jodea." Du Sung immediately remembered the rules here, but of course this battle wasn't just about fighting recklessly. Just like in other games, the towers had their own rules. If a player loses inside the tower, he kept contemplating the rules of this place in his mind. They are just thrown out and the raid is considered a failure. Inside the tower, players cannot kill each other, but the tower itself can kill the players. Du Sung looked down from above and thought, "I won't die in this tower, but that doesn't mean I'll lose this battle." He shouted calmly, his army's momentum growing, but he watched the battle situation, wondering about Blackie. What is he doing? Why hasn't he appeared yet? The sunset slowly dyed the battlefield, covered in the corpses of both sides. Du Sung looked down, curious and firm. "Waiting until everyone is dead before showing yourself, huh? What is that?" The remaining swords left on the battlefield suddenly trembled and flew into the air. The soldiers of the Jodea kingdom looked at each other and shouted, "The swords are flying on their own!" Du Sung watched the blood-stained blades. As they flew toward him, he said, "Finally, he's here." He held his gen sword, watching the blades aiming at his side, and wondered, reverse sword technique. Where did he get an hero-grade skill card like that? The corner of Du Sung's mouth curled up into a smile. Was it just luck, or... He leaped high off the ramparts, dodging a thrusting sword. The monarch must have bestowed that upon him. Du Sung swung his gen sword, creating ice blocks to deflect the blades, and shouted, "So you were preparing for this while you were hiding, huh?" He smirked confidently and said, "But I'm not that easy to deal with." Du Sung landed on the ground. He looked at the sword still aimed at him. He swung his sword and dark energy surged out to counter and snap the blades in two. Du Sung looked over with a grin. "You're too late. I've already finished my promotion." A system screen appeared. Shadow Sword, hero-grade elemental, dark assassination ability, allows the creation of dark swords from the player's shadow. Finally, at that moment, the soldiers raised their swords, preparing to attack. "The player who fought for us. The honored guest of the Cavalette Empire has arrived to fight for this empire." Du Sung tilted his head, smiling. "Just as I thought, he's probably targeting me." He watched the battle below. He reflected that the tide of the battle had turned. Immediately after Du Sung raised his gen sword and unleashed waves of blue light, shouting, "But don't think! That's enough to defeat me." The proficiency of the sword control technique is inversely proportional to the number of swords launched. Fragments of ice energy gathered under the ramparts. They instantly spread out. The ice crystal energy radiating from Du Sung made the swords merely spin in circles around him. He looked up at the blades once more. He aimed and shouted, "I told you!" Du Sung looked smugly at the swords as he swung his gen sword high. "Those tricks won't work." Suddenly he paused and glanced behind him, his lips curling into a triumphant smile. A shield emitting a golden light appeared, shattering all the incoming swords into pieces. A system screen appeared. Armor shield has deflected the enemy's attack. The enemy armor was also damaged, and he let out a painful cry. He jammed his sword into the ground to keep from being pushed back. An alert sound played. Armor shield has been destroyed. Cooldown time 167 hours, 59 minutes, and 57 seconds. Dusung's face was full of mocking laughter. With that level of sword control, you have the confidence to besiege this fortress. The enemy ripped his sword from the ground, cursing angrily, "Damn you!" His brows furrowed tightly as he roared, "Do you know what winning in this tower means?" The enemy held his sword high and roared in fury. "Even if the fortress collapses, even if those bastards from that kingdom die unless I defeat you, the Empire will not win." Dusung raised an eyebrow at that and asked, "Knowing that you still chose to side with the Empire, do you think you can defeat me?" With a calm face, he asserted, "That's right. Every player is a hero, and a hero's duty is to protect the world." He held his sword out horizontally and shouted, "A tyrant who doesn't understand that responsibility," he roared with a serious expression, "is not worthy of being a hero." King Dusung raised a hand, chuckled, and countered, "Well, sir, that sounds nice and all, but you know what? Do the members of your own guild not belong to the world you're trying to protect?" Upon hearing that, Jaeyeon paused, looked toward the other side, and fell into thought. Then a glint appeared in his eyes, and he swung his sword as he lunged. "Know that you won't leave here in one piece, Kang Dusung." He raised the Gen sword to create an ice shield and countered with a laugh, "Do you really think I'm that easy to kill? Why are you so angry?" Jaeyeon shattered the ice and gave chase. He looked up at the ice shards flying everywhere before him. Dusung, wearing a serious look, raised the Ren's sword high again and struck, sending waves of ice shards forward. Jaeyeon swept his blade across, shattering those ice fragments. "Your talent is not only incomplete, but shallow." Suddenly he stopped and glanced in one direction. Jaeyeon immediately leaped onto the fortress wall to dodge the attack. As he attacked, he looked down from above and shouted, "The monarchs are watching this battle! You have no idea what the outcome of this battle means?" Dusung, full of smiles, leaned on his side and asked back, "Why should I even fight?" Jaeyeon asked in confusion. "Huh." Then he took the lead, jumped up, and charged straight at the spot where he stood. Jaeyeon immediately raised his sword and retorted, "You idiot, are you trying to use your mouth to pull a mind game on me?" He stopped abruptly, letting out an inquisitive cry. Jaeyeon looked around at the people, then looked down at the battlefield, bewildered. "What are you doing?" He watched him accelerate and dive straight down below. Startled, he thought, could it be? In Jaeyeon's mind, scenes from the battle back then flashed by. So that was the reason he had been acting so arrogant from the very beginning. Showing his own presence wasn't even to encourage the troops. Seeing Dusung charging in, Cavalli panicked and shouted, "Players this way! Help!" Jaeyeon also quickly pursued him, cursing, "Damn it!" He tried his best to chase after him. "Stop right there, Kang Dusung," outside the Royal Army's command post. Loud shouting rang out. "How am I supposed to stop that monster? Everyone run!" Bahamut slammed his hand hard against the table in fury. "What the hell are the players on Fata's side doing?" The people around him spoke up to advise him, "Respected Duke Bahamut, please calm down." Suddenly, sunlight shone in from behind, causing them to look over. The corners of Dusung's mouth curled up into a bright smile. "Found you!" He raised the Gen sword and stepped toward Bahamut. "The way to win a game." With a smile on his face, Dusung swung the sword, unleashing a strike, and it wasn't just one. The people inside the room saw him rushing straight toward them and screamed in panic, "It's an enemy player! Has God abandoned us?" Dusung's eyes flashed with a blue light. Hearing the sound, the crowd shouted, "I must protect Duke Bahamut." A sword strike carrying a blue light cut across everyone inside. They fell to the ground simultaneously as fresh blood splattered everywhere. Dusung stood still, his hand still gripping the Gen sword, unmoving. Jaeyeon, who was behind him, had also caught up. "You." Dusung turned his head toward this side and chuckled. "You should have taken off the commander's uniform and had the soldiers wear it instead." Jaeyeon frowned, gritting his teeth in anger as he listened to his mockery. "Don't you realize all I have to do is stop the Empire's advance?" Jaeyeon pointed his sword at Dusung and lunged. "You bastard!" He looked at the sword pointed at him and smiled, watching the system screen pop up. "You have cleared the Balat siege." Jaeyeon felt the sword in his hand vanish. Hearing the notification sound out, across the 5 continents, during the siege of Balat Fortress, all commanders of the Cavalli Empire, including Duke Bahamut, have been eliminated by an unidentified assassin. The royal army, like a snake without a head, had to stop executing its plan and decided to retreat immediately. Afterward, the sword returned to his waist. Dusung smiled, looking at the text appearing beside him. "You have successfully raided the war tower." A system screen immediately popped up. You may choose one of the following skill cards as a reward. Tai Chi Sword, Rare Spear, Mastery Rare, Heroic sword control. Du-sung, full of smiles, shouted, "Oh my, you are so kind to give these to me." Jaeon angrily cursed, "You goddamn dog!" he shouted excitedly. "I will kill you! I will definitely kill you!" He reached out and touched one of the options, continuing, "But since you've been so enthusiastic, if I refuse, wouldn't that be a bit impolite?" Lines of notifications immediately appeared. You have made your choice. You have selected the hero-grade skill sword control, attribute metal. Ability allows you to freely control your sword with your thoughts. Du-sung's voice echoed, "Equip skill." The display screen reminded him, "You have received the effect. The metal attribute skill card has been equipped and strengthened." Jaeon, full of rage, waved his arms. "Don't think that everything is over yet. You hear me, Kang Du-sung?" He held up the card in his hand and laughed triumphantly. The system screen appeared again. Season 2. King Du-sung stood still, watching a clown mask fall before him. He stared at it, thinking to himself. A familiar scene. A notification appeared. A child with thousands of masks. With thousands of abilities, do you want to become a hero? Du-sung bowed his head, crouched down, and reached his hand toward the mask. Lately, I've been dreaming about that day over and over and making the exact same choice. Just as I looked up, the Jester King asked, "Will you become the hero of heroes? But in this lifetime, no one will ever understand you, and they will treat you like a joke." He looked down from above, laughing, as he continued, "Can you find a joke funnier than this anywhere else?" "No other content." Du-sung looked at himself, gently pressing the jester mask onto his face, lost in thought. "I've dreamt this dream countless times." Right after the system notification chimed, the Jester King has created a player contract with Kang Du-sung. With that, he jolted awake on his bed, his phone beside him buzzing incessantly. Notifications flashed on the screen, 4 missed calls. Then a violent pounding erupted at his door. "Du-sung, I know you're in there." "Open the door right now, you jerk." He covered his eyes with his hand, muttering, "I keep asking myself, why are my dreams always so terrifying? What could possibly be the matter so early in the morning?" After a long pause, Du-sung opened his door with a bright fake smile, mocking, "Oh my, why has a humble man like the bureau chief come all the way to a place like this?" Tae-sik laughed in response. "Look at you, still full of attitude, huh?" Information about the man immediately flashed in Du-sung's mind. Tae-sik, often known as Master Bae. He was a top 30 player who had signed a player contract with an old assassin known by the nickname Death Sword. Tae-sik was also the chief of the National Intelligence Service, reporting directly to the Blue House. Du-sung frowned. "You look exhausted, sir." "It's only the first day and you're already running around like crazy." Tae-sik smiled at that. "Do you think I have the luxury of time?" He raised his trembling hands in frustration, thinking of the front lines, and shouted, "From the very first season, those warmongering idiots around the world dragged players to the front. And joined forces to compose a song of destruction." Du-sung laughed. "Oh my, what a grand effort for world peace, truly." Tae-sik turned his head, asking, "Then why didn't you pick up your phone?" Repeated in source, merging context. "Why didn't you pick up your phone?" He shrugged. "I fell asleep." The man couldn't help but nag, "The sun is already at its peak." Tae-sik tripped over a dish on the floor and stumbled. "How do you live like this? You're acting like a nutcase." He looked at the pile of finished meal kits on the side and shouted, "Hey, you jerk, instead of running around selling those Hero King shirts like a lunatic, why don't you get your life together, huh?" Du-sung knelt down to quickly clean up, puffing out his cheeks as he shouted, "So embarrassing. Stop calling me by that nickname." Tae-sik lifted a foot to shake off a dirty sock. He laughed. "Looking at your lifestyle, you really are a child of the dark." He sat cross-legged on the bed and asked, "You've made a pile of money, but you're still eating at cheap local diners 3 meals a day." Du-sung, busy washing dishes, turned his head and shouted, "What's wrong with local diners? The ham and pork cutlet is insanely good." Tae-sik fell back onto the bed, demanding, "Is that so? Then let me try that insanely good ham and pork cutlet. Make it 2 and double the ham. And don't forget to order some sorghum liquor." Du-sung couldn't help but reminisce. "My connection with this guy started even before the world turned into a game. Back then, sitting in a PC cafe, he shouted, 'Watch where you're going.' It was the frontline battlefield." 15-year-old Kang Du-sung, wearing headphones, shouted excitedly, "All right, it's over. As long as you don't die, it's fine." The classmates beside him were stunned. "How did you win that? Kang Du-sung is just built different." Tae-sik, who was managing the PC cafe at the time, listened expressionlessly as the students clamored, "Is there any game he's not good at?" He smiled, thinking to himself, "This kid is a gaming genius." He walked over and suggested, "Hey, Do-sung, you should go pro." Do-sung asked in surprise, "What, me?" At that time, he was just playing for fun, but this old man went all the way to his house to persuade his parents. Since then, Tae-sik had been by his side volunteering to look after and polish Do-sung's talent. One day after his 18th birthday, when Do-sung was looking forward to his official pro debut as per Tae-sik's expectations, the system screen suddenly appeared notifying him Season 1, the end of peace. Season 1. A new season will begin soon. He thought about the dragon attack and those explosions. The first season, the tower explosion we experienced for the first time, had begun. Do-sung collapsed outside his front door. He stared blankly inside, his face pale with fear as he looked toward the house. Do-sung's eyes widened in sheer terror as he took in everything happening. A giant monster with glowing red eyes suddenly burst out, its chains clattering as it stomped onto the railing. It lunged forward, piercing the beast's head. He was drenched in cold sweat, gritting his teeth as he watched blood spray everywhere. The chained figure turned his head to look back, asking with concern, "Are you okay, Do-sung?" Driven by panic, he ignored everything and lunged forward. "Mom! Dad!" Do-sung screamed in agony as he saw them lying in a pool of blood. He recalled the memories of crying to himself, thinking, "I lost my parents on that very day." The chained man walked over and stood beside Do-sung, who couldn't stop his tears. He remembered how the man had stayed to comfort him, helping him find the only hero his life had ever known. Back in reality, Do-sung shoved noodles into his mouth, looking skeptical. "Why did you come here today?" The man looked toward him and said, "Today." Do-sung jumped, dropping his chopsticks in surprise when he heard what the man said. "I'm here because of the association." Do-sung frowned, looking up to interrogate him. "The association, what now? Do they still want to use me?" Information about that place immediately flashed through his mind. The Korea Player Association, abbreviated as KPA. It was the nation's only player association, and it was the only guild in this country. An organization with absolute power to manage all players. The man looked up, staring at his phone, and asked, "Do you know about the player academy that the association built recently?" Do-sung didn't even pay attention, shouting back, "You mean that slave factory?" The man confirmed it. "That's the one." Do-sung fell into deep thought after hearing the man's explanation. "They're planning to hold their first graduation exam this week, and they want you to attend. You aren't going right." A message appeared on the phone screen between the two parties. "We would be honored to invite the Hero King to visit the Association Academy." Based on what the Hero King told me, it seems like he's busy. The man smiled slightly and spoke up. "I'll decline them for you. I was just reporting it to you, so you don't need to worry about it." Suddenly, he calmly stated, "I'll participate." The man looked back, face full of shock. What was that?" While his hands were already busy sending the message. "He'll participate." Do-sung smirked, saying, "I think it would be good to see the new players who will carry the future of this nation." The man's voice rang out, questioning, "Is there a condition?" Do-sung, with a wide grin, explained, "Tell them to change the graduation exam to 5 a.m. tomorrow, 4:55 a.m. at the Player Academy graduation exam group." The students attacked the monster in front of them simultaneously. A male student swung his sword toward it, worried, "Is that the Hero King out there? I heard he's going to evaluate us, so we don't necessarily have to win to pass right." Another person raised their shield, responding, "No, that can't be. That can't. Either way, we'll all graduate eventually. But why 5 a.m.? Are you serious? Who does he think he is?" Do-sung, hands in his pockets, kept his eyes on the combat situation inside. Sung-ho, grinning broadly, pointed inside. "What do you think our students are all taught according to a systematic curriculum?" He crossed his arms and asked back. "So their paths were all mapped out from the very beginning, then?" Lee Sung-ho, the academy principal, smiled gently. "Please evaluate the performance of our first-generation students." A golden light flashed over Do-sung. Donning his game attire as per the conditions he requested, he raised his hand, summoned his Gen sword, and declared, "I will personally test the skills of these brats, and whether they graduate or not is up to me." Hearing that, Sung-ho replied, "Very well." Afterward, Do-sung walked inside. "I'll begin the graduation exam now." The man watched his back, smiling and exclaiming, "He really does whatever he wants, doesn't he?" Sung-ho's face, full of smiles, burned with fighting spirit, but his own plan was still perfect, even if it was only the beginning of the term. These students were very skilled. Even the Hero King couldn't just do whatever he pleased. After a long while, the man turned pale, his whole body trembling as he gritted his teeth. How is this possible? Du Sung, arms crossed, watched his sword easily blow the students away, shouting, "Fail? Eliminated? Eliminated! You're eliminated too!" He looked at Season surrounded by swords inside and said, "You're the only one left now." With tears in her eyes, she looked up. "Does that mean I failed too?" Do Sung's voice rang out, denying it. "No, you passed." Season grabbed her shoulder, confused. "Why?" He stood with one hand on his hip, recalling his sword, and replied, "Because you're lucky." Do Sung looked down from above and added, "Among everyone here, you were the luckiest, which is why you were the last one standing. Remember this well, for a player, luck is everything." He clapped his hands once and declared, "That's it for today. Please turn off the cameras." Si-woo knelt on the ground, puzzled by the camera, when suddenly Sung-ho walked in and casually congratulated him on his graduation. Sung-ho and his lackeys kicked the door open, shouting, "What is the meaning of this, Kang Jin-woo?" Jin-woo calmly cut him off, his voice echoing, "We were just asked to evaluate them. You think I don't realize what you're planning?" Sung-ho froze immediately. "What?" Jin-woo gestured toward him, pointing out that all the trainees here were family members of the board of directors. "Or they have connections to the association's executives, right? I'm sure you invited me here to oversee their progress and gather data." Jin-woo pointed a finger at him and retorted, "You want to turn these kids who can barely stand into fake elites and hand them positions they don't deserve. And use them like hunting dogs, isn't that it?" Jin-woo stood with his arms crossed, scoffing, "It's only the first year and it's already this rotten, absolutely disgusting." Sung-ho, trembling with rage, clenched his fists and roared, "You arrogant brat!" His face turned beet red as he snapped in frustration. "What would a selfish brat like you know, you insolent little punk?" Sung-ho shouted, voice dripping with arrogance. "You think just because people call you the Hero King, you actually are one. Let me teach you a lesson, kid. Players are nothing more than weapons for this nation. You think this nation is any different from the others? No, they're all exactly the same. We are just doing what we can to preserve the peace of this country." He raised his clenched fist, declaring, "What we need in this volatile world is a war hero." Sung-ho narrowed his eyes, staring intensely at Jin-woo. "Listen here, Hero King. You need to understand our nation's situation and cooperate with us." "That is my demand," Sung-ho insisted. Jin-woo's lips curled into a smirk, thinking to himself, "All he wants from players is war, huh? These idiots are completely oblivious. They only realize there's a problem when things have already gone to hell." Then he calmly asked, "Is that so?" Sung-ho, getting agitated, shouted, "This is the will of the nation." Suddenly, a staff member ran in, yelling, "Director, we have an emergency!" He turned around, asking, "What is it?" Suddenly, Sung-ho's eyes widened in shock as he looked at the screen. He then looked up at Jin-woo and shouted, "Don't tell me!" Jin-woo raised an eyebrow and smirked. "Oh my. Looks like after this leak, the Player Academy will have to close its doors for a while." On the screen was the headline, "Player Academy. Just a playground for the rich and powerful." Sung-ho, shaking, demanded, "Where did you get this footage?" Jin-woo's voice replied, "Did you forget that I have the backing of the National Intelligence Agency director?" Streams of comments kept scrolling by. "Players are just weapons of war," a shocking statement from the director. The Academy's shocking revelation was rapidly spreading across the whole world. "The footage from the Player Academy is just too shocking." I knew it. Now 100% of the new recruits will definitely avoid this academy. Who would even want to study there now? Sung-ho's whole body trembled as he gripped his tablet, gritting out each word, "Kang Jin-woo." Jin-woo raised a hand and asked with a smile, "Have you ever heard the name Black Knight?" The system screen popped up. Provocation level increased significantly. Immediately after the system screen kept flashing, the Monarch of Comedy is thrilled with the contractor's actions. He has sent you a gift box. After a moment, Jin-woo calmly walked out of the building. He flashed a bright smile, saying, "Thanks, Uncle." Jin-woo raised a hand to cover his mouth, feigning worry as he asked, "But is it okay for the intelligence agency to target the association so directly? Will it be all right? You won't get in trouble, will you?" Tae-sik leaned against the wall and replied, "It's fine. The government doesn't like them anyway." He crossed his arms and laughed. "The government and the association have been at each other's throats for a long time now." Jin-woo smiled and said, "That's good." He pointed at the screen. "By the way, since you're here, can you give me a ride to the tower?" Tae-sik asked. "The tower? Which one?" Jin-woo replied softly. "The 5th floor tower." The system screen immediately appeared. 5th floor desert tower. Protection mission. The sweltering heat and freezing cold of the desert await you. Minimum players 1, maximum 4. Objective: protect the caravan and transport the goods safely. Tae-sik poked his head out of the car, asking, "You're not overworking yourself, are you?" Jinwoo gave a faint smile and looked back. "I'm fine." Under the moonlight, the desert was dead silent, as the system voice reminded them, transferring user to the desert oasis camp. The group looked at the monsters swarming toward them, and panicked, shouting, "Damn it, stay back, get lost!" Jinwoo gripped his sword as the system message appeared. Looking at the scene, he thought about the emergence of players within the tower's territory. He gently swung his sword, annihilating the horde of monsters. Dusung drew his sword, the Gen blade appearing in his hand. He glanced this way, thinking to himself, "Players appearing in the tower's territory." He swung his sword with ease, cutting down the monsters. Dusung always found himself reflecting during life-or-death moments while looking over this way. A man appearing like a savior raised his hands and cried out for help. Dusung easily wiped out the threat, thinking that a player always seems to appear exactly when and where they're needed. Then Dusung crossed his arms, conjuring a flow of blue energy. He controlled a sword to strike down at the monsters below, making the group look even more majestic. After clearing them out, Dusung landed gently and said, "I'm here now." The crowd, filled with excitement, cautiously asked, "Could you be—" He raised a hand to brush back his hair and replied, "Call me whatever you like." The people looked at one another, whispering, "The God of Light has finally shown us mercy. The Priest of Light is traveling with us," they added. Dusung, hearing this, frowned in confusion. The God of Light. He furrowed his brows, sensing this whole situation didn't feel right. He then asked, "Are there any other threats here besides those monsters?" Khalid immediately stepped forward, explaining, "This is the territory of the Holy Kingdom, so we need not worry about outside invaders. We are not far from our destination now, just about 3 days' journey, and we still have plenty of water and rations." Dusung covered his face with his hand, muttering, 3 days. Damn it, I really should have just rested. I jumped into this without thinking it through. A voice from across called out, "Are you all right, Priest of Light?" He smiled faintly, turning to look at the approaching monsters, and said, "Don't worry, you all just go get some sleep. As long as I'm here, those monsters won't be able to do a thing." Dusung patted his chest confidently. "Don't worry about the night, I'll keep watch." Khalid exclaimed excitedly, "Apostle of Light, we truly thank you for your kindness." Right after he pulled out an item and whispered, "Vitality necklace, I'm counting on you." The screen displayed, "Rare grade Vitality necklace. Accessory. Slightly boosts health recovery when fatigued and enhances non-combat recovery." A notification popped up. "You have unlocked a gift box." Dusung gently opened the box. "Write the gift box." To be honest, this is the only thing I had to open manually. As soon as the stone appeared, a notification flashed. "You have received a Transcendent Grade Growth Stone, usable by Hero Grade." He stared at it, exclaiming, "What the? I pulled some decent gear again, didn't I?" Dusung looked back, wondering, "But these guys don't really need me to use it. Should I save it for later?" A swarm of scorpions lunged straight toward them. He gripped his sword tight, not forgetting to summon his companion. "Blackie, it's chow time." It charged forward, driving long spikes into the scorpions. Dusung tightened his grip on his weapon, smiling. "It's chaotic, but I can't rely on this guy for everything." He gently waved his hand, and the swords surrounding him suddenly surged toward the scorpion swarm. Seeing this, Dusung thought in amazement, "The swords move based on my thoughts." He controlled the blades to strike, laughing, "Now this skill is actually useful." Just as Dusung pierced through a giant scorpion and lifted it up, the system sound chimed, "You have leveled up. The Sword Mastery skill card has leveled up." He wiped the blood from his face. "Is it over?" Hearing a massive thud shaking the ground, Dusung realized it wasn't. He turned around to see a massive monster appearing. He immediately controlled his sword. Creating multiple sword phantoms, he thought, "A mature desert ravager, huh?" The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. "I knew it. Looks like I'm not getting any sleep tonight." Dusung's eyes flashed, summoning Blackie. It instantly appeared behind the ravager, biting down hard on its body, while the sword phantoms took aim. They struck simultaneously, piercing deep into the desert ravager. One of Dusung's hands glowed with blue light, expertly maneuvering the blades. The swords drove deeper with full force, and then from the blades themselves. Swirling vortexes of wind mixed with ice crystals sliced through the ravager, freezing the pieces in place. The system notification sounded. "You have leveled up. Ice Sword skill card leveled up. Sword Mastery artifact leveled up." The next morning, the bright sun shone down as the caravan continued its journey. Suddenly, the soldiers protecting the caravan quickly followed along. Du-sung turned back, curious. The knights are coming with us, too. Khalid raised a finger. They are the brave warriors who serve the god of light. Hearing that, Du-sung asked coldly, "So where were those brave warriors last night?" Khalid explained the knights prioritize protecting the cargo. Du-sung recalled the scene from the night before. Even in a situation like that, they didn't leave the wagons at all. Just to guard the cargo? He turned his head back, asking, "Which faction do those knights belong to?" Khalid grinned, explaining, "They're honorary knights from the 10th Blood Cavalry Unit." Samia furrowed his brows, looking toward Du-sung with clear annoyance. Du-sung turned to face him and asked with a smile, "Hey, you honorary knights, are you hiding gold in there or something?" Samia cut him off with a cold tone. "Light Apostle don't pay any mind to that carriage." His expression darkened. He warned him coldly, "Focus on the task that the god has entrusted to you." A smirk tugged at the corner of Du-sung's mouth. "Look at that," he thought, staring at Samia's group. "They're high-level knights, and they even brought a light apostle all the way out here. This mission is getting pretty complicated, isn't it?" Du-sung called out to him. "The way you're talking makes me even more curious." He tilted his head, smiling brightly. "What kind of cargo could possibly need this much protection?" Samia's expression dropped. He pursed his lips and stared straight at him. Khalid started to panic, his voice trembling as he tried to intervene. "Light Apostle, please don't!" Suddenly, Du-sung reached out, grabbed Khalid by the collar and yanked him aside, then raised his hand to summon an ice wall for cover. Du-sung roared with a fierce look on his face. "If you don't want to die, get down!" He blocked the arrows raining down from above. "Move!" An arrow pierced one of the soldiers. The man let out a cry of pain. Samia's group looked up at the archers and shouted, "We're under attack by heretics!" He stared at Malik, who was busy firing arrows, and roared, "You wicked heretics! How dare you invade the Holy Land's territory!" Right after that, the rest of his group rode off on horseback simultaneously. Du-sung turned his head to look back, wondering, "Hit and run, huh? How are these knights planning to counterattack?" Samia's group raised their swords to form a protective perimeter, shouting orders, "At all costs, do not let the cargo fall into the hands of the heretics, keep the formation and activate the aura shields." Du-sung watched as the others were struck by arrows, assuming they didn't care about their own comrades in the vanguard. He raised his gensword and lunged straight toward them. "Well then, keep protecting that gold." A system screen popped up, Desert Tower Level 5, Protection Mission. The desert's extreme heat and cold await you. Minimum players 1. Maximum 4. No raid target. Protect the caravan and transport the goods to a safe location. Du-sung pursed his lips, staring intently ahead. On the other side, a man drew his bow, aiming at the man charging toward him. Du-sung immediately tilted his body, raising the sword in his hand. The man watched the sword pierce the ground. Then he shouted, "The enemy's attack can't reach us!" Suddenly from that sword, a shadow of dark energy emerged quickly, growing longer, and effortlessly knocked the man's horse over. Du-sung immediately gripped the gen sword from above and struck down. He looked down with a calm expression. Suddenly Du-sung's eyes widened in surprise the moment he clearly saw that face. He was startled, realizing, "Are these desert elves?" Suddenly Du-sung glanced to his side. He raised his hand, creating an ice shield to block an energy blast coming from the side. Du-sung looked at the golden light on the arrow, skeptical. "They use aura too." Malik raised the blade in his hand and shouted, "Die, you despicable heretic!" He lightly swung his sword, knocking the blade from the boy's hand. Blackie also jumped up and caught the incoming arrow in its mouth. Du-sung held his sword to Malik's neck, lost in thought. The king that these desert elves serve must be... He then spoke up, "Let me ask you a few things. Exactly what is inside that carriage?" The boy gritted his teeth and challenged, "You heretical demon, you dare threaten me!" Then Malik looked toward the others and ordered, "Forget about me and keep firing." Those desert elves fired their bows toward him all at once. Du-sung raised his hand, creating an ice screen to block the arrows. Malik, dripping with sweat, looked back. "Even if you capture me, you won't get anything," Du-sung replied with a calm face. "Don't worry. Just tell me what's in the carriage. I need to know that to decide which side to join." The boy was startled and gasped, "What?" He saw cracks appearing in the ice and asked again, "Do you think I haven't wiped out all of you here?" Du-sung raised his hand, controlling the ice shards to shoot back. "Still struggling, huh?" Malik gasped in shock, watching the shards stop just inches from his companion's eyes. Then they froze. Dusung looked toward them and called out calmly, "Now you understand, don't you? About what will happen to your comrades if you dare move a single finger." Malik looked at the sword at his throat and shouted, "You!" Dusung looked down from above, probing, "I'll ask one more time, what cargo is inside that carriage?" He let out a scoff upon hearing the boy scream, "Cargo! How dare you call Princess Shia that?" Dusung's face lit up with a smile as he looked over. "So you've kidnapped the princess of those heretical idiots, have you? You lot go back and deliver the message. I'll grant you the favor of letting you live, so retreat." Malik heard him and yelled, "I can't!" Dusung pointed his gen sword in one direction, questioning, "Isn't it better to take a chance at living rather than dying right here, right now?" Then he fell silent and slowly stood up. In the end, Malik led the others on horseback and left. A soldier with a sword rushed to where Dusung stood. "Apostle of Light!" he shouted. "Why did you let those heretics live and escape?" Dusung held out his hands and laughed, responding, "Because I needed to confirm a few things first." The soldier quickly chased after him. "What do you mean?" "Wait!" Samia raised her sword to block Dusung's path. "Where do you think you're going?" He looked up and said, "Get out of the way. I need to check on something." He bowed his head, his voice cold and threatening. "Even if you are an apostle of light, I cannot let you pass." Dusung's eyes flashed with purple light with Blackie snarling behind him. "While I'm still using my words, move aside." The group glared at him as he grabbed the car door, shouting, "You dare!" Dusung looked inside, asking casually, "Do you want me to save her?" Shia, a collar chain around her neck, bit her lip and retorted, "Do you think Shia, princess of the kingdom, would want sympathy from heretics like you?" Her face filled with indignation as she shouted. Dusung looked up as a reminder flashed, "Do not lose focus. Perform your quest." The bright monarch was warning the player about his actions. He raised his hand to summon an ice blade, saying, "Well, since you put it that way, I really don't have another choice." Immediately after, Dusung forcefully slashed through the notification. With a powerful strike, the chain snapped. As the collar fell, a notification popped up on the screen. "You have unlocked a hidden achievement, rescue the princess." The figures of the soldiers began to fade away. A notification appeared, "You have received 300,000 achievement points." Dusung looked at the messages continuously popping up. The quest objective, Raid the Tower, had been updated. The tower had upgraded from level 5 to level 5 hard. Seeing this, he laughed aloud. "Freedom really is the best thing." Dusung looked up at the halo appearing in the sky. A warning sound played, "You will pay the price for daring to challenge the light. One of the tower's forces has turned against you." The screen displayed, "Danger. Encounter the Guardian of Light." The Guardian of Light serves the bright monarch and executes their will. They are watching you anywhere there is light, shining down and annoyed whenever their light is extinguished or disappears. The soldiers, covered in a level 6 glow, dropped their swords and shouted, "The messenger of light is here, whether he is a traveler or not. Whatever. Kill the heretic who defies the light." Dusung watched them and exclaimed, "Look at how their attitude changes just because they got a little boost." Beside him, Shia asked with a dark expression, "What are you thinking?" The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. "Don't worry, because I have support too." As soon as Dusung unleashed a wave of dark energy, the system screen flashed. "Extinguish the light, spread the darkness. The Dark Monarch supports you." Immediately after he smiled, watching the notification flash, "The Dark Council has granted you increased power." Darkness. The soldiers looked at the shadows surrounding them in fear. "Our vision," a voice echoed in the endless darkness, "envelop the world with our dark shroud." Dusung turned his head, laughed, and said, "I knew this side would have better rewards." Dark energy completely engulfed the soldiers. They were pierced through the chest by dark thorns. They could only feel pain before losing their lives. The seraph saw the surrounding darkness and let out a cry. Its eyes flashed with blue light, and it raised its hands, calling out, "O light!" Light from the seraph shone down, dispelling the darkness and revealing the sharp black thorns piercing the soldiers' chests. Swirls of dark energy rapidly surged upward, striking at them. The seraph face twisted in anger, gritted its teeth, and cursed, "That brat!" In the end, it was sliced in two by a single sword strike, able only to cry out in pain. The other seraphs, seeing Dusung easily defeat it, were startled and cried out, "Oh no, what is happening?" Seeing him continuously jumping up and down to eliminate the other seraphs, they shouted, "A mere mortal dares to do this, no way!" The screen flashed with reminders. The Guardian of Light faction has developed absolute hostility toward you. Harmony with the Dark Council faction has increased significantly. Du Sung looked up and chuckled. That was the first one. The system sounds played non-stop. Players' stats within the Dark faction are increasing. Dark power is rising. He stepped onto the Seraph's wings. Finally, he could see it. Suddenly, a notification caught Du Sung's attention. Countless factions within the tower are observing your every move. He looked up, his expression calm. The Tower Realm and the world inside the tower are completely different. The Blood Knight Order and the Desert Elves here are creatures inside the tower, and they contributed to creating the world inside it. However, the monarchs and their combat forces are on another level. Literally, it is a world inside the tower. Players are just a catalyst helping to bridge these two worlds. And quite similar to the forces inside the tower, they only serve a specific monarch and only intervene in affairs within the tower. However, players are not ordinary puppets executing the wishes of the monarchs. Memories of the fanatics Du Sung had encountered suddenly flooded his mind. The Apostle of Light is watching us. Apostle of Light, be with us. And when he fulfilled the objective of punishing, protecting the caravan, and transporting items safely, even Malik, the one who had been trampled under his boot, still tried to lift his head, growling angrily, "How dare you call the princess cargo by finding the hidden secrets behind the chat?" Players in the tower can make decisions beyond what they imagine. Just as Du Sung guessed he would get better rewards if he had to fight the light forces. Then he would take it as a member of the Shadow Guild. If he had any desire, he shouldn't hesitate but just do it. The fragmented thought faded. Du Sung immediately pulled his focus back to reality. There were only 5 left because even the monarchs in the tower themselves could not challenge the restrictions and rules binding them that other forces had set. His indifference and scornful attitude clearly infuriated the Seraph. "You insolent!" It swung its arm, gathering all its power, and launched a flaming spear of light directly at him. No matter how many Guardians of Light gritted their teeth and felt bitter, as long as this place was a level 5 tower, no angel above level 8 could descend here in their true form. As the distance between the spear and the target narrowed, that light gradually withered and extinguished into nothingness. Because that was the law of the tower. Unable to accept this shameful defeat, the Seraph gripped its weapon tightly, continuing to roar, commanding the others, "Extinguish the darkness with our light." Receiving orders from their leader, the remaining Guardians of Light immediately fired a barrage of light spears, shouting along, "Extinguish the darkness!" An indiscriminate sweeping attack. Aiming straight at the ground, they ended the lives of countless innocent soldiers below. Even as a spear pierced through his chest, one unfortunate soldier still stared with wide, shocked eyes. Messenger of Light, why? Witnessing such a cruel scene, Du Sung showed no pity. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth curled into a sarcastic smirk. They don't even spare their own followers. Involuntarily, the gruesome scene of the people in the desert being pierced by tens of thousands of arrows flashed through his mind. Those guys aren't any different. They must be feeling really foolish now for putting their trust in these angels. Du Sung seized every moment to probe and assess the abilities of the Light Guardians. After all, it would give him a clearer vision for evaluating the angels' power, just for a split second. The power at this tower is truly formidable. But he nimbly shifted his feet to a different spot before the deadly rays of light could even touch his hem. They were definitely strong. Du Sung's body moved like a flexible, ghostly shadow. Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Xia was shivering with fear, her 2 hands clasped tightly together as if seeking a bit of safety. Suddenly, a wave of warmth and a low voice echoed right beside her ear, making her jump in surprise. "Sorry." To save as much time as possible, Du Sung didn't explain much, simply stooping down decisively. He scooped her up. "I've got you." After taking Chijia to a safe hidden corner, he slowed down and set her gently on the ground, calling out softly, "Hey." In the palm of his hand appeared a transcendental-grade growth stone emitting brilliant halos. "Use this and protect the princess, okay?" Immediately after those words, he firmly clenched his hand, crushing the rare gemstone to dust. "Use high-grade growth stone on Blackie." As the stone shattered into countless sparkling crystal particles, like a shower of stars, tiny glittering shards fell onto Blackie's head. CGIS suddenly saw beams of burning light hurtling toward their hiding spot and screamed in terror to warn Du Sung. After fully absorbing the growth stone, Blackie's form grew 100 times its original size. CGIA was already scared out of her wits and immediately squeezed her eyes shut. Not daring to face the attack, Blackie's massive body transformed into a thick, dark mist, shielding them both just before the spears of light struck. They barely disturbed the surface of the mist, and then right after that, from within the darkness, a series of sharp, dark thorns erupted, shattering all those spears of light to pieces. Witnessing this perfect defensive scene, Dusung was extremely satisfied. He didn't waste a single second of opportunity. He decided to press the advantage. The Light Guardian quickly noticed its opponent's movements and arrogantly mocked him. "It's useless. That sword of yours won't even touch us." He crouched to build momentum. Borrowing the push from the giant dark thorns Blackie created, he launched himself high into the air. Facing his approach, the Light Guardian didn't flinch and waved its hand to summon its weapon, the Light Sword. The two blades representing opposing forces collided head-on, friction raging in midair. In the shiny mirror-like pupils of the Light Guardian, the image of the Shadow Sword frenziedly thrusting forward was clearly reflected. The remaining Light Guardians began to split up to deal with the Shadow Swords scattering across the sky. They ferociously surrounded him, using every tactic and attack to get close and take Dusung's life. He had to strain himself to defend against the enemy's lethal strikes. His mind raced constantly to find other combat strategies. Fighting them at close range meant losing his footing with their relentless coordinated attacks. The sheer number of enemies began to wear him down. "I really have to keep moving and changing positions throughout this battle." In that brief moment of distraction, a sharp gust of wind came close to his ear, making him snap to. But it was too late. The Light Guardian was sharp and seized the chance when his guard was down. It swung its sword in a lethal strike across his shoulder. Dusung immediately pushed every stray thought out of his head to focus intensely on the life-or-death battle. In front of him, pure white feathers from their wings fell drifting past his face. Why are they still so fast, even when affected by the debuff? He quickly summoned a sturdy ice shield to block the killing intent from the opponent's light sword, combining it with the shadow sword in his hand. Dusung frantically swung his weapon to create a solid defensive perimeter, but the absolute overwhelming numbers began to take their toll. Wounds, big and small, increased on his body over time. The pain and deadlock made him extremely irritable and frustrated. They just keep circling and attacking. Dusung knew perfectly well that if he kept maintaining this dragged-out battle, his chance of winning would completely vanish and he would meet his doom. "I want to take them all out at once." Thinking it, he immediately reached one hand out to the side. "Guess I have to use it." Just as a swirl of dark energy began to condense, a light sword tore through the air toward it, trying to snuff out his intent. "Do you think we'll let you do that?" His target was blocked midway, ruining the plan. Dusung gritted his teeth in anger. His bad luck didn't end there. The light sword shot forward with terrifying speed and pierced through his chest. He bit his lip until it bled, stubbornly swallowing a scream of pain deep into his throat. The bone-chilling, soul-crushing pain ran through his entire body, leaving his body stiff and unable to move even a finger. Because there was no longer any control or energy sustained by its master, the series of shadow swords floating in the air suddenly fell everywhere. Realizing their opponent had completely lost the ability to resist, the Light Guardian swarmed in to tightly surround Dusung. "Our chance is now, tear him to pieces!" Even though he was hanging by a thread, a mysterious, eerie smile suddenly curled across Dusung's lips. In the very next split second, the light blade piercing his chest began to shimmer and then dissolved. As the sword vanished, a bizarre sight unfolded right before everyone's eyes. It left Zajop so stunned that his jaw dropped. His combat instincts screamed of imminent danger, and he immediately bellowed to his comrades, "Everyone stop! Something's not right!" The light blades that had fallen to the ground, now under Dusung's control, suddenly trembled in unison and shot back up into the air. Too late! The massive sword formation quickly swirled around him, interlocking to create an impenetrable cocoon of protection. At the center of the fray, he crossed his arms over his chest. "It's time to end this." Sharp ice crystals struck the group's formation from all four corners of the compass. Under that relentless assault, they completely lost the upper hand. They could only stand there helplessly as they were torn apart. Fear overwhelmed reason. One of them hurriedly turned and scrambled away, running for his life, but once the strike began, Dusung wasn't about to let the enemy off that easily. He swung his great sword down with crushing force onto the head of his fleeing target. The massive blade pinned Zajop's body deep into the cold earth, ending his life once and for all. As the last of the enemies perished, the familiar system chime rang in Dusung's ears. "You have leveled up." as the battle came to an end. Your buffs have expired. Only then could he finally relax his chest and let out a sigh of relief. He cast his gaze away, calmly observing the desolate, ruined battlefield under the harsh sunlight. Stains of fresh blood soaked the sand, creating a gruesome scene. Lucky slowly approached, poking out its tiny claws. It gently patted its master's foot. Du-sung crouched down, smiling as he stared at the little fluff ball. Did you get smaller? Shia cautiously took a few weary steps toward him. Li Ni called out, "Guest," standing before the man who had just taken down an entire army single-handedly. Her heart was full of conflict. Why would you betray your own people and go to such lengths for us? Du-sung didn't bother hiding his true intentions, answering with brutal pragmatism. The payout on this side was better. The cold, profit-driven answer made Kijia freeze. She gathered her courage to ask, but aren't they your own people? If he was thinking about demanding a ransom after saving her, he kept silent, gently stroking Lucky's soft fur. After a moment, Du-sung looked up with a smirk. I really don't like questions like that. Sorry, princess, but you're asking me about something I don't enjoy. The cold, warning tone of his indifference made her shiver. He turned to rub the little pet's head, not holding back his praise. You did well. A few days later, on the border of the fairy kingdom, Aigip helped Du-sung escort Sijia to safety without any further incidents. Seeing her homeland right before her eyes, she cast aside all her previous doubts and defenses. I owe you so much. Thank you, guest from this world. Hearing the polite pleasantries, he just raised an eyebrow, tactfully reminding her of his core objective. I still have one more reward to collect. Understanding the pragmatic subtext in his words, she didn't seem bothered. Oh, I see. Sijia carefully tightened her grip on something in her palm and held it out to him. Then take this. The moment Du-sung's fingers touched and received the exquisite necklace, the system notification instantly rang out. You have completed the quest, The Desert's Dirge Hard Mode. You have received the item Badge of Trust A rank as a special reward. Looking at the rare item stats that had just appeared, Du-sung couldn't help but be amazed. This is... But before he could even finish his sentence, everything around him vanished in a flash. The Imperial Calendar. No. Princess Kijia of the Fairy Kingdom Aigip had been kidnapped, but he had successfully rescued her. After the king passed away, Princess Kijia ascended as queen. Du-sung leaned his head against the seat back, his eyes absently watching the streaks of light sliding past the train window. He had arrived at Busan Station. 4 hours ago, he was still in the TC office. The boss was typing away and demanded, I need you to go to Busan. At that time, Du-sung was sitting comfortably on the sofa opposite him, slowly sipping a coffee. Something happened there. T6 didn't stop keeping his intense focus on the data streams on the screen. He answered coldly and curtly, not yet. The answer made him furrow his brow in confusion. Then why do I have to go to Busan now? Only then did the boss stop typing. Because something is about to happen there. Natalia Soeva-Nova, a notorious foreign criminal player. She's known as one of the dark players. She's being hunted by the Russian government and is residing illegally at the Busan port. She has also started causing trouble for those in the Busan towers. Along with her 4 subordinates, she possesses the legendary skill card Shadow's Reach. As Du-sung took his first steps onto the platform, his phone rang incessantly in his coat pocket. Tashich's urgent voice blared from the other end. Hey Du-sung, you're on the train to Busan, right? If so, hurry up a bit. It's not exactly safe down there. Hearing that unconvincing reassurance, he could only reply with a lethargic tone. I know you're watching me already. Send a car to my location. The boss stopped joking and started seriously briefing him on the classified intelligence he had just dug up. I just got some intel on the tower. The Inganga gang just entered it. I'll take you there. These words successfully piqued Du-sung's curiosity, shaking him from his exhausted state and helping him focus a little. What grade is that tower? The person on the other end paused for a moment before dropping a heavy number, grade 5. Shortly after, he was sitting comfortably in the back seat of a car sent by Tae-sik. In the distant sky, massive floating towers hovered side by side, creating a suffocating sight. Du-sung was immediately teleported into a dimension. The environment was devastated and terrifyingly desolate. I'm inside the tower now. At the beginning of the 21st century, the Talela Pharmaceutical Company accidentally released a deadly virus from its lab in Busan, leading to the entire city being placed under lockdown. Witnessing the gloomy landscape and the stench of death permeating the air here, Du-sung couldn't help but shiver. He had anticipated it wouldn't be normal, especially since this was a grade 5 tower. The system announced the official mission. Survive against the starving infected and the secret Talela army. A bizarre noise suddenly echoed through the ruins. It was a mass of flesh, grotesquely patched together from countless rotting corpses. He reached into his storage space, drawing his shadow sword ready for combat. They're called zombies, right? In the split second he prepared to lunge, an unexpected event left him stunned. He stared in amazement at Blackjack, who had appeared out of nowhere. In front of him, Blackjack suddenly flashed a monstrous, bloodthirsty grin, drool dripping from the corners of its mouth. The pitch-black shadow beneath its feet began to spread at an alarming speed. It then enveloped the zombie's position. Blackjack had utilized the cover of darkness to slip right behind the zombie without it ever knowing. The jet-black shadow went wild. It surged upward and stretched out like a dark tidal wave. Blackjack transformed into a massive, wide-open maw with rows of razor-sharp teeth, taking the form of a giant shadow whale. It leaped out from the black pool, swallowing the zombie whole. Once it neatly finished off its prey, it plunged back into the shadows to hide, witnessing that satisfying and clean hunt. Du-sung's eyes sparkled with joy and amazement. That growth stone you absorbed earlier really changed your power, didn't it? As if understanding its master's praise, Blackie was also extremely excited. The joyful atmosphere was suddenly extinguished by a sharp, sudden round of applause. A woman in a tight-fitting tactical suit stood proudly at the head of a group slowly approaching. "I knew you'd come." The joy on Du-sung's face instantly vanished, replaced by an icy glare as he identified the person who had just appeared, Natalia Ivanova. She spread her arms, walking leisurely. As if she were strolling through her own sanctuary, the hero of heroes showed no fear. Instead, she wore a provocative smile. "Of course you wouldn't leave a villain like me alone." He addressed her by her full name to assert dominance. Natalia Ivanova. His face remained calm unemotionally, reciting all the intelligence he had gathered on his opponent. "A member of the Z Mafia currently wanted by the Russian government and hiding illegally with your subordinates at the Busan port." Hearing him expose her background, she covered her mouth with one hand, letting out a mocking giggle. "Oh my, are you going to arrest me and throw me in jail?" Her taunt was met with a blunt, cold denial. "No." He summoned a flurry of razor-sharp shadow swords that hovered around him as a show of force. "I just don't know why you thought you could be so relaxed, acting like that in front of me. Let me try to gauge how strong a renowned player from Russia really is." The smile on Natalia's lips vanished. Her pupils flashed with intense, murderous intent, as if she wanted to devour him alive. Du-sung coolly pointed the tip of his cold blade directly at the center of Natalia's face, directly exposing her dark scheme. "I assume this little group of yours is also part of the salon, right? You intend to corner me here. And let the zombies eat me, don't you?" Realizing her plot was exposed, Natalia stopped pretending. "So you knew I was with Russian intelligence all along, and yet you still dared to come here?" Her lips curled into a defiant smirk. "Did you think I came here to be zombie food?" The series of floating shadow swords received their command, tearing through the air as they shot toward the woman across from him. There was no simpler way to steal a legendary skill. She nimbly did a few backflips, perfectly dodging the blades that slammed into the rocky ground. "I knew it." Just as she regained her footing, Natalia shouted, ordering her subordinates waiting in ambush to attack. "All units open fire!" The spot where Du-sung had been standing was immediately bombarded violently. The solid ground was torn to shreds. The mercenary squad fired wildly while closing in, leaving him no time to catch his breath. The smell of gunpowder mixed with the constant sparks flashing from the gun barrels created a dance of death. Du-sung moved like a ghost, weaving through the gunfire, dodging the entire barrage with incredible, almost unbelievable precision. Despite being surrounded and under heavy fire from all sides, Du-sung held the initiative and successfully closed the distance to Natalia. Seeing him reach her, she slowly turned her head and flatly gave him the middle finger in a provocative gesture. In that very moment, Du-sung's keen intuition told him that danger was imminent. Dark energy surged forth, completely obscuring his vision of the outside world. Standing in the midst of the black mist, not only did Du-sung show no fear, but the corners of his lips curled upward. "She disappeared, huh?" Just then, a cold flash of light suddenly erupted behind him. Du-sung cast a quick glance in that direction. He summoned an ice shield to block a sniper bullet that had just whistled in. As he stepped away from his previous spot, another bullet slammed into the exact same place. The seamless coordination between his individual combat skills and speed allowed him to stand firm amidst the chaos once might have been fine. Dusung pivoted on his heel and sliced an incoming bullet in two. But a second time would not be so easy. He manipulated massive blocks of crystalline ice. Enveloping the battlefield, he formed a solid fortress. As far as I know, this is the Shadow Veil. It can attack over a wide area even while under siege. He still had the composure to joke, "It's going to be pretty hard for you guys to actually hit me, you know." Blackie suddenly landed lightly on his shoulder and let out a sharp cry. Thanks to his pet's subtle movement, Dusung remembered something important. Right. What other reason could there be? "Hey, Blackie, give me a hand, will you?" The little creature nodded and chirped happily as if agreeing with its master. Outside, Nadaso was still frantically unloading bullets into the defensive wall. "This ice shield is too tough. We need another way to attack." Her attention was suddenly drawn to a small black shadow that had just appeared. Where the hell did that cat come from? The unfortunate soldier didn't even have time to process the situation. Before he could grasp what was happening, his body was pierced through. Domichi was slightly luckier. He used the heavy frame of his rifle to block the sneak attack just in time. Alexei clutched the wounds on his body that were bleeding profusely, screaming in panic, "Stay away from that cat's shadow!" Inside the barrier, Dusung stood calmly with his arms crossed, listening to the miserable screams. "You guys can actually see Blackie's shadow. It's not like it's lethal, so why all the yelling? Even if you can see it, you can't do anything about it." He was leisurely enjoying the scene when a razor-sharp blade suddenly pressed against his carotid artery. Having successfully cornered her target, Nata so leaned in and whispered in his ear with a triumphant tone, "Be a good boy, Kan Dusung. I'll let you live only if you behave." Dusung didn't even flinch. He indifferently retorted with a sarcastic remark. "Isn't that something only someone who can actually kill me would say?" She tightened her grip on the knife, snarling, "Don't underestimate our intelligence bureau." Although she was posing as if asking for information, she actually had 90% of the details in her hands. "About the total reward points you earned after clearing the level 5 challenge tower a few days ago. That's not a normal number. You had to complete it within a certain time, right? After finishing that challenge, you just kept hanging around the low-level towers. You did the same thing last season when your survival skills were lacking." Thinking she had completely figured out her opponent, Nataso immediately ordered, "Eliminate that cat first." Dusung's tone remained flat and emotionless. "You know, save the distracting nonsense for later." He casually raised a hand. He firmly grabbed the wrist holding the knife. "What I mean is, let's borrow your strength." Dusung directly drove the blade toward his own neck. "How can you kill me like this?" There wasn't a single scratch on his neck, nor a drop of blood. Dusung tilted his head and looked at her with a mocking gaze. "Because this isn't actually me." The sudden turn of events made Nataso's heart jump. "How is that possible?" While she stood frozen in shock, 3 shadow blades suddenly shot out and crisscrossed tightly right against her throat. The situation was completely reversed. It was now Dusung's turn to look at her pathetic state and mock her. "I knew it wasn't the Shadow Veil from the very beginning." He flicked his sword, and the dark energy wrapping around him dissipated on its own. "Even so, my senses were blurred. It was hard to feel as agile as before. The truth is, you used a skill to restrict your opponent's senses before attacking, didn't you? So I was just making guesses." Cold sweat ran down Nataso's forehead. Her throat tightened, unable to let out another sound. His gaze felt like a razor digging deep into her soul. "An illusion skill of legendary grade," Dusung continued, tearing apart every corner of Nataso's tricks. "It allows you to manipulate your opponent's vision." The sword she was holding trembled and slipped from her palm. The moment the tip touched the stone floor, it dissolved into particles of light and vanished. Finally, the shadowy mist surrounding them began to crack and shatter. He accurately named the technique Oculus. The final layer of camouflage was stripped away. Nataso completely collapsed to her knees. Dusung moved his finger, directing the sharp shadow blade to point straight at her. "You could have become a professional con artist with this skill. But it seems this isn't your true strength, is it? You are the one who has brought defeat upon yourself now." Knowing she had no chance to turn the tables, Nataso could only bite her lip in helpless resignation. Dusung firmly lowered his arm, ordering the shadow blade to finish her off. The cold sound of the system echoed in his ears. "Player has died." But just as the blade was about to pierce her skin, a sudden gust of wind struck, forcing him to hesitate. Thanks to this fateful twist, Nata So escaped death by a hair's breadth. The system interface suddenly turned bright red, flashing dangerous warning messages repeatedly. Tay Layla's top-secret forces have detected a survivor. A large surveillance drone hovered in the air, scanning every corner. Multiple survivors detected in Sector B-16. On the surrounding ruined rooftops, a series of massive, heavily armored combat mechs appeared. "Destroy them! Destroy them!" Domachi frantically looked for an escape route, but Blackie's shadow thorns were still dug deep into his body. "Damn it, I have to get out of here!" A heavy armored mech slammed down right in front of him. The machine's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, issuing the supreme command, "Execute top-secret operation." The sound of heavy gunfire completely swallowed the mercenary's screams. At the same time, a notification rang and Dusung's head player has died. Witnessing the ruthless massacre by the... Mech, a wave of hesitation rose in his heart. Can I stop it, or should I just wait? Before Dusung had time to think deeply, a barrage of energy rounds was fired directly toward him at terrifying speed. Facing the massive incoming damage, Dusung immediately crossed his arms in front of his chest. At this moment, a massive ancient clock. Seeing the brilliant golden Roman numerals suddenly appear, he let out a regretful sigh. "What a waste," he muttered. That blinding light shone directly onto the face of Nata So, who stood frozen in shock nearby. Right in the center of the ruined street, a figure sat calmly cross-legged, on a clean mat completely detached from the dust and debris all around. For the two who had died without using up all their points, Automata's expression revealed clear annoyance and frustration. The little girl pointed a finger straight at Yusung, grumbling her accusations. "This is all your fault!" On Yusung's face, a look of extreme innocence appeared, paired with a teasing tone. "Oh, Lord, I really want to say I'm sorry, but in reality, what exactly did I even do? There's a golden card here with a mysterious question mark in the center. If you buy one, I'll consider it an accident and generously overlook your actions." He slowly interlaced his fingers and cracked his knuckles as if delivering a silent threat. "Do you want me to give you a middle finger instead of an apology? Once the shop opens, there's no such thing as a peace treaty being honored here." He pointed toward the stunned Nata, so not far away, whispering a suggestion. "A legendary card might appear." "Ah, that's perfect. Why don't you try selling it to that woman over there? But if an attack breaks out in front of the shop, it'll just annoy Automata." Receiving the lucrative hint, the little girl frantically waved her tiny arms and shouted loudly toward Nataso. "Hey, you over there! You've got the second highest points here, don't you? Make sure to spend them all before you kick the bucket." And the players all knew what that meant. She helplessly squeezed her eyes shut, her heart filled with bitterness as she had to accept her ironic fate. Seeing the customer wavering, Automata enthusiastically pulled out her familiar sales tactics. "Auntie, you're going to die anyway, aren't you? What else do you have to lose? Why not try gambling it all once to grasp at survival? So just buy a card and try it out, it'll be quick. If a mythical one pops up, you might actually survive." While Yusung was sitting calmly on the sidelines, arms crossed, watching the fun, he was suddenly dragged into it. "You too. Buy one from me. Who knows, you might snag a legendary one." Seriously, hearing that he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "Is the only thing you think about selling these cards?" At this moment, Nataso stepped forward, decisively making the final choice to save her own life. "Fine. I'll try buying skill cards. I'll use all 374,000 of my points." Yusung was so shocked, his jaw dropped. He looked up at her as if she were insane. She was choosing to bet her entire fortune on this fateful gamble. To buy those skill cards by random selection, he could only stand by silently waiting to see if a miracle would actually happen. Nataso drew card after card, but the results were far from encouraging. "That's a common card." That fatal phrase repeated 10 times over. One after another, it made her so frustrated she wanted to burst into tears right there. Contrasting with the customer's despair, Automata offered encouragement in an incredibly cold tone. "Don't give up yet. Sweet rewards come to those who are patient. You'll get a mythical card for sure. Go on one more time." But life isn't a dream, and no miracle appeared here. "That's a common card." Yusung, standing nearby and witnessing the entire process, sighed softly. His patience had completely run out. So tired. Right now, watching a house burn down would be more interesting than watching her draw cards. Beneath Nataso's feet, countless gray trashy cards lay scattered. She gulped hard, her trembling hand touching the stack of cards, the very last ones. Automata saw this and immediately spoke up to keep the customer hooked. Her tone held a hint of encouragement. "Not yet, Auntie. You still have 7 turns left. Stay right there." Her eyes were bloodshot, staring intensely at the massive mechs surrounding her. "I have to get at least 1. Otherwise, I might really die. Getting a mythical one might be wishful thinking. But if that's the case, I should at least be able to get another legendary skill card. Right, please." Even for a hero, the last flame of hope was being extinguished. Nataso punched the ground hard to vent her frustration. Automata immediately chimed in with polite, empty consolation. "What a pity, Auntie. You're just a little unlucky." The little girl, unwilling to pass up the chance to squeeze out the last bit of value from Nata, so eagerly suggested, "You still have 4,000 points left, you know. Care to buy a potion?" Watching this whole ridiculous farce from the start, Dusung finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. "I think it's time you stop your pyramid scheme, kid." Automata immediately switched her predatory target to the only wealthy person left. "Hey, Mr. Buy a card from me, too." Regrettably for her, he was completely clear-headed and not easily tricked. "Why should I do that?" The girl decisively threw open the antique wooden chest she was hugging, considering the sudden deaths before. Plus the fact that both of them had faced so many dangers, she now held out a series of legendary-grade cards right in front of him, all neatly arranged and glowing with a shimmering aura. It was high time a legendary card made an appearance. "Buy a card from me, mister, and you'll get a legendary card." Natasova stood up looking ragged and hollow like a drifting ghost. The Hell King was shocked. Dusung turned to look at her and gave a slight mockingly apologetic shrug. "I can't let you have this one, sorry." She went mad, tearing at her hair and screaming in helpless rage. "Damn it, Ken Dusung and that brat are both bastards!" He completely ignored her. The woman was losing her mind in desperation nearby. "Honestly, cursing others isn't right, but that sounds pretty fitting for you in this situation. I'll buy one." Seeing him close the deal, Automata comfortably stepped aside to let him choose. The system notified him that 10,000 reward points had been deducted immediately after. Detailed info on the drawn card popped up. "You have learned the common grade skill Ice Bolt. You already possess Ice Bolt. Would you like to upgrade it to Ice Lance?" By using skill fusion, Dusung could only offer a bright smile to hide the bitterness in his heart. "All right, what was I even expecting?" He quickly consoled himself to regain his composure. "Well, at least this is better than it becoming a useless common skill. Now what's going to happen next?" He turned and called out, "Natasova Ivanova!" She pressed her face right up against his and unleashed a long, non-stop string of curses in Russian. Dusung hesitated for a moment. Wait. His mind was a total blank when it came to this foreign language. Confused, he turned to Automata for help. What the hell is she saying? But the girl had no intention of being a free interpreter. "Everything's fine now. See you next time, mister." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished into thin air, leaving him helplessly trying to reach out. "Hey, wait a second." Amidst the atmosphere filled with intense artillery fire, Natasova, standing nearby, stuck both middle fingers right in Dusung's face. "Go to hell." A giant steel foot slammed down heavily, crushing the remaining ice crystals to powder. The combat mech raised its energy cannon, emitting a series of sounds. Coldly, the machine executed the classified protocols. Eliminate witnesses. Liquidate Natasova. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Dusung tried to establish contact with her one more time. "Hey, you!" She snapped around. "What?" Before the words could even leave her lips, he decisively slashed his sword in a sharp line across her throat. The head of Nata. Sova flew into midair while her body collapsed powerlessly onto the cold ground. Having dealt with the nuisance, Dusung lunged straight toward the rampaging mechs. He fired away his figure, becoming a blur, nimbly and fluidly weaving through the long-range artillery fire. He suddenly stopped, spread his arms, and began condensing a mass of sharp ice crystals. All those ice crystals flew directly at the incoming energy blasts, intentionally detonating them. Realizing that individual attacks couldn't phase their opponent, the two mechs moved closer and combined their weapons. After resonating, the energy cannons doubled their damage output, firing a beam of destruction with terrifying heat. Even though he had escaped successfully, he could still feel the scorching, burning heat graze his face. "Damn it, all of this is because of that pharmaceutical company, huh?" His heels ground hard against the ground, leaving a long trail as he steadied his body. "I guess I should buy some stock in that pharmaceutical company, once I get out of here safely." Dusung quickly condensed a stream of cool ice energy in his palm, dispelling the oppressive heat surrounding him. He held up a finger and pointed straight up, the sky filled with tens of thousands of glittering ice crystals. Some interesting things here. Won't be on the list to see again. With that, he suddenly changed the direction of his finger, pointing straight at the enemy ahead. The ice crystals moved as if they had eyes darting straight into the gaps, the fragile joints on the armor of the mechs. Facing such a dense sweep, they had absolutely no way to dodge or defend. Even the reconnaissance drone hovering high above swerved violently before losing control. The mechanical parts of the mechs were heavily damaged. A cataclysmic explosion erupted, blowing everything away. The system audio rang out, signaling victory. You have eliminated the zombie apocalypse tower. You will be rewarded with a random equipment card for clearing the tower. The reward for your victory is that you can take one of the skill cards from the defeated players. Choose the skill you like. Standing amidst the desolate, ruined battlefield, Dusung slightly curled his lips into a satisfied smile. Does that even need any thinking? A brilliant golden light surged up, covering his body, accompanied by a notification. Congratulations, you have received Oculus. As the mission is completed, so players will automatically return to their world. The defeated players have also returned. Dusung scanned his surroundings to check. Looking back at the number of people who were just revived and returned to the real world, it seems 2 of them died at Blackie's hands. Those 2 are probably still haunted by it. I wonder if they'll be able to get over this or not. However, that was only while climbing the tower, not the cause of their death. Nadaso collapsed on the ground, and even though her body had healed the lingering shock from the bone-shattering pain, the pain from the moment the blade finished her off still left her stunned. The guy didn't even bother to look back at her, just raised his hand and gave a few waves, a sign of saying goodbye. You guys did a good job. Nada tried to suppress her trembling, struggling to lift her head to look at the back of the man who had ended her life just minutes ago. How could we even come back? Dusung curled his lip, his voice mocking. Why do you really want to get caught back there that badly? If you've committed a crime, just call 111 and turn yourself in at the nearest police station. That's not my business. She couldn't believe her ears. So you're just going to let me go like that? He spoke flatly, confirming with a very decisive attitude. That's right. So go tell them yourself. Climbing the tower is already tiring enough, so don't drag me into this nonsense. With that, he flashed a smirk, pointed a finger straight up at the blue sky, and leisurely walked away. The dead can't talk or cause trouble, so just appreciate your luck this time around. The result of that casual attitude came immediately after. Dusung got a phone call from Taesik, who scolded him. Why did you spare them? He pressed the phone tight against his ear, trying to find an excuse to smooth things over. Just consider it compensation for them giving me a legendary skill, and for showing me the consequences of daring to use that glitched card. But that explanation only fueled the fire of anger from the other end of the line. Hey, you jerk! Why on this earth is there an idiot like you? Letting people who stabbed you in the back return completely unscathed like that. Dusung sighed wearily, trying to calm the old man's boiling temper. In your eyes, what kind of person am I? A psychopathic killer with sick hobbies. You should open your heart and be more compassionate. Taesik was truly helpless against his logic. You really are a smooth talker, good at convincing others. You stupid, kind-hearted saint! The old man grumbled discontentedly and irritably switched to another topic. Where the hell are those bastards now? Even until Dusung had settled onto the train, Taesik kept on nagging. Good lord, is that idiotic crazy gang of thugs out of their minds? What the hell are they doing? He extinguished the fire of anger that was still smoldering on the other end with a realistic joking remark. Come on, what's wrong with that? I'm the one running the PC cafe for you after all. Although his tone was still thick with gunpowder, the old man's voice softened. Damn it anyway. Be careful on the way back and don't push yourself too hard. For heaven's sake, don't make me worry about you ever again, understand, you idiot? To stop him from continuing the endless nagging, Dusung just answered half-heartedly. All right. I know. He felt very clearly the sincere concern that Taesik always had for him. Thanks for worrying about me, the players, the travelers, the apostles inside the tower. Players are called by many different names, just like this place. Weapons, military power schemes to cling to life heroes. So in the end, players aren't true heroes, they are simply heroes of war. Just like Nadaso Ivanova, there are people who can destroy their nation's enemies without a moment's hesitation. After stepping off the train, a great doubt arose in Dusung's heart. Do they want me to become a hero like that? He tilted his head back, looking up at the gray, overcast sky, and let out a soft, appreciative sigh. What would be the point of that? There is nothing that can be considered a true hero in this war. A young girl standing by the roadside suddenly noticed his appearance. Is that the hero king? Dusung startled, hurriedly reaching up to pull his hoodie down to completely cover his face. Right, I've been too careless. The person with the girl saw that, and panicked, lowering their voice. Hey, you shouldn't point your finger like that. The hero king is a real murderer. Contrary to the panic, the girl showed extreme calmness. That's not true, I've heard about it in the media. Honestly, that guy is a hero worthy of our respect. Even though reporters aren't allowed to reveal anything after everything, no matter what they say, he's the one who's been most active in saving everyone. After every season, they even say that if it weren't for him, the world would have ended back in season 2. I even heard he secretly donates the profits from selling his shirts, though Dusung can still hear a disgruntled tone growing louder with his keen hearing. That rebuttal, isn't that just an act? About that t-shirt. It's just a marketing stunt for a legend about to debut. There's no way he isn't money-hungry. High above, the massive trial towers are still hovering in the city sky. Appearing and disappearing behind the clouds, a crowd of entertainment reporters with cameras and microphones suddenly swarmed out of nowhere. They found you. You can Dusung. The sudden siege makes him feel incredibly annoyed. In the end, he still got caught before making it home. He narrows his eyes, slightly scanning the surrounding terrain to find the fastest escape route. Before the reporters could rush him, Dusung's figure vanished into thin air. Less than a second after teleporting, he finds himself standing on the solemn stone platform of a prayer ceremony. I'd rather take temporary refuge inside this tower. There's already too much noisy gossip about me outside. Below the platform, the devout followers chant in worship, "The goddess has blessed us." His presence makes them even more overjoyed. The ritual to summon the divine warrior has succeeded. Perfect. He quickly picks up on the important keyword in the crowd's buzzing chatter. Divine. As Dusung is busy analyzing the situation and the context of this new dungeon, the girl standing before him speaks up. It is a pleasure to meet you, one who has answered our prayers, warrior from the other world. Right behind her, a brilliant divine halo erupts. I am Elysia Selena, the 37th saint of the Holy Kingdom of Selena. Dusung bows his head slightly, a smile spreading across his face too obvious. And what else? He gently takes her outstretched hand, introducing himself based on the current situation. I am a warrior who specializes in saving the world with lightning-fast speed and absolute precision, no time to waste. He proactively gets to the point with a polished offer. So how can I help you? Saint Alicia just waits for that. Alicia starts rambling, breathless. Let me tell you everything. It all started with what happened in the Philia continent. Seeing her expression clearly preparing for a long speech, the corner of Dusung's mouth twitches. All right. Start from the war between angels and demons. Interrupted so suddenly, but she doesn't show any anger. On the contrary, she remains enthusiastic. Yes, that's right. Just as one would expect from a brave warrior like yourself. It is known that the demons, those creatures imprisoned in the world of darkness beneath hell, also invaded the world of light. To prevent that invasion, the angels created sacred weapons. Over a long time, the seals have gradually lost their effectiveness. To do that, we must activate the ancient weapon. 30 minutes pass. Dusung feels his head starting to ache. His temples throb from information overload. Can we stop talking about this and start saving the world from the demon threat right now? However, Alicia insists on telling the whole story. Oh my, this story is only just beginning. Because of what happened, the angels feared humans would abuse the power of the demons, so you need to pass a trial. He is feeling incredibly regretful right now. Because of his initial impulsive decision, Dusung turns his back and walks away. Seeing that she hurriedly stops him. Where are you going, brave warrior? He answers with a cold tone while walking, to do what needs to be done. She scurries after him frantically, grabbing his shirt to hold him back. You don't even know where the demon is. Where do you think you're going? Dusung completely loses his patience. So do you know where it is? Alicia is confused by the sudden retort. No. After confirming there is no useful information, Dusung doesn't hesitate anymore. Then there's nothing left to discuss here. She mumbles, trying to persuade him one more time. But at that moment, a massive pressure weighs down, forming a swirling vortex of dark energy moving crazily right above the holy cathedral. From deep within the vortex, 2 hands and a demon's horn suddenly stick out. Alicia is completely startled by this sudden incident. What? How can a demon infiltrate the Holy Island? Witnessing their sacred place being desecrated, the crowd of followers below instantly erupts in anger. Get out! This is no place for a thing like you to set foot. A series of brilliant magic spells are activated, raining down attacks on the demon to crush it. However, those blasts of power pass straight through its body, leaving them terrified. How can holy spells and swords with holy light have no effect on it? Seeming to enjoy the fear of the mortals, the demon suddenly flashes a chilling grin. A dense ball of dark energy begins to condense at its fingertips. Realizing the situation has spiraled out of control, Du-sung can no longer stand by and watch. Everyone get back, thanks to this timely intervention. Thanks to Alicia and the followers have a chance to retreat. Warrior, we will help you. He raises a thick ice wall. It's time to distance yourself from them. Just stay right there. Sensing danger, a male guard standing next to Alicia panicked and threw his arms out to shield her, then anxiously scanned the area to check if she was all right. Are you okay? Alicia's mind was in total chaos. Yes. She looked toward the wall of ice blocking her view, her heart filled with guilt. He had jumped straight into danger. To secure our safety, there was nothing else to do. Drained of strength, Alicia dropped to her knees on the cold ground, clasped her hands to her chest, and closed her eyes in prayer. Oh, Goddess, please have mercy on us. The believers around them immediately followed suit, their voices blending into a chorus of murmurs. Please have mercy on us. The sturdy ice wall Du-sung had erected suddenly shattered into 1,000 fragments. Alicia cried out in alarm, Sir Warrior! Are you hurt anywhere? He clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. Seeing her about to rush forward, he gritted his teeth, suppressing the piercing pain deep inside to deliver his message. He left a warning for me while he was fleeing. This really depends on us now. The demons could intervene in the near future. This world, which is overflowing with the light that we have loathed for so long, will be drowned by our darkness. Du-sung took a deep breath to steady his voice. He recounted the devil's wicked message exactly. So do not attempt to stand in our way, lost warrior. Alicia couldn't believe what she was hearing, her face turning deathly pale. How could this be? Not letting her sink further into panic, Du-sung asked seriously, I don't think we can afford any more delays. Where do you think the evil might appear? Alicia's mind was in a state of utter confusion. She couldn't believe the world was coming to an end. Forced into a corner, she knew there was no turning back. I can guess a place. A moment later, the sound of galloping hooves rang out. Alicia spurred her horse forward, leading the way, and Du-sung maintained his pace, following right behind. Finally, things were moving faster. He looked down at Blackie, who was curled up into a lazy ball of fluff in his arms. You're bored, aren't you? This operation is going to be a tough fight. Memories of the moment he faced the demon earlier flashed back. Blackie had secretly helped play out a perfect act. Returning to reality as if understanding his master, it lifted its small head and let out a sharp cry in agreement. Thanks to Blackie's agility, he had easily dealt with that demon without breaking a sweat. When I use this to communicate with someone, I won't use the black sword for a while. Blackie, you too keep your thorns hidden for a bit, okay? The time will come to use them. Seeing him lagging behind, Alicia pulled on the reins and turned, asking anxiously, Sir Warrior, should we slow down a little? Her voice pulled Du-sung out of his deep thoughts. No need, I'm fine. I was just thinking about the challenges we're about to face. A sense of excitement welled up in his heart. Just as I thought, doing it my way will be more effective. This is the correct way to use a legendary skill. As soon as he stepped into the Adventurers Guild headquarters, a clerk's welcoming voice rang out. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. Du-sung went straight to the reception counter. I heard I need something in order to enter the labyrinth. The girl opposite him immediately understood the customer's request. You mean an adventurer's license, right? She efficiently processed the paperwork and handed him a small slip with the number 216. Please wait a moment. Du-sung took the slip, and he and Alicia chose an empty table in a secluded corner to sit away from the noisy crowd. Alicia lowered her voice to tell him about this land. This is Garcia, the city of Labajin, a neutral city located between the territory of the Holy Kingdom of Celestina and the Draga Empire. As the name suggests, the city is built surrounding an ancient, underground labyrinth. This is also a place full of destiny. Based on the geographical information he had just received, his mind quickly analyzed and connected the threads. It would be hard to find a better place to hide the evil, an ancient weapon of the divine entities. The clear voice of the receptionist cut through the noisy atmosphere. Number 216. The clerk named Lisa pushed a thin piece of paper toward the two of them. Please fill out these forms. Alicia, without a hint of suspicion, grabbed the pen nearby. All right. But before the nib could even touch the paper, a firm hand unexpectedly blocked her movement. Wait. His finger tapped on a hidden clause, subtly buried among a forest of complex characters. No one will be held responsible for deaths occurring within the labyrinth, and in such cases your items found will belong to the city. Do I have to agree to this to get the license? A drop of cold sweat beaded on her temple. Lisa tried to maintain as natural a smile as possible to explain, we offer fair terms for everyone. In this labyrinth, which is filled with destiny, risk goes hand in hand with danger. It all depends on your own decisions and responsibilities. Alicia was completely convinced by this. I understand. Jusung knew full well it was a trap, but in the current situation he had no choice but to compromise. This clause is certainly meticulous about reminding us to value our lives, isn't it? Receiving the folder containing both signatures, Lisa beamed brightly as she saw them off. I wish you both the best of luck, dear adventurers. After receiving the license, the two of them proceeded deep into a steep underground passageway. You have entered the ancient labyrinth level 1. Jusung waved his hand to summon a shadow sword. Let's go. Are you ready? Alicia clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a swarm of rat-like monsters, but of freakishly large proportions, lunged out. He used his thick shadow sword to block the lead rat's jagged maw. Now, Saintus, focus your spirit and condense your divine energy. Between her palms, a sharp bolt of holy light decisively sliced the monster rat's head off in an instant. Just like that, the two of them kept clearing monsters while pushing deeper inside. From here on, this is the central zone. We're moving faster than expected. Do-sung casually rested his shadow sword on his shoulder, not sparing his praise. That's all thanks to you, Saintus. Your combat ability is excellent, and your holy arts are truly miraculous. Receiving such praise from a powerful warrior, Alicia was incredibly happy. Is that so? She recalled a few strange details. It's been happening all along the way. She muttered, but every now and then adventurers appear. They attack the magical beasts charging at us and clear a path. Her heart was filled with gratitude, thinking that these strangers were kindly helping them out. We're in such a rush, so I'm very grateful to them. Looking at Alicia's pure face, he couldn't bring himself to shatter her holy innocence. I'm sure what they meant was, this is my hunting ground, get lost. She dreamily painted a beautiful vision of the future, where if adventurers all helped and fought together like that, even the demons wouldn't seem so scary anymore. I didn't want to argue with her excessive optimism, so Do-sung decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. Well, don't worry too much if they aren't like that. I'll get you an intact ancient weapon so you don't need to... Before he could finish his promise, a booming voice from ahead rudely cut in. Let's interrupt. Let's welcome these new recruits, shall we? A group of thugs armed with all sorts of weapons completely blocked the path. The leader, a man named Gator, had bulging muscles, a shaved head with tattoos, and a fierce long scar running across his right eye. You haven't paid the fee yet, but you dare come here to make a profit. Just by glancing at their filthy demeanor, Do-sung immediately read the situation. They were that kind of people. Are you guys the ones who prey on adventurers in the labyrinth? Alicia started to feel uneasy. Preying in the labyrinth. He calmly explained it to her, drawing from his own practical experience. I don't know what it's called in this world, but it's the kind of work that happens quite often in mid-sized labyrinths. It's usually called adventurer hunting. Gator stood opposite them and laughed gleefully. Exactly, since you understand so well. Why don't you just hand over everything you have? Even while facing these villains, Alicia still didn't realize the extent of their cruelty. Wait, let's just talk and resolve this. Do-sung played along with her, flashing a cheerful smile. All right, talking, that's great, Mr. Bandit. Why don't you try listening to my story? He repeated the exact same long-winded speech that Alicia had used to torture him when he first set foot in this world. Since the dawn of time, there have been divine and demonic entities. The demons brought the world to the brink of destruction. I am a warrior from another world here to save it. And to do that, I must find the ancient weapons. Gator's underlings looked at each other, confused and bewildered. What is he talking about? I don't know either. Do-sung politely gestured toward his companion to introduce her. I am searching for them with her, the 37th saintess of the Holy Kingdom of Selena. She nodded repeatedly to back up his words, her face full of pride and seriousness. Finally, Do-sung offered a perfect standard smile. So everyone, would you kindly let us pass? Alicia also used a soft, earnest tone to persuade the bandits. It is for the sake of the world, please help us with this. Their thick skulls worked at full capacity to digest the saving the world philosophy the two had just shared. Gator couldn't hold it in anymore. He threw his head back and laughed mockingly. Who do you think you are? He actually thinks he's someone, huh? Rambling on and on with nonsense. The underlings around him followed suit, laughing so hard they were crying. Boss, I think he's probably gone crazy from fear. This was the first time in her life Alicia had to experience such an ironic and humiliating situation. Witnessing the scene, Do-sung let out a soft sigh through his teeth. I knew it! He brandished his shadow sword and stood heroically in the center of their formation. Whether you are a warrior or a saintess once you enter the labyrinth, the blade's edge was so sharp, it swiped faster than the naked eye could follow. Immediately after jets of blood sprayed out, a bandit collapsed in pain, clutching his severed arm. My hand! My hand! The villains who were just laughing moments ago now turned pale as ghosts. They screamed in a panic, How dare a piece of trash like you, he's coming! He's... Suddenly, a giant battle axe wrapped in raging red flames crashed down toward Do-sung's position, accompanied by a roar of fury. You bastard! He swung his shadow sword horizontally. Using the momentum to deflect the battle axe, he sent it slamming deep into the stone floor. From a dark corner of the mine, a figure slowly stepped out. How dare you attack my men? Narrowing his eyes, he began to assess her with an unreserved gaze. You seem much stronger than you look. Seeing the face of the person who had just appeared, Alicia's mind suddenly reeled. Wait, aren't you that clerk from the Adventurers Guild? Her voice trembled violently, overcome by the sting of deceit and betrayal. But why was Do-sung not the least bit surprised as he coldly began to expose their true faces? That guild and those bandits were cut from the same cloth. All the doubts about those shady clauses in the contract earlier had been perfectly confirmed. They were running a deadly gamble. They lure amateurs into life-or-death situations, put their lives in grave danger, and then strip them of all their belongings. After all, they do everything for money, regardless of anyone else's life. Hearing Do-sung's cold explanation, Alicia's face instantly turned deathly pale, and she tremblingly raised a hand to cover her mouth to suppress the nausea rising in her throat. How could they? Lisa, not feeling a shred of conscience, even let out a mocking laugh. A naive young girl like you isn't cut out for adventuring. Did you think this is how the city of Labajin operates? Anyway, fierce crimson flames danced wildly, engulfing her massive battle axe as she brought it crashing down. It's too late to realize that now. 3 shadow blades locked tightly together, completely halting the plunge of the battle axe. On Do-sung's face, that same harmless, kind smile remained. Watch your step. Lisa was startled in horror. The combat instincts of someone who has weathered countless hardships warned her of an unpredictable danger. A dark energy had silently consumed the ground beneath the bandits before she even knew it. The one standing behind and manipulating this entire perfect trap was Blucky. The innocent, adorable, naive smile on its face didn't match the dark magic it was casting at all. After cleaning up the obstacles in their way so neatly, Do-sung turned to Alicia and announced, Saintess, the path is clear. Let's go. Looking at the ruined battlefield, she tried to force herself to regain some composure. Right. We should go. The surrounding space gradually became quiet, leaving only the sound of their footsteps echoing against the cold stone floor as they reached an area with ancient architecture. It had been abandoned for a long time. They decided to stop there after scouting around to ensure safety. Do-sung landed lightly right next to Alicia. Let's rest here tonight and continue tomorrow. Her eyes were empty and she just nodded mechanically. Knowing Alicia was falling into a mental crisis, he couldn't just let her stay silent like that forever. You look a bit worn out. Ever since we clashed with those bandits twice, you haven't looked at the world the same way without your title as a saintess, have you? Alicia's hands were unconsciously clasped tightly together, like a habit of praying whenever her mood was uneasy. The flickering light from the newly lit fire cast a glow, revealing the sadness lingering on her face. The world is coming to an end. Yet it's hard to believe that humanity is still infighting. She was truly impressed by Do-sung's calm attitude in the face of every major or minor event. Are you used to these kinds of things? He fell silent for a long time, as if searching through distant memories. I don't know. The sudden question stirred the memory of the Assassin King's declaration in his mind. A world creation requires a war hero. Dusung looked into the empty void ahead and sighed. Every world is the same. Hearing that, Alicia fell into deep thought and whispered softly, Is that so? Under the flickering firelight illuminating the labyrinth's night, her curiosity partially overcame her fear. What kind of place is your home? Hearing Alicia's curious question about himself, Dosung pondered for a moment before speaking up. My home has been threatened many times. He turned toward her and smiled with a touch of bitterness. None of us can foresee the future or stop what's meant to happen, so it's even harder to realize when we've accidentally touched on painful memories. She looked slightly flustered. I'm sorry if asking that made you uncomfortable. But Dusung didn't mind what had just been mentioned and continued, The first time, actually no. In truth, I thought there was nothing until the third time. He reminisced about the distant past, but as he closed his eyes, he brought out the thoughts he had always kept hidden in his heart. Everyone only thinks of themselves. Alicia was drawn into his story. And what about you? Seeing that she really wanted to know the answer, the warrior curved his lips with amusement, then tossed the question back at her. Me? What do you think? In place of a reply was a long silence. She kept her focus on the person opposite her, her eyebrows slightly raised and the corners of her mouth curved into a look of contemplation. Only when the silence had almost blended into the night wind did Alicia slowly speak, Me. That response caught Dusung off guard for a moment, and right after a hearty laugh echoed through the quiet space. What do you mean, no way? When the stories finally came to an end, they both leaned against the cold cliff face and drifted off to sleep. A while later, Dusung jolted awake in confusion. Why is it so quiet? Time seemed to stand still, as Automata suddenly appeared looking like a multi-level marketing agent. You're awake. Want to buy a few card packs? That familiar pitch made him pause in thought. It's time for me to get ready. Need 2 more levels, after weighing his options. Dusung immediately made a request. Show me the item list. It wasn't the card packs. A few days later, on the 100th floor, which had now turned into a battlefield, Medusa unleashed a series of fierce attacks, shrieking arrogantly. We, the demon race, shall seize the portal die. The warrior Dusung took charge of the combat while Alicia stayed behind, constantly supporting him with prayers, Please show mercy. Divine energy washed over his body. That was the moment Dusung suddenly launched himself into the air and dived straight toward the giant snakehead. As he closed in on the target, he poured all his strength into a finishing blow. The blade cut sharply through the air and sliced straight through Medusa's body, causing her to shriek in agony. Before her final collapse, she tried to lift her arm to leave her last words. Demon Lord, please forgive my failure. I could not capture the portal. Witnessing the scene, Dusung just nodded and replied, Rest in peace. A familiar notification window appeared. You have leveled up. He relaxed his body after the battle had just ended. He rolled his neck and let out a heavy breath. That was a real struggle, man. Despite the lines of text scrolling across his vision, you have received 10,000 achievement points, a special reward, a random skill card set. He saw Alicia walking toward him. Dusung immediately brought up the doubt still weighing on his heart. Isn't the demon race appearing too conveniently? I just passed the trial. How could they have shown up immediately? But instead of dwelling on that question, she just smiled and offered him praise. Well done. Just at that moment, a brilliant column of light erupted in the void, catching both of them off guard, as abundant mana converged into a floating orb before them. Alicia exclaimed joyfully, That is the portal. Grabbing the object as it slowly descended, Dusung observed it for a moment and remarked, It's an ancient weapon, so it looks pretty simple. The system confirmed, You have received the quest item. Fragment of the white portal. As light from above bathed the ground once more, Alicia could not hide her surprise. Labijin. Then she turned her gaze toward the portal. The space was appearing, and she noted, It seems it's time for us to step through. Just as they both passed through the gateway, Alicia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. We made it out. Thank God. But before the joy could even settle in, a familiar voice rang out, causing her expression to change instantly. You two have worked hard. Saintess Alicia and the warrior from the other world. Appearing before them was Milvader with his Black Guard Legion already waiting. He stood there with a calculated smile. Thanks to the two of you, searching for the kingdom's portal has become much easier. Facing the pair, he added with unconcealed smugness, if that's the case, then the power of the portal will belong to the kingdom now. I mean, it belongs to me, Milvader. Now hand it over. Seeing the greed in the opponent's attitude, Du-sung suspiciously asked, I don't think he's on our side, right? Alicia immediately revealed the identity of the person blocking their path. He is the first prince of the Daraga kingdom. Seeing the opponent didn't reply, he sneered, threatening, if you hand it over obediently, I will spare your lives. But she wasn't swayed in the slightest and firmly refused, no. The power of the portal only serves to protect the world from the demon race. Hearing that, Milvader immediately took out a purple gemstone and held it up excitedly. Don't worry. Once I have enough pieces of the portal in my hands, those demon scum will have to surrender. Realizing the opponent was determined to pursue his ambition to the end, Du-sung angrily summoned his shadow sword and swung it hard through the air. Damn it! It fell right into our hands, too! Because the two of them still refused to hand over the treasure. Milvader clenched his fist and coldly gave the order, I think talking is useless. Attack my proud swordsmen of the kingdom. The moment the call to arms rang out, the black guards all drew their swords from their waists. It's time to prove your loyalty and bravery. A series of steel blades were raised in the atmosphere, which was boiling with battle spirit. It was time for the final part of the scene as the army armed with weapons moved in to surround them. The system's warning sound rang out repeatedly. The first prince of the Daraga kingdom and his close guards, the Black Guard, are targeting the power of the portal. Du-sung waved his hand, cloning the shadow sword to create an arc that covered the battle line, while Alicia behind him clasped her hands to her chest to cast a holy spell, Please have mercy. Lines of data appeared continuously. You have received a buff effect from the Saintess Alicia. A new source of power quickly spread through his body. Merging with every sword hovering in midair, their power and speed boosted, they turned into streaks of light that shot straight toward the opposing army. Realizing the battle formation was collapsing, a Black Guard soldier spoke up in a hurry, Prince, we must retreat. We can't hold on any longer. But Milvader stood still, veins bulging on his forehead as he gripped the crystal in his palm. From the disintegrating fragments, a swirling mass of dark energy erupted, making the surrounding air heavy. No, not yet! His roar of determination had just echoed when a warning screen appeared in front of Du-sung. First Prince Milvader has caused the power of the portal to go berserk. Looking at the flashing red data, he could only sigh inwardly. I had a feeling it would come to this. Then he turned to report the situation. Saintess, it seems the power of the portal is going berserk. The very moment the dark energy enveloped Milvader's body and exploded violently, Du-sung immediately raised his shield to block the view as a colossal, deformed figure appeared on the battlefield. The Black Guards all turned pale and shouted in panic. The first prince watched the opponent standing motionless and couldn't help but feel bewildered, asking, Are you all right? But that concern was met only by a savage wave of the hand, sending one of them flying away instantly. Get lost, you useless idiots, realizing that Milvast had completely lost all control. The Black Guards panicked and fled as the prince turned into a monster, so not missing the opportunity right in front of him, Du-sung called out, Saintess, keep applying the buffs. Alicia quickly responded, Understood. At that very moment, he raised his hand above his head to summon equipment to cover his body. As the incantation echoed, the ground beneath his feet began to shake violently. Earthquake potion gunpowder. Violent streams of lava erupted from deep within the earth, forming a blazing red fire zone that surrounded Milvast, taking advantage of the moment his vision was obscured by the heat waves. Du-sung accelerated to close in from behind. Each precise sword strike made his opponent roar in pain, but to Milvast it was barely a scratch. He gritted his teeth in anger. You damn warrior! The furious roar had just ended when the giant arm reached forward. Do you think you can hide behind fire and I won't be able to catch you? Facing that aggressive counterattack, Du-sung only flashed a confident smile, and when Milvast reached the figure in front of him, it suddenly dissolved into a mist. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above the opponent's head with his sword pointing straight down. Your eyes are on your head because you're obsessed with power. That's why you can only see that much. Am I right? As the mocking words finished, Du-sung turned into a cold streak of light piercing through Milvast before landing on the ground. Taking the full force of Du-sung's attack, Milvast spat out a mouthful of blood, and without enough strength to utter another word as he stood tall, the giant's massive body crashed down onto the ground with a heavy tremor. Just then, A pale blue mist appeared in mid-air, followed by a familiar data window. You have retrieved the quest item Dome Fragment 2 out of 2. After that, a pillar of light suddenly descended from above, covering Dusung, leaving him speechless. What kind of third-rate mobile game cutscene is this in that very second? The dome fragment slowly floated into the air, hovering amidst the endlessly swirling light. Just a few seconds later, the mass of matter shattered into countless specks of light, revealing a more complete object inside. Witnessing that scene, Alicia was momentarily dazed, then softly called out the name of the dome. The system's voice echoed, "You have leveled up." Having obtained the newly appeared item, Dusung secretly rejoiced. Everything had ended smoothly. The data notification continued. "You have reached level 5 and can enter the Awakening Tower." When everything was done, he gave a relaxed smile and held the glowing object toward Alicia. "It's all over. Please accept this." Faced with that unexpected action, she couldn't help but be stunned. "You want to give the dome fragment to me?" Seeing her shocked reaction, Dusung just curled his lips and replied with a firm attitude. "Besides you, who else could handle it, Saintess?" But she refused. "I am not qualified to possess this power." Seeing that Alicia still hadn't overcome the hesitation in her heart, he didn't continue to persuade her the usual way, but deliberately shifted to a different approach. "Then shall I give it to the Duga Kingdom?" Catching the change in her expression, he understood the issue immediately, so he gently took her hand. "You should think of it this way. I'd rather use it myself than give it to those idiots." But Alicia once again hurriedly refused. "I cannot be irresponsible with the unparalleled and dangerous power of the dome fragment." Even so, Dusung still placed the glowing object into her hands as if he had decided beforehand. "In my experience, those who go mad and are carried away by power, and then destroy the whole world," he smiled, his eyes closing in calmness, "are usually those who carry too heavy a responsibility on their shoulders. But Saintess, you will fight alongside everyone." "Right." Amidst that silence, Alicia held the dome fragment in her hands and reflected on the words Dusung had just spoken. A moment later, she carefully hugged it to her chest. The heavy, crushing feeling seemed to dissipate along with it. "Thank you. You've made me feel much more at ease." Dusung nodded under the light radiating from below. "I am very happy to hear you say that." Immediately after, a series of information appeared before his eyes. "You have completed the Sword and Magic Tower Continental Strength. After safely retrieving the dome fragment, Saintess Alicia has prevented the demon invasion and preserved peace for the entire continent. Saintess Alicia trusts you deeply. Your special reward is unlocked Saintess's Protection, rank A." The sky was clear blue. Sunlight shone through the window glass and spilled across the room. Curled up in bed, Dusung lazily scrolled through his phone. "I just conquered a tower, and a whole week has already passed. I think resting like this is fine, but it seems a bit excessive." Reading the lines of content constantly mentioning himself, he quickly changed his mind, or not. While looking up at the ceiling, he pondered, then decided that there was nothing wrong with that. After all, it was only the middle of January. There are still many important things now. A few days later, amidst the crowded street, Dusung quietly wove through the throng of people with a wary look, because right now, he was being chased by a group of reporters. As soon as they spotted his figure, the whole crowd rushed forward. "This way! Sir Kang Dusung, please give our magazine a chance to—" Not even bothering to hear the full sentence, he just felt speechless and muttered as he walked in, watching himself disappear in an instant. Hansuk helplessly watched. He's already entered the tower. The people around were curious. "Which tower is that? There's no information at all." Speaking of which, they shouted in unison, wondering if they were all thinking the same thing, or perhaps could he have entered the Tower of Awakening? Just as Dusung appeared, a voice suddenly echoed, resonating through the silent space. "I have been waiting for you, child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents." As soon as he opened his eyes, he replied without a hint of hesitation, "Cut the chatter and just start the test already." When the lights flickered on, countless mirrors reflecting different images appeared around Dusung, followed by a mocking laugh. "You're certainly impatient, aren't you?" The face in the mirror suddenly contorted, then grinned wickedly. "Even if you hadn't said it, I was about to begin." Every single reflection began to move, lunging straight at Dusung from all directions, right now, right here. In an instant, they all shattered simultaneously. Amidst the countless shards covering the ground, the sound of footsteps echoed, approaching from the deep darkness. A figure holding a sword slowly emerged and stopped in front of Dusung. The Clown King smirked. "So it really is you." You aren't even surprised, are you? Dusung didn't bother to answer. He raised his hand, summoning a barrage of sharp swords that hovered around him. Facing him, the Clown King did the same. In the blink of an eye, two streams of sharp steel tore through the air, clashing violently. Darkness swirled throughout the space, but it couldn't stop Dusung. His figure flashed from its original position as the two silhouettes moved rapidly. Weaving through the countless streaks of light intersecting across the battlefield, they clashed directly. The smile on the Clown King's face never faded as his arms moved incessantly. Observing the techniques his opponent deployed, Dusung mused, "A fake copying my attacks so precisely." Two blades struck each other right in midair. It created a shockwave that rippled across the battlefield. As soon as he landed on the ground, he released jets of pitch-black energy that surged forward along the earth. I've fought him every season, yet it still leaves a bad taste in my mouth. Opposite him, the Clown King quickly raised his sword to receive the incoming attack. Immediately, he returned it in kind using the exact same technique. Dusung summoned a solid screen to encase his body, the armor deflecting the enemy's strike. The power flowing within his body was channeled into a counterattack surging forward. The blessing of one who has surpassed death automatically deflected the lethal damage. But at almost the same moment, a similar blast of light erupted from the opposite side, colliding violently with Dusung's strike. Every technique he used was neutralized in the exact same way. He couldn't wait any longer and shouted for Blackie, but all that replied was a cold system notification. Summoning familiar spirits is restricted in this area. While blocking the incoming attack, Dusung clicked his tongue in frustration. So that way doesn't work, huh? In his heart, he had already reached a conclusion. The way to overcome this was actually simple. He landed on the ground and chose the path he had realized long ago. He raised his sword power, surging toward the steel blade like a flood seeking the river's mouth. But a second later, his stern expression suddenly faltered and tightened. A stream of crimson blood suddenly spilled from the corner of his mouth because in that very moment, the weapons in the hands of both Dusung and the Clown King had simultaneously pierced each other's bodies. Yet the Clown King didn't seem to care, his lips still curling into an amused smile. "Why are you so serious?" The crimson liquid dripped silently to the ground, yet his tone remained strangely calm. "You can become a hero, but becoming a villain is fine too. What we become is up to us to decide." Every word slowly echoed through the silent space, carrying a seductive power. "So you don't need to be so serious." As he spoke, the Clown King slowly raised his hand. "Because in this world there is nothing that requires such careful consideration." Both of them, almost at the same time, reached for the other's face, furrowing his brows at the Clown King, who was still standing there nonchalantly. Dusung suddenly felt that the opponent's incessant babbling was more annoying than anything. "I have a magical trick to make your mouth shut up." In response to the warning, the Clown King remained silent, as if waiting for the next move to copy it again. But this time, Dusung seized the opportunity. He immediately snatched the mask off the opponent's face. Losing the object that sustained its existence, the figure instantly vanished. He lifted the mask and put it on his own face. Once finished, he looked up at the void ahead and asked, "Is there anything else I have to do?" As the words faded, laughter echoed. The Clown King appeared in his true form. "Child of 1,000 faces and 1,000 talents, choose your new face and your new talent." Under the warm sun, which constantly radiated light all around the hospital building, stood tall amidst the peaceful scenery. Deep inside, a figure was running extremely fast. "Huh! Ha!" In the empty hallway, their clear goal was the door ahead. It turned out that the person was none other than Tae-sik. With a look of panic, he reached the room where Dusung was lying. As he steadied himself, heavy, ragged breaths escaped his throat. And facing his own anxiety, Tae-sik saw the Hero King relaxed as if he hadn't encountered a single problem. "You've arrived." Possessing a relationship built over many years, he didn't forget to crack a joke. "How can you come to visit a patient? And come empty-handed like that?" Letting out a sigh of relief, Tae-sik didn't feel annoyed. He was happy at what he saw. "Since your tongue is still as sharp as ever, I suppose you must be healthy again." At that very moment, he smiled wide enough to show his pearly white teeth, reminding Dusung, "You've played around enough, kid. We've got to keep world peace, haven't we?" The Hero King immediately got a death stare from him. "You expect me to go to work while I've got a hole in my chest?" Obviously, TC didn't buy that act for a second because he knew Yu-sung better than anyone. "Look at him making excuses. I'm betting you've already absorbed the potion," he thought, "and used your healing skills right." To his surprise, the response he got was completely different from what he expected. Even if it doesn't look serious, this isn't just some ordinary wound. You understand, don't you? A bead of sweat rolled down TC's cheek. He had to admit it wasn't strange. His monarch wasn't just some average guy, so that recent awakening probably wasn't easy at all. Letting out a long sigh, Yu Sung couldn't help but let the realization slip out. It's not that serious. An awakening at level 50 takes on a different form. It depends on the taste of each monarch. In my case, the reward for defeating myself was gaining my own talents. In other words, at that moment, Yu Sung would hold in his hands every skill card and stat he had accumulated until now. He curled his lips into a satisfied smirk as the notifications flooded in. You have acquired the Frost Sword. You have acquired Ice Bolt. You have acquired Perception. Returning to the present, Yu Sung calmly expressed himself and didn't forget to question TC. I've gotten what I wanted. So everything is fine. What's the mission? TC excitedly pulled out what he always kept in his jacket pocket. Find a villain and give him a beating. Naturally, the item in TC's hand was a smartphone. It was live streaming a video with the title, Which Dark Player is the Serial Arsonist? He was a true villain, a rare sight in this day and age. Terrified screams echoed from the speaker, "It's burning!" And in the meantime, the musician behind that horrifying fire incident was enjoying the twisted pleasure of his own creation. These screams, the enchanting melodies of despair. Each time the baton in his hand swung, flames erupted violently. Tremble, you ignorant fools, at that reality. Dongsu smiled from ear to ear and continued to make his insane declarations. I, the distinguished artist, will show you the path through my masterpieces. His performance, clearly full of cries for help mixed with deafening explosions, had satisfied the one above. Burn the whole world down. Let that fire spread everywhere. After a round of self-praise, the Fire Monarch showed his joy and rewarded Dongsu. Amidst the tension thick enough to snap a string, he didn't care at all that a group of police officers was slowly closing in from behind. As always, Fire King, you are the only one who understands my art. It turned out Dongsu had realized it from the start. Contempt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Oh no, those stupid people with weapons are here to catch me again. The next second, he sprang off the railing and vanished right in front of the police officer. Damn it, voices from different people immediately broke out, filled with gravity. It looks like the culprit has entered the tower. Which tower is it? The level 4 arena tower. And considering the maximum number of people who could follow there were only 3. Someone couldn't help but be furious. Damn it, the entrance limit. Contrary to the panic of those around him, Yu Sung calmly assessed the situation. In his mind, this player was no hero. Watching the city sinking into sorrow, he clearly understood the enemy's nature. Even without meeting him, he knew this was someone who would drown the world in fire. Now, Yu Sung's pupils contracted intensely, proving just how much he loathed Dongsu's actions. This guy isn't just some normal crazy person. Entering the tower in the blink of an eye, he was transported into the level 4 arena tower, accompanied by the roaring crowd. Confidently and refreshingly relying on his own strength, he didn't even bother to notice who had just appeared, arrogantly shouting, "What kind of idiot entered?" Then shock immediately manifested perfectly on Dongsu's face the moment he saw his opponent's identity. "You!" He decisively summoned his thin sword. Radiating a brilliant blue light, Yu Sung coolly affirmed, "That's right, it's me." Facing the strongest player of the current era, Dongsu didn't fear him. He was so excited his volume increased. "Hero King, someone like you must surely understand my art, right?" Before he could even finish his sentence, Yu Sung cut him off neatly. "So you're a lunatic who calls himself an artist?" His sharp phoenix eyes narrowed as his observation focused on every movement. "Dongsu, I really can't understand why this world is so full of lunatics like you." And clearly his mocking tone had succeeded. It made the guy's expression change 180 degrees. Full of "how dare you?" At that moment, he directly created a shockwave filled with crimson energy by unleashing his unique skill, Hellfire Orchestra. "You look down on my art by treating it like a mass-produced product, huh? Ignite my fire." With flexible movements and sharp reflexes, Yu Sung managed to escape the attack that suddenly erupted where he had been standing. Dongsu's screams hadn't stopped there. A large-scale flame attack was unleashed by him. Unfortunately for him, Yu Sung possessed a skill perfectly suited to neutralize that heat with the unique vision of someone who called himself an artist. Suddenly overcome with an inexplicable rage, seeing his enemy still acting so cocky, he grew more furious than ever before. In the very next moment, he unleashed a brutal, lethal technique. A gargantuan, mountain-crushing seal was summoned by Dong-su, crashing down directly onto the spot where Du-sung was standing. He'd caught him. Yet the power gap was too vast. The technique, which seemed so fierce, couldn't hold him for even a few seconds. As he hovered in midair, he didn't even hesitate to declare, "That's not enough to stop me. It's time to finish this now." Little did he know, the moment that final word fell, Du-sung's entire body was swallowed by two crushing walls slamming together. Despite the terrifying, blistering heat that erupted immediately afterward, even he was hit with a heavy debuff, landing with a bone-jarring thud onto the arena floor. Dong-su let out a booming, arrogant laugh. With pride reaching up to the clouds, he boasted, "I can't believe I created such a masterpiece. Alongside the Hero King, no less. This must be a masterpiece." But then another shift occurred. As Du-sung's body, which was supposedly engulfed in flames, began to speak, "Where are you looking?" That was just an illusion. In a blink, he had reappeared behind Dong-su, landing a clean, swift slash across his arm as he spoke. "Just a mirror image of mine." Seeing his opponent completely unscathed by his sharp steel blade, a flicker of cold surprise crossed his icy gaze. He dodged that! The next moment, Dong-su plunged into a whirlpool of confusion, stammering out questions. "How you're a product of an illusion spell, you shouldn't be able to talk." With the corner of his lips curled into a 45-degree smirk, Du-sung replied, "Obviously, I'm not kind enough to give you a long, detailed review about that." Then the moment he activated his 2-star legendary tier Eyes of Truth skill, a series of his clones appeared simultaneously, encircling the enemy flawlessly. "I'll bring you a full audience." His brows tightened with every passing second. The smile from a moment ago vanished from his face, replaced by Du-sung's burning rage. With a sharp shove of his hands, the illusions created by his eyes surged forward, rushing toward Dong-su with the clear intent of, "This is your final performance before death." Yet contrary to the resentment he felt moments ago, he suddenly bared his teeth in a wide grin. "My art reveres the truth I have pursued all this time." Dong-su immediately erupted flames, surging around his body, attempting a suicide attack before Du-sung's swords could reach him. "I will never die." And clearly the carnage he caused was no small feat. Even Du-sung had to grit his teeth and cover his face against the intense firepower. The next second, a "You win" notification appeared right before his eyes, leaving him, someone who hadn't even had the chance to do anything else, bewildered and unable to react before the blue screen updated with another message. "The raid has been successful. Choose your exit." Du-sung hissed through his teeth, "Damn it, there are 2 exits." And since players couldn't kill each other inside the tower, he grumbled to himself, "At least I can make him taste defeat at the exit." Instead of choosing Seoul in Korea, naturally, Du-sung decided to go to Calais, France. Just as he was teleporting there, the judgment was passed down upon the self-proclaimed artist in a split second. That was enough for him to appear at the building, witnessing Dong-su running for his life. "He's choosing to die in France." His eyebrows were knitted so tightly they seemed ready to touch, proving that Du-sung's mood was anything but good. Sure enough, he was there. Then, to avoid wasting time, he decisively threw himself forward, mana blazing over his body. "Do you think you can escape from my grasp?" Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed frost-covered slashes forward with such lethal precision that no one could doubt them. No matter how hard Dong-su tried to run, he was nearly frozen solid. But Du-sung didn't stop there. His long-toned legs pushed off the gray, frost-touched ground, his aura burning with intensity in every movement. The distance between them shrank to the point where only a miracle could save him. Today was clearly Dong-su's lucky day, as a barrier glowing with holy golden light appeared, and successfully blocked Du-sung's sword aura, simultaneously drawing his sharp attention. The source of this sudden interference was a young woman standing nearby. Not far away, it turned out to be none other than Maria, one of the top 10 players famously known as the Saintess. "Please lower your weapon, Mr. Kang." Confronted by Maria's sudden arrival, Du-sung tapped on her barrier, asking, "What are you doing here, Saintess?" The person standing before him was indeed Maria. Besides the title she was just called by, she held another position, president of the Rescue Knights Guild. The name said it all. Naturally, Maria was here for the mission she had been entrusted with. "The French government asked us to cooperate in the investigation of dark players. We've been waiting here since receiving information that the tower leads to this location." Smiling brightly like the sun hanging high in the sky, Du-sung replied with his coldest proposal yet. "In that case, can you help me punch a hole through that arsonist's stomach?" And not failing her title as a saintess, she firmly retorted, "No, I cannot let you kill him. Calmly continuing to speak, she stated, "Killing a suspect during an arrest is only acceptable in absolutely unavoidable circumstances." He held that 45-degree smirk as he let out a sigh. "You really are such a saintess, aren't you?" That sounds like a sudden, sarcastic realization. "Guess it's true, you really are a saint, aren't you?" "I'm sorry," Maria replied, completely ignoring the sarcasm. She stated calmly that hatred only breeds more hatred, her brow furrowing deeply at that moment. She argued that just because he committed a crime, it doesn't mean you have to sink to his level. The disagreement continued as Jinwoo saw his actions as common sense. "What's the big deal about taking out a shadow player?" Maria raised her voice, emphasizing every word. "I'm not saying this for him or for myself. I'm saying it for you." You shot back, throwing her own words right back at her. "I'm doing this for you, Saintess." The argument dragged on endless, giving Dong-soo the chance to start breaking free from the frost binding him. Her voice. "Do you have any idea what kind of consequences an action like that will have on the whole world?" With no overwhelming power left, the command baton in his hand burst into violent flames the moment he broke free. Naturally, things didn't end there, as the firepower exploded more intensely than ever before. Who could have seen that coming? He had pre-planned his own self-destruction, drawing Jinwoo's gaze. Wait, aren't attacks within a protective barrier supposed to be contained? "Jinwoo!" With eyes full of raw emotion, she repeated the words she had said before. "I told you. I'm trying to protect you." Next to the smoking corpse of his own self-destruction, Maria moved in to apprehend the criminal. The case was closed. "We'll handle the handover of the criminal. You go get some rest now." His aquamarine eyes rested on Dong-soo for a moment, a whirlwind of thoughts spinning through his mind. Whether he liked it or not, Jinwoo realized he didn't need to do anything more, so he nodded. "If that's what you say, I'll play along." He turned and walked away decisively, not forgetting to let out a long, weary sigh. The attack on the law had been useless. However, from beneath his feet, suddenly that familiar purple energy appeared, the shadow-like power combined with his own shadow. Stubborn as he was, it was clear he had no intention of letting Dong-soo off the hook so easily, even though the guy was already half dead. Sadly, as a partner who had worked with Jinwoo for years, Maria calmly wore a smile mixed with indignation, blocking him. "It's useless," he exhaled, looking annoyed. "You're just like this." Disappointed that the roundup failed? Maybe. It was a pity, but having long understood his opponent's power, Jinwoo showed exactly what it meant to have a plot armor, especially with that monster's maw, gaping open to its extreme. "I already planned for this too." Maria's subordinates were stunned and thrown into chaos by the sudden appearance. Sweat rolled down their faces now. Her pupils trembled violently, unable to believe the scene unfolding before her. Stepping into the pool of red syrup that had just leaked from Dong-soo's body, Maria, who had been furious just moments ago, stood frozen as Jinwoo returned to his normal form. He calmly raised his hands in surrender before her subordinates' swords, while a system notification pinged. "Your provocation stat has skyrocketed." Watching from the distant sky, the monarch was going wild over the developments his apostle had just triggered. Without a hint of panic about being surrounded, Jinwoo calmly uttered every word. "Do you know how many people have died because of that madman? Including children, too!" The atmosphere was as tense as a string ready to snap at any moment. Beneath his firm tone, "I can't forgive him, and I have no reason to. Aren't these shadow players destroying the world faster than the towers themselves?" Now a storm of emotions flickered across Maria's face, her anxiety rising higher than ever, but that didn't mean, and you continued as if you were already used to being called that. "Is someone who punches a hole in a monster also a monster?" Jinwoo calmly released his declaration. "Then I'd rather be a monster." Suddenly her slender fingers rested lightly on your shoulder. She turned your face toward her, her eyes brimming with deep emotion. Maria paused for a moment before calling your name, Jinwoo, and every word she spoke carried an unwavering resolve. You are not a monster. Time drifted by slowly. Before long, the sun had nearly reached its peak, as blinding rays of sunlight poured down, warming the building, standing tall and imposing. Just then, on the other side, Jinwoo's phone rang with a familiar explosive shout. "Who cares about that trashy charity work? You said you weren't some psychopathic killer." A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He couldn't help but fire back at the person who had given him the mission. "TX, you're going to make my ears fall off. You're the one who told me to take him out, so that's what I did. Why are you getting mad now?" Regarding the whole story he recounted earlier. The uncle was left speechless by the beginning, saying, "I didn't tell you to publicly execute that madman." Do-sung responded matter-of-factly. The hero king just used a bit too much force, and cut him off, saying, "The French government actually begged me to drag you back. In fact, I've already handled everything. I've booked you a flight for tomorrow morning. Get on the plane and come back here." Looking at the note with 7 p.m. scrawled on it, he sighed and replied, "I still have work to do. I need to understand just how much trouble the opponent is capable of causing." TC immediately raised his voice. "What are you planning now? If you cause any trouble, I'm definitely going to." Do-sung put on a playful smirk. "I need to have a private life too, you know that, don't you?" "I'll let you know once I have a concrete plan." Success. He provoked his uncle until he was shouting, "Damn it, Do-sung," but before he could scold him any further, he firmly hung up, sighed at the person sitting across from him, said, "Thank you for helping me," and shrugged as he admitted, "I owe you one. So this is the least I can do, and I have no reason to refuse anyway," Maria replied, flashing a smile as bright as the sun hanging overhead. "That makes me feel much better." Closing the distance between them, Do-sung sat right down next to her. "All right then, make yourself at home." Unfortunately, before their shoulders could even touch, she stood up as if nothing had happened. "See you in Paris tomorrow," she said, shaking her head wearily, clearly bothered by the personal space between them. "You're really good at drawing lines, aren't you?" With a look of exasperation, Maria walked away, leaving Do-sung puzzled. "Don't you want to say anything else?" She paused for a moment, shook her head, and replied, "No. Have a pleasant evening." Immediately after, she quickly walked out and closed the door of Do-sung's room. Sung looked like he was avoiding something. As it turned out, the Saintess Maria was deep in thought. Her brows knitted together with a thought constantly circling in her mind. Is it really okay to be involved with him like this? Time passed, and soon they entered the Level 6 Revolutionary War Tower, where carriages lined up along the neatly paved trails. They sped forward at an incredible speed, kicking up clouds of white dust. Leaning out of the 20th century carriage window, Do-sung calmly summoned an ice shield. Since the raid mission's final scenario was underway, he couldn't just play defense, he had to take the initiative against the enemy. The tight furrow of his brow was enough to show just how serious Do-sung was about this. To ensure everything went smoothly, he didn't forget to consult with Maria. "There's a bridge ahead. Let's block them here." She responded firmly without a moment's hesitation. "Okay." Because their scenario objective was to protect the king's nobles from the revolutionary army. Neither of them hesitated, knowing it might cause trouble with the opposition, working in perfect sync. Do-sung and Maria struck the bridge simultaneously. Under the weight of their combined power, the stone structure crumbled, falling into the calm river below. The carriage carrying the ruling nobles sped away toward the grand mansion, while the two of them stood there calmly waiting for the enemy to charge. Contrasting with her serious expression, he showed a clear sense of mockery, his sword radiating a fierce, challenging, cold aura. "Come on, then, if you dare." However, something unexpected happened. A hand suddenly rose to signal a halt. "Don't shoot." To avoid meaningless casualties, the Revolutionary Army representative stepped forward to question the outsider. "Why are you two doing this?" Stepping forward, Lucien spoke with a heavy, deliberate tone. "Until now, aren't you both fighting for the Revolutionary Army, for the spirit of a new world?" In the next second, his frustration flared so intensely that the veins popped on his face and hands. "It's the return of the Saintess without her. We would never have won." Tears of indignation welled up in his eyes as Lucien questioned Maria, his faith in her completely shattered. "Why are you not fighting for those ideals? Those great ideals?" Maria's mood grew heavier than ever before as she faced his desperate pleas. "Why have you sided with the fallen royalty? Come back, Saintess, we don't want to fight you." After hearing his entire emotional outburst, Do-sung finally understood the reason, appearing beside her at that moment. "Is this why you needed my help?" Getting a nod from Maria, he stated. "So this isn't your first world, is it?" Maria nodded and replied in detail after a moment of hesitation. "The first time I entered this tower, it was a level 5 tower of freedom, equality, and unity." Every word she spoke seemed to bring those distant memories to life, fighting for what they believed was right. "I didn't hesitate for even a second." The familiar words, like they were pulled straight from a textbook, made Do-sung sink into such deep thought that he ended up muttering them aloud. "Why does that sound so familiar, liberty, equality, and solidarity?" Following Do-sung's suspicion, Maria added, "That's exactly it." That lesson belongs to Maria. Those were the slogans of the Great Revolution in the past. After a short pause, he effortlessly summarized the whole situation in a single sentence. So the people who were once fighting for justice have now become your enemies. If you want to switch sides now, just tell me. The emotional pain she was enduring seemed too heavy. Her expression had gone completely still, almost soulless. The tower is a restricted entity. For the sake of the future, we have to fight them to reach level 6 and finish this. Because if we stand with them, we'll be stuck at level 5 forever. Faced with her explanation, Du Sung made his decision decisively. Then we'll just fight like always. Even if you're uncomfortable, don't think about switching sides. Finally, a smile returned to Maria's face. She couldn't help but feel grateful for his support. I'm so glad I can climb the tower with you. The chatter passed, and Lucien N stepped forward, barking out an order at the top of his lungs. Outsiders hand over the noble. What a pity. That was all he received in response. A blast of freezing air erupted from Du Sung's hand, shocking the subordinate standing right next to the captain. The attacker smirked with a look of disdain. A noble, you say? Like a gun that had just fired his palm was still scorching hot after unleashing the blue energy. Do you people still think of yourselves as apostles carrying out God's will? With terrifyingly accurate aim, Du Sung successfully put on a display of intimidation. This is my final warning. The bridge has collapsed. Retreat. We don't want to shed any more of your blood. Unfortunately, even though Lucien was nearly exhausted by his hand, he showed unwavering commitment to his ideals. Refusing, I cannot do that. Even if the person we have to fight is you. If it's for the greater good. In the next moment, Lucien decisively summoned his armor, which covered his entire body. Simultaneously, he ordered his subordinates behind him, "We will execute anti-outsider tactics right now." His resounding, powerful voice echoed throughout the vast space. Prepare combat stances for tactical armor. In just a blink of an eye, the revolutionaries who had been wearing early 20th century uniforms jumped straight into the future. Guided by Lucien, they released their magical armor without a moment's rest. As soon as he was equipped, he immediately focused his energy into the cannon located on his arm. For liberty and equality. A barrage of nuclear warheads tore through the air, heading straight for the two of them. Naturally, this display couldn't stop someone as agile as Du Sung. And then the moment they landed on the tile floor, Maria deployed her skill, granting Du Sung buffs like Keen Faith and Seraph's Armor. The system screen reminded him, the owner of the Saintess title is by your side. The effect of Saintess's protection has been increased by 1,000%. Feeling the changes in his body, Du Sung was genuinely surprised by his own speed. Everything was moving in slow motion. Not stopping at just dodging, he decisively swung his sword successfully, blocking an attack from the Revolutionary Army just as the battle reached its climax. As it got more intense than ever, Du Sung paused, his eyes filled with thought. At this rate, Maria, who had once led the resistance against the military, at the 5th floor of this tower, couldn't possibly be a weakling who only knew how to hide behind him. Du Sung stepped back. I'll take the lead. However, before he could land, a single blow. His every move was blocked by her in the nick of time. Everything went silent in the night sky. Nothing emitted any light but him. She called out his name. Du Sung ignored Maria's confusion and officially entered the battle swiftly and unilaterally, massacring the enemy. Even as a powerful man worthy of the title Hero King, he had to silently admire them. The army at the level 6 tower was naturally very strong, but he didn't expect them to accurately predict his movements in the dark. Faced with the energy about to burst from the enemy's arm, Du Sung quickly shouted, "Saintess, raise your shield!" Without a hint of doubt, Maria followed the order and successfully blocked the blue light that would have otherwise injured her. In the next moment, she couldn't hold back and shouted in an extremely urgent tone, "Du Sung, shed the veil of absolute darkness!" But he had already made up his mind not to let her kill the allies she had once fought alongside. Don't interfere. Sitting firmly on his back, Du Sung didn't forget to add, "I'm enjoying your buffs." Flashing a set of pearly white teeth worthy of a toothpaste commercial, he raised the issue. Besides, the experience points are split evenly anyway, right? Right. After a bout of fighting, the light gradually returned. With the words coming from Du Sung's throat, and thanks to her, his face and clothes were splattered with thick, clotted blood. He still held a smile on his lips as he looked toward Maria. Surrounded by a series of corpses, he nonchalantly shrugged while declaring, "I'm done fighting." The atmosphere sank into such silence that not a sound could be heard, because what met him was her contemplative expression. As the one who had made the decision to personally take charge of wiping out the entire enemy group, Du-sung understood how chaotic Maria's mind must be, so he didn't say anything else. A waiting fan rushed by, and then he decisively blurted out a prompt to the other person, "Grab my hand!" Never letting the curve of his lips drop, Du-sung simply moved on to the next issue. "We have to quickly catch up to that pot-bellied emperor." Receiving a nod from her, and while making sure to emphasize every detail, he knew that everything would become meaningless if the city they were running to collapsed, wouldn't it? Aiming for the fastest route, and so Black was enjoying the cool water when Maria spoke to Du-sung. "You don't have to do this," he replied with a natural ease. "Why not? I find it very comfortable." She enjoyed the cool breeze blowing past them as he continued to respond. "If you use the pen, I could wipe them all out for you. You won't get another chance like this." Holding on to the firm waist of the person in front of her, the eyes that belonged only to Maria hadn't yet regained the vibrant life they had 10 minutes ago. "But this isn't the reason I called you here." After a while of letting Black run on all fours, they finally closed the distance to the city that was engulfed in a sea of flames following Du-sung's answer. "I'm doing all of this for you." The fierce red fire was no different from the most terrifying monster swallowing everything in its sight, while both commoners and nobles simultaneously displayed panic as they fled aimlessly. A slogan from someone rang out, "Destroy the enemies of the revolution." The person on horseback didn't. Black need to know who was who, just swinging his sword straight at those passing by. That was the order of the Iron-Blood Duke: slaughter everyone who supported the old system, not sparing even the elderly or children. Standing amidst the ruins of a once prosperous city, the two of them, Du-sung and Maria, suddenly seemed extremely out of place. And now Maria's spirit was so shaken that her expression went blank, devoid of any emotion. It's hard to describe her state of mind at that moment. Waves of confusion rose in her mind, and she was forced to blurt out a question in her doubt. But why is the Revolutionary Army attacking innocent people? Facing Maria's question, Du-sung calmly stepped up to explain, "Isn't this what the ideal is all about? The same thing happened to the people in the city we fled from, right?" Although the nobles had fled beforehand, at this very moment, a red alert from the system sounded, "The Iron-Blood Duke's personal guards, the Iron-Blood Army, are blocking your path." When that sound faded, it was followed by a reflection from Du-sung. "Pretty great, isn't it? Now they aren't the Revolutionary Army fighting for a noble ideal anymore. They're just another group of criminals easy to spot compared to the last skirmish." This time he didn't forget to tease Maria, who was shedding tears. "In a few minutes the recording will cut off." And there was no need to be surprised when the tower system updated. "You have completed the Revolutionary War Tower. The Monarch faction has been defeated by the Iron-Blood Duke. What follows is an era of strict moral rules. You have achieved a special feat, completing a level 6 tower for the first time, and have received a skill card pack and a relic, a random item of rare grade or higher." Back in the real world, a swarm of reporters immediately rushed to interview the Saintess. "Miss Maria, please tell us about your raid with the Hero King." But she was in no mood to lift her face, which usually carried a smile after all she had been through. However, her resilience was truly strong. So much so that a moment later, Maria calmly let out each word, "For the sake of the country, we are just acquaintances." Who would have expected Du-sung to interrupt? "We spent a very heated night in many senses. Success," leaving her stunned by the bold words constantly spewing from his throat. "Man and woman together, if we weren't dating, what would we be doing inside the tower?" Whatever bad mood she was in was completely thrown to the back of her mind as Maria hurriedly retorted, "That's not it. We are just..." Unexpectedly, Du-sung's face was thick enough to ask back in a matter-of-fact way, with ambiguous phrases, "What's wrong? Just a moment ago inside the tower you said, 'I love you. I'm so happy to have you in the tower with me.'" Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. She was so furious that she gave him a kick to the shin right in front of the reporter's flashes. "Shut your mouth." The system didn't forget to chime in. "Your provocation level is increasing astonishingly." And even as Maria tried to explain that there was nothing between the two of them, the Joker King was on the ground clutching his stomach and rolling with laughter. Seeing she had regained her composure, Du-sung, though in pain, had to force a happy smile. Before the situation could stay quiet for a few seconds, the promised rewards finally appeared following the announcement. The Shadow Monarch and the Assassin Monarch grant you a rare grade or higher Shadow and Assassination skill card pack. Good news kept pouring in, enough for the curve of Du-sung's lips to rise even further when the Guide Monarch also granted him the S-rank 6th sense of a guide. After the live interview with the media, news of Maria and Du-sung dating immediately climbed to the front page of online news outlets. Looking at the striking headline in front of him, Du-sung turned his gaze to the person beside him with hesitation, then reluctantly spoke up.
It's too late to say we're just friends now, isn't it?
Responding to that confusion, Maria didn't say another word, but just offered a calculating smile. Time passed, and eventually the two arrived at the place where the monsters were waiting under a notification from the system. Entering the tower, frozen land of death. In that moment, Du-sung immediately turned toward Maria and awkwardly opened his mouth. "Saintess, I am truly sorry, but—" Just hearing that, she smiled back with a face as dark as the sky before a storm. "Oh my, what is it, my love?" He scratched his head in embarrassment, stammering, "Can I get a buff?" But before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off sharply, her voice filled with the sharp edge of steel. "Get away from me." With a face as cold as ice, Maria repeated word for word what Du-sung had said in their post-coital interview. It was a cold night. Don't you know? Before the words even left his lips, a massive surge of holy power erupted, sweeping straight toward the monster horde. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield was clear, and a system notification flashed. "You have cleared the frozen land of Death Tower." Du-sung stood there, his face rigid. From that day on, the two of them carried out a series of raids together, causing a stir that lasted a whole month. As soon as one gate was cleared, the system would announce, "You have cleared the impossible defense war tower." Everywhere they went, the familiar sound of the system continued to chime. "You have cleared the Tomb Tower, Monster Hunt Tower, Hell Sands Tower, Spider Queen Tower." A few days later, just before parting ways, Maria suddenly called him back. "All right, Du-sung." At that moment, he remembered something and spoke up. "Oh, right, speaking of which," Du-sung couldn't help but tease her. "Obviously, lovers are supposed to hug and kiss each other on the cheek when saying goodbye, right?" But she didn't pay any attention to that. She continued with what she wanted to say. "I'm genuinely envious of you, Du-sung." Maria followed up with a question. "How could you be so irresponsible?" The question sounded sarcastic, leaving Du-sung bewildered. "Is that a compliment?" Maria didn't explain further, just nodded in confirmation. "Yeah, I'm complimenting you." Under the soft sunlight streaming through the window, her smile rivaled the sun itself. "Even so, I'm happy that you're a player I can trust." Hearing those sincere words, Du-sung's lips curled into a very gentle arc. "I should be the one saying that. See you again." Not holding him back anymore, she waved goodbye. "Take care on your way." Just when it seemed the conversation had ended, one last sentence made him stop in his tracks. "Thank you, Du-sung." As he turned to look back, Maria tilted her head, revealing a tender look, not forgetting to affirm Du-sung once more, "For all your efforts for this world." Standing by the airplane window, Du-sung gazed out at the vast white clouds, then instinctively repeated her words before they parted. "For this world, huh?" Everything seemed obvious, yet it wasn't clear at all. While stroking Blackie's soft fur, he pondered deeply. Cooperation like this is beneficial, but everyone puts their national interests first. We don't really trust each other. Saying this, he couldn't help but make a decision. "I have to invite the Saintess to South Korea for a visit." Blackie, lying in his lap, opened its mouth. "How much longer do you intend to rub my head, butler?" The sound made Du-sung jump in surprise. "You can talk." Hearing the astonished question, Blackie just glanced at him and replied nonchalantly, "I've evolved." A short, concise answer. It didn't solve his confusion, but made him even more bewildered. "Then you should have spoken up sooner." "Why are you only saying something now?" It immediately retorted with a sharp, direct counterattack. "Because I was sick of watching you flirt with that woman." "Stop messing around. Give me the card pack you won this time." Speaking of which, Du-sung remembered something important for every player. Write the card pack. Hopefully a legendary one comes out of this hero-grade pack. While recalling the battles they'd been through, he fell into deep thought. If we just called our decks a pile of cards once we opened them all. The more he spoke, the more Du-sung felt his assessment wasn't just nonsense. We could create a true synergy skill deck, unlocking the unclaimed reward packs among the card sets in this game. The most important thing is the smooth synergy and the class. Even though he had achieved synergy before by picking the right pieces because there were too many useless cards that didn't match the main theme, Du-sung hadn't received the class buff. As soon as he clicked the button, countless lines of data exploded on the screen. "You have obtained the Dark Assassin class." A Shadow and Assassination class buff are resonating with each other, creating a powerful synergy effect. Seeing the lines appearing one after another, he smiled with satisfaction. Finished with everything, he leaned back in his chair and told Blackie his plan. When we arrive, let's find a tower to test the new deck. Good night. By now, on top of the towering buildings, countless towers were hanging in midair. When the nearby citizens saw Dusung, they immediately started whispering, "Isn't that the Hero King? Look, the Hero King. What is he doing here?" Watching his back, they couldn't help but be suspicious, which annoyed Dusung. That's the entrance to the bar. Why is he going in there in broad daylight? Inside, a figure was dead drunk lying on the table. As soon as Dusung arrived, he bluntly woke the person up as if venting the frustration he felt earlier. "Look at the time, you bastard! I set the meeting for 9 in the morning. Getting woken up so abruptly." Kamin rubbed his forehead, deeply annoyed. "So hungover. What is wrong with this jerk?" Ignoring that demeanor, Dusung just put on a calm face and said, "I'm going to count to 3. Stand up and follow me." However, just as Dusung finished speaking, a glass was thrown at him. Kamen frowned, questioning Dusung with an arrogant attitude and a pathetic tone. "You think a guy like you can boss me around? Do you even know who my father is?" Seeing that he didn't reply, he raised his voice even more aggressively. "My dad is the chairman of the OSS Corporation. Do you have any idea who I am, you piece of trash?" Hearing this, Dusung stepped forward and placed his hand on the guy's head. "Then you must be..." This action left Kanman confused. "What are you doing?" But he didn't answer that question. Instead, he continued his sentence, "The son of the Egan family." He then bluntly dragged him from under the bar up to the ground level. "Everyone clear out. The Hero King is passing through." Kanman grabbed his hair and struggled. "Let me go, you lunatic!" Deep down, Dusung was feeling annoyed. What a mistake it was to hire someone from the association. I thought that after what happened, this time would be different. His memory flashed back to the day he chatted with Sung Ho. "I'm thinking of trying out my new card deck and giving some rookies a free ride." Upon hearing those 2 words promising profit, he pushed up his glasses and offered a suggestion. "Oh, if that's the case, there's a rookie with potential who just awakened." As that flashback faded, so did Sung's grip on Kanman's head. "I can't believe it. Someone like you is a rookie with potential. I heard you successfully raided a level 3 tower." Hearing those words, Kanman finally realized what was going on and asked, full of confusion, "A tower? Are you the Hero King? How did I forget that? Are you here to take me to the level 4 tower for free?" Then, without forgetting to drop a characteristically arrogant statement, "I'm bored of conquering level 3 towers," Dusung just calmly replied, "Is that so?" Then silently commented to himself, "It seems personality and skill have nothing to do with each other. No point wasting time on useless things." He just led the guy into a higher difficulty area. As the screen announced, entering level 4, the butcher's meat shop. After regaining his composure, he turned to Kanman, who was decked out in flashy equipment. Without caring at all whose son the other was, Dusung decisively kicked him straight into the middle of the battlefield. "Let's see what you can actually do." Being shoved unexpectedly, his face turned pale as a massive shadow loomed over him. The moment they saw Kanman, the group of butchers revealed hungry expressions. Fresh meat. As soon as the cleaver in their hands came crashing down, he narrowly dodged the attack. While struggling to evade, he turned to Dusung. "You're too much." "What are you doing?" "Get in there and fight the monsters." But he couldn't have cared less. "I don't take orders from people weaker than me." While the guy kept hugging his head and dodging the earth-shattering blows from the monsters on all 4 sides, he didn't forget to threaten, "If anything happens to me, you're not getting away with this." Watching the other guy turn into a human punching bag, he mused to himself. He's only holding on because he has good equipment, but he can't fight at all. Giving a free ride to someone like that isn't a bad deal, but those who are pampered have no intention of fighting for themselves. They just aim to level up and increase their stats the easy way. Even though he had high defensive capabilities, Kanman didn't dare to counterattack the butchers and just screamed, "Please save me!" Watching this, Dusung could only sigh. So who is going to protect the world then? Without another thought, he used his shadow step skill, then dashed forward to stand in front of him and grumbled, "You should have just said that from the start." While bombarding the butchers, he didn't forget to lecture him, "If you want a free ride here." Before he could finish, Kanman suddenly shrieked as he saw a swarm of bats flying in. "Look up there!" Dusung said nothing, calmly waving his hand and using the blood chain skill, using fresh blood as a medium, and the blood spirit manifested, and quickly grabbed the prey flying in midair. After settling everything, Du Song turned to Kanman and asked, "So what do we do now?" But the guy didn't know his place and loudly threatened, "When we get out, you'd better behave, or my dad will—" Seeing he didn't show any respect, he turned and placed a hand on the other's shoulder. "How long do you think it will take for me to become the strict teacher who teaches you a very expensive lesson, turns you into a different person, and then we walk into a happily ever after?" Terrified by his sudden action after hearing this question, the Kanman exhaled with a sneer. "What kind of nonsense are you thinking about?" Du Sung ignored him and continued, "The truth is—" Saying this, Du Sung's expression darkened to the point where it could rival the night sky, and he activated the assassination warning skill. "There is no answer, you useless piece of trash." Seeing the object hovering in front of him, Kanman frowned in worry. "What did you do?" The system announced, "The reduction in your stats from debuffs has exceeded your base stats." At that very moment, the guy spat out a mouthful of hot blood along with pieces of his shattered armor due to that useless arrogance. Du Sung couldn't stand it anymore and took action. "The Hero King's free ride isn't for your kind." Before passing out, Kanman struggled to speak, but he ignored how pathetic the other was. Du Sung couldn't take it anymore and made his move. The Hero King's free trip wasn't meant for someone like you. Before kicking the bucket, Kanman struggled to get the words out, but he didn't care how pathetic his opponent looked. He waved goodbye with a bright, defiant smile. "If you're so unhappy about it, why don't you get stronger and come fight me?" The system notification chimed immediately after. The player had failed the raid. After Min was sent out of the tower with a one-way ticket, he was instantly transported back to the real world. Amidst the countless whispers, people were saying, "Did they just come out of the tower? Is that the Hero King? What are they doing? Is that some kind of ceremony?" While the crowd was still trying to guess what had happened, Min looked completely bewildered. "What's going on?" Watching his expression, he asked suspiciously, "What's with that look on your face?" His gaze swept over the still shocked man before him as he nonchalantly stated, "I eliminated you in the most painless way possible, to the point where you didn't even realize you were dead." Hearing the question spill from those cold lips, Min frowned deeply and shrieked, "You took me down, a lowly player like you dares to—" "Do you think you can get away with touching the son of the OSS Corporation's chairman?" Faced with the other man's exploding rage, he remained completely at ease. "Of course I can get away with it." Then he chuckled with unconcealed mockery. "Is there any reason why I couldn't?" That nonchalance made Min's fury burn more intensely than ever. "It seems you still don't realize the power of the corporations, do you?" Responding to that arrogant threat, he closed the distance instantly and traced his middle finger across his own throat. "So what are you going to send assassins to take me out?" Then he took a few steps back and formed his hand into the shape of a gun, pointing it straight at his opponent. "What if corporations become my enemies? There's an entire country full of bastards who want to put a hole in my head." With a face so stern it lacked any weakness, every word he spoke carried a cold judgment. "Do you think a puny company is stronger than them?" Panic rose with every drop of sweat falling from Min, who was truly terrified by the slow, deliberate words, "If you want to try, then go ahead." The moment he finished speaking, a notification suddenly echoed through the space successfully, grabbing everyone's attention: the Labyrinth Race. The latest update for the Endless Labyrinth season has officially begun. 999 labyrinths are waiting for players. Raid the labyrinth. Win and reap the worthy rewards. The king was exerting his strong influence over the rules of the tower, and the next piece of news for him was, "Congratulations, you have been selected as a labyrinth traverser." His entire body suddenly turned into light, making him shout, "What, wait?" After the text about transporting to labyrinth number 999 vanished, he found himself standing in a completely unfamiliar area. Along with a few other players scattered on the ground, he put a hand to his face, lost in deep thought because right before his eyes was Min, a scoundrel. His gaze continued toward the other group who hadn't even come to their senses yet, plus a group of people who still didn't understand the situation. Unexpectedly at that very moment, the first person to react was Ji-sung, who suddenly let out a startled sound, "The Hero King!" Having finally regained his senses after the sudden teleportation, Ji-sung bent down to look at the text on the ground. Then he made a judgment. "There's writing on the ground, Group A. It looks like we need to cooperate to conquer this." But that explanation fell on deaf ears as the man kept gushing with excitement. "We're saved. We're on the same team as the Hero King." This made him feel bored to death. Holding his throbbing head, he began to feel uneasy at the series of frantic questions in his mind. What level are they? Are they all newbies? The movement coming from the door successfully pulled him away from overthinking. Facing them right now were the 6 rules of Labyrinth 999. After reading the content, Ji-sung summarized it. It seems if we're killed by other players, we can still revive. If we're in danger, don't hesitate to take each other out. Ji-sung didn't care at all. The Hero King is on our team anyway. Why be worried? The sight of this crowd who could be considered temporary teammates made him give a bitter smile inwardly. They're going to be the death of me, before the tower could even get to him. Regardless, he calmly spoke up. Welcome to the Hero King's free ride. Now tell me your levels ranks, and all of your skills. As soon as the group stepped out into the light, the system's notification echoed everywhere, entering the Hunter's Forest part of Labyrinth 999. He immediately activated his 6th sense of the guide S-rank skill. Throughout the movement, countless monsters lunged out from hidden corners, but were easily neutralized by him. With his superior strength and his role as the leader, he was like a giant shield protecting the whole team. We're advancing quite steadily thanks to the guide's 6th sense. However, what's bothering me is elsewhere. From the scoundrel who only knew how to rely on equipment to the kid who had just become a player, he quickly reached a conclusion. If this crazy team-up method was meant to balance the power, then their opponents must all be veteran players level 40 and up. Of course, with a team full of newbies, he judged with a slightly bored look. Just looking at them, I can tell we're sitting ducks. Thinking this, he suddenly ordered everyone gather in one spot. The group obeyed in a daze. What's this? Just as Jinwoo signaled Blackie to wrap around them, he casually remarked, looks like we have some visitors. A few seconds later, a group of players burst out from the thick foliage, roaring as they charged, but against the strength of these real-deal fighters, they stood no chance. Jinwoo swiftly struck them down. Resting his sword on his shoulder, he curved his lips into an amused smirk and recited the rule the system had announced. Rule number 5, if 3 members of a team are eliminated, the remaining members of that team will also be disqualified. Hearing this, the 2 surviving members went into a state of shock and pure rage. Damn it, the ponytail guy! Screamed like a maniac, go to hell! The system message transmitted, yet neither of them realized that countless thorny vines had quietly descended from above, ready to eliminate and dispose of the players from Team C. As the voice finished, Jinwoo's pupils trembled. His expression shifted into genuine surprise, so much so that sweat began to bead down his cheek. He reacted in a flash. A wave of blue energy uniquely his swept past the ponytail group just before the vines could finish them off, leaving Jinwoo panting heavily. Clearly, Jinwoo had pushed his own speed to the limit as the data board flashed incessantly, player raid failed. And his reason for acting was rule number 2. If a player is eliminated by the dungeon, they cannot be resurrected even after the dungeon is conquered. He muttered with a fierce look, I was kind enough to take you out myself. You'd better be grateful. And to think, he realized this is what eliminate and dispose actually means. A moment later, as they moved deeper into the forest, someone was silently watching from above. Upon spotting his target, Taejun thought, the Hero King is here, and if I get eliminated, I'm dead. I have to report this to the team immediately. But before he could make a move, Jinwoo caught him red-handed. What are you staring at? You're in front of someone with higher stats, yet you still let yourself be found. Terrified, he stammered, Hero King, I'm a fan of yours. Hearing that response, the smile on Jinwoo's face stretched ear to ear. I see. Tell me, did you come here alone? A few seconds later, a figure darted through the dense trees. Taejun used every bit of his speed to dash toward his teammates, reporting immediately, I've found a group of players. Upon hearing that this target was located, the rest of the group quickly assembled and followed him toward the designated location. On the way, Dong-ha planned as he moved based on Taejun's report. One high ranker and the rest are super weak. We just need to take out the weak ones and it's over. Dong-ha's next suspicious remark made Taejun freeze in his tracks. Are we even heading in the right direction? This path is so dark. It wasn't until they were right in front of Blackie's gaping maw that Taejun finally spoke up. I'm sorry, but this was the best way. Just as Dong-ha looked up, he finally saw the thick darkness closing in from all sides. You backstabbing bastard! As the roar of rage echoed, streaks of red splattered through the night. Blending with the cold voice of the system echoing down, Team B has failed their raid. Every time a team fell, it left behind the mark of Jinwoo. Team E has failed their raid. Group after group was knocked out of the game. Team D has failed their raid. As the sword in Jinwoo's hand cleared the last of his opponents, the data board before him lit up. You have completed the season update. The first dungeon. At that same moment, a new stream of information appeared before everyone. Team E players have been awarded special achievement points. Chi-Gun's whole group immediately burst into joy. We won. Chi-Sung was choked with emotion.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Before they could even calm down, a new message appeared on the interface. Team A will be awarded a prize, a random B rank or higher blessing card for their victory. Please decide which player will receive the winning reward. In the event of a dispute, the reward will not be given. This left the whole group confused, with Minho wondering, wait, the reward only goes to one person. It's not split equally. Jinwoo paused for a moment at this clueless question, and then replied, obviously. He pointed at himself, declaring, I'm the one who carried the team, so I'll be taking all the rewards. Anyone have a problem with that? Just then, a loud voice caught his attention. Hold it. It was none other than that scoundrel Kanmin. Hand over a card to me. I'll pretend nothing happened. Seeing this insane demand, Chi-Sung couldn't take it anymore. What do you think you're doing? I'm the only one who helped kill the monster, so I should be the one to get it. Seeing the old man trying to compete with him, Kanmin swung his steel blade straight at him. You bastard, do you even know who I am? The old man didn't back down. Oh, you want to fight? The others hurried to intervene. Hey, stop it! What are you two doing? But they didn't listen, diving straight into a brawl. You rude little punk! Kanmin growled. If you don't know what you're talking about, shut your mouth, old man. Watching this ridiculous scene from the observation point, Du-sung's expression darkened, his gaze cold and unfriendly. Young-ko, flustered, tried to intervene. Please stop fighting. Then Minho offered an idea. Let's just play rock, paper, scissors to be fair. Before the words were even out, both Young-sung and Kanmin were suddenly logged out on the spot. Of course, the one who caused it was none other than Du-sung, his face as cold as ice. He retracted the burst of power he'd just used to deal with the two most annoying people, saying, have a little conscience. You all already got experience and achievement points easily. What more do you want? He then added, his voice heavy with weight as he addressed the two. Does anyone else think they deserve a reward? Faced with that pressure, no one dared to speak up, just shaking their heads frantically. He easily claimed the rewards granted by the system, raising his hand to announce, player Kan Du-sung receives the reward. Upon receiving the reward, a new system notification popped up for Du-sung, random blessing card unlocked. He couldn't hide his excitement and burst into laughter. Filled with anticipation at being gifted an extra blessing, he didn't wait to open it back at home, choosing instead to reveal it right there in the maze. The status window quickly showed the result. You have received the fire resistance and tailwind blessings. Bicky wagged his tail, commenting, oh, what luck. And not letting Du-sung wait too long, the electronic screen updated with new data. You already possess fire resistance. Would you like to merge them? He replied immediately, without hesitation. As soon as the fusion process was complete, the system notification naturally followed. You have received the A-rank fire shield blessing. Reading the description, Du-sung pondered. The more blessings, the better, even if they weren't too powerful. After all, a monarch's blessings aren't reset and are carried over to the next season. That specific trait makes their value far exceed any other gift. In the long run, they're worth more than skill cards. Shifting his gaze to the options floating before him, he muttered to himself, should I choose the fire-type tower? And to match the new blessing. While stroking Bicky's head, he considered the options. Phoenix Nest level 6, that sounds decent, right? But it countered, I hate fire. Let's go somewhere dark and cool. Hearing Bicky express his wish so firmly, Du-sung became even more indecisive. Well then. While he was still deliberating, a familiar alert rang out and an item appeared in mid-air, drawing his attention. The Holy War Tower is calling for player Kan Du-sung. The mark of trust is exerting its influence. Do you accept the summons? Reaching out to take it, he quickly realized this summons came from the Holy War Tower. Level 7. High difficulty. Clenching the mark of trust. Gifted by Kaguya in his hand, Du-sung smiled refreshingly. Those who carry sins never get any rest, do they? The data board continued to display important information. Raid objective victory. Special note. The tower's boundless creatures may interfere with the battle. He immediately made the decision to enter the tower. As soon as the command was confirmed, Du-sung immediately stepped into the Holy War Tower as the system notification echoed in his ears. From the highest point of the Grand Hall, Kaguya's voice resonated through the quiet atmosphere. The goddess of darkness has answered my prayer. You are no longer just the princess you once were. Now, you have officially become the queen ruling the elf tribe, and you have also answered my call." At that moment, memories of their first meeting, which seemed to have gone to sleep, suddenly flooded back into Dusong's mind. He thought, "Do I need pity from an outsider?" Even the image of the day they parted along with that bright smile remained deeply etched. The moment Sijia gifted him the mark of trust was still preserved in his brain. Thinking of that, Dusong laughed involuntarily, then looked up at Shia. "You were that princess back then, huh?" No sooner had he finished speaking than a series of spears were immediately pointed at him, accompanied by angry shouts. "Do not be disrespectful to the queen!" Before things could spiral out of control, Shia ordered, "Everyone stand down." The queen's order made the guards freeze instantly, but Your Highness, stepping in front of Dusong Chijia, spoke slowly. "I owe this person more than words can describe. Even today he responded to our call and came here to be our ally while the guards reluctantly lowered their weapons under Queen Kijia's command." She stood up and offered a warm smile to her old acquaintance. "You actually pulled it off, didn't you?" He immediately understood the situation. The last time they were at the tower, it ended with her claiming the throne. Not wanting to waste time on pleasantries, Dusong got straight to the point. "How can I help you, Your Highness?" Yet in his heart he couldn't help but wonder, why did Tijia get rescued only for the queen to seek him out again? As soon as the question arose, it compelled her to recount the story to him, and the starting point was nowhere unfamiliar. At the sacred grounds back then, when Pope Evanoba received the urgent report from the front lines, he could hardly believe his eyes. "The spirit kingdom of Arut has occupied it." The news was so shocking that he clutched his chest and cried out to the heavens, "O God of light!" The soldiers panicked when they saw him, and after Pope Evanoba passed away from the shock, the new Pope Diego J called for the human kings across the continent to unite and retake the sacred grounds. 3 responded to that summons: the evil king Daichat, the blood-stained king, Baba Yosa, and the supreme king Philip II. And so the third holy war between the desert spirits and mankind for the sacred grounds began. Hearing this, Dusong nodded as if he had finally grasped the whole story. "So that's it." Internally, he quickly reached a conclusion. This is a religious conflict. Both sides are heretics. Can't these heretics just live in peace? Standing by the fortress balcony, Tijia slowly closed her eyes and offered her assessment. "The kings of the 3 nations have already set out with their troops. Their target is likely this very fortress, the place closest to the sacred grounds." A moment later, she opened her eyes and turned her gaze toward Dusong. "Will you fight for us in this battle?" He didn't answer immediately. He narrowed his eyes to scan the distance and asked instead, "The evil king's army is camped over there, right?" Hearing this, Sijia couldn't hide her astonishment. "You can see them from here. They are 2,000 meters away." But Dusong didn't explain further. He just dove straight into the main issue. He used the subdeck to replace Oculus with Ice Arrow. The system immediately notified him, subdeck changes remaining 2 out of 3. In the blink of an eye, a rifle appeared in Dusong's hands, thanks to the blessing of the 6th sense. The guide's S rank was activated, creating a 3-star Ice Arrow. It had the ability to significantly increase range and damage, allowing him to fire it like a firearm. Entering aiming mode, he smiled confidently. "Your Highness, you have nothing to worry about." Under the harsh, sun-drenched sky, an eagle spread its wings amidst the scorching air. On a high, rocky outcrop where the bird glided past, Dusong stood silently observing the battlefield below without saying another word. He pressed his eye to the Ice Arrow's scope, his posture so steady that he didn't tremble even by 1 millimeter. Through the magnified view, the center of the enemy army quickly appeared before him. And then, without a moment's hesitation, one shot pinned one of them straight down. It made someone scream, "That's the outsider from yesterday!" The panicked shouting erupted in the ranks. Nasir quickly gave an order, "Raise your shields!" As the command filtered down, the rows of soldiers quickly raised the items in their hands to form an impenetrable defensive wall. Thus, the subsequent shots from the Ice Arrow were all blocked before reaching their targets. Witnessing the scene, Dusong couldn't help but feel a surge of doubt. "All those shields were granted by the Fire Monarchs." "Blessing, huh?" He couldn't help but grumble, "I only received 1 gift from the Ice Monarch, and even he only shows up unexpectedly." Just then, Nasir's shout echoed across the battlefield. "Team 2, find that outsider first." Pushing his thoughts aside, Dusung immediately left the edge of the cliff. Whatever. His figure plunged down the slope at an incredible speed, like a bird spreading its wings in midair. A thrill-filled smile appeared on his lips as he let himself fall. 2 words, let's go. As soon as he touched the ground, Dusung summoned Black Key, letting it charge in another direction, while he ignored the skirmish taking place behind him. Volleys of arrows from the Arut soldiers poured down in succession, but they were all deflected by the divine shields. The spirits cried out, "Should we group up?" The question rang out, filled with anxiety, but Nasser immediately dismissed it. "No, we must find the outsider first." Just as he was brimming with confidence in his protective gear, a cold light suddenly descended upon his head. The heretic's arrows! It cannot pierce the shield of the god of light. Kajim was the one who fired that arrow. The corner of his mouth curved up with excitement. This has already happened, just as that outsider said. Turning his gaze to the army below, he quickly made a judgment. Now the enemy forces must be... At that very moment, the human army was enduring intense attacks from Black Key's dark energy, and couldn't help but scream, "Why is an apostle of light fighting for those heretics?" The questions filled with doubt echoed everywhere. "O God of light!" Terror and pain spread as groups of soldiers fell one by one from their formations. Just when the situation became critical, a sharp, cold blade suddenly tore through the air, shattering the surging dark energy. "Do not be afraid." Even Black Key, while busy wreaking havoc, had to pause for the moment. It turned out the source of that powerful voice came from the one leading the army with a completely different aura. Do not retreat. The person leading the army was none other than the evil King Dichat, who was charging forward on horseback. Leading the army with an aura like no other, charging ahead with his horse, is none other than the evil King Dichat. Do not turn your back on the divine. He raised his sword high, shouting slogans in praise of our Lord, but a sudden rustling sound whipped past his ears. It made him instantly spin around, and behind the ranks was the colossal maw of the Black, lunging with terrifying speed, but in just a split second. Darkness swallowed the entire group whole. Dichat's sword erupted with a brilliant radiance tearing through the darkness before him. Tilting his head upward, he continued to bellow his mantra, "Follow the will of the divine." And then, with a decisiveness and brutality no one expected, Dichat easily shattered all the darkness that the Black had created. He pointed his steel blade straight at the imposing figure standing tall before him and declared, "Annihilate the heretics." The pupils of the fanatic soldiers began to lose their focus, leaving only frantic roaring chants that rose like a tidal wave across the battlefield, all to witness this scene. Seeing that Yusung could only twitch his lips in disbelief, he had to break a cold sweat at the sheer bloodlust of the opposing soldiers, even as he was busy forming a blade out of crystallized ice. Then he suddenly realized something strange. From the thick clouds of smoke, many figures dashed out. Malik charged from the rear, filled with vigor, declaring, "Outsider, just focus on your target. He and his comrades are like sharp daggers. By the Queen's command, we shall wipe out these heretics. Let's see who—" Everyone was seething with killing intent, brimming with a disturbing excitement. Yusung watched them, feeling somewhat helpless, and muttered sarcastically, "They're all just fanatics, aren't they? Both sides are acting like blockheads." Dust and smoke covered the battlefield. With some holding blades and others swords, the advantage remained heavily skewed. Malik's group practically dominated the fight, cutting down the soldiers as the roars of slaughter filled the air. The air reeked of a sickening metallic stench. Everything continued as if it were an inevitable truth, until the turning point appeared. Dichat, riding on horseback, swung his arm and swept his sword horizontally. His eyes burned as if he wanted to drag his enemies into hell. Yusung locked his gaze onto this key player, feeling intrigued because it was finally his turn to enter the fray. Time to balance things out right. Yusung swung twice in quick succession, creating a razor-sharp X mark. Dichat deflected it quite easily and barked, "Outsider, you're furious because I blocked you. How dare you?" He poured his full strength into every swing, though none landed. "Do you even know who I am?" Yusung curled his lips into an irritating smirk and taunted him. "You're just the enemy, aren't you? The one I have to kill to claim my reward." He placed his hand on top of Dichat's head, activating the system, and with a rush of excitement he said, "Let me see if you really possess a dragon heart." But while the system was still working to reveal the debuffs applied to the target, a stream of red aura began to drift out. A tactical advantage was being established. His hit rate, agility, and evasion stats were all reduced by 500 points. Yet he still swung his sword with savage fury. "You think I'll submit? Dishot, driven mad, struck down at the horse he was riding first. A pest like you. Then he used the horse's own blood to replenish his mana. Yu Sung was pushed back, his eyes flashing with a hint of shock. I already applied the debuff. Why is he still this strong? He was still absorbing the blood from the poor horse. I offer this blood to you. Dishot stared straight ahead and roared, Grant me the power to destroy that heretic. By now he had descended into a state of madness, wanting nothing but to slaughter. Yu Sung quickly used his system using the sub-card deck to swap his ice arrow for sword skill control. But Dishot's onslaught remained so fierce that Yu Sung couldn't help but grit his teeth, staying wary of every movement while both of them aimed for a fatal blow. Suddenly, bloody arms sprouted from the ground. They latched onto Dishot like disgusting leeches. The arms gripped and squeezed, hugging his entire body tight. Seeing this, Yu Sung raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, perhaps the blood chains have grown stronger thanks to the sea of blood around us. He realized this was the perfect opportunity. If so, all the conditions have been met. A radar circle scanned the surrounding area, determining the effective range to activate the skill. And once he locked onto the target, Yu Sung's gaze turned icy as he gave the order, Rise. The soldiers who had already died opened their eyes wide and began to stir like zombies. Dishot screamed violently, erupting in a blast of fiery red magic. You cannot stop me with this riffraff. With eyes full of hatred, he glared straight at him. Yu Sung decisively used the power of the Awakened Undead card. The corpses rose with tentacles sprouting from their bodies. Witnessing it all, Dishot could not hide the terror he had never felt before. He was surrounded and attacked mercilessly. Finally, all the things Yu Sung could say were just his final wheezing whispers to his deity, O God of Light. And then he took his final breath at the hands of the very army he was so proud of. The system notified. The range of effect is too wide. Compared to your soul-summoning ability, the Awakened Undead skill has been disabled. Yu Sung stepped forward, looking down at the chaotic mess below. Without a shred of mercy, he waved his hand, wiping out the remaining enemy forces. That evening, those who had survived the war returned to the castle. Yu Sung opened the box containing the remains of the evil king. CGA sat on his throne, expressing his utmost gratitude. Outsider, we are deeply grateful for your service. However, we have only defeated one of the 3 heretic kings. The war has only just begun. He said nothing more, but gave a slight nod, a silent acknowledgement. That night, as the moon climbed higher, illuminating a kingdom still tense from the scent of blood, Yu Sung lifted his face to catch the cold breeze, then turned away. He didn't linger, glancing down at his hands, still stained with dried blood, before calmly walking down the empty corridor. Suddenly, at that moment, a magic circles cast by someone appeared behind his back. Automata appeared, calling out after him, Master, you've reached the maximum level of the Ice Sword creation skill. If you upgrade the shop, you'll be able to purchase awakening stones. The corners of Yu Sung's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. He let out a breath and replied, I was wondering when you would show up. Yu Sung looked toward Automata and said, That's right. You wouldn't want to do trivial chores after climbing all the way to level 7, would you? The system notified me that the shop has been upgraded for 1,000 achievement points. I used 1,000 achievement points to buy an awakening stone, and another 1,000 to awaken the Ice Sword creation skill. Those achievement points were all pooled into the Frost Blacksmith card. The next morning, as I was admiring the splendor of a new day on the battlefield, I thought, Good grief, Yu Sung, you're as fast as sand. Wiping out an entire group of enemy troops so easily, it truly is a beautiful day to die. I was in such high spirits that I turned to them and teased, Do you guys find this magnificent? And by the way, your captain is one stubborn piece of work. The cold air radiating from Du Sung spread throughout the space. His legion was being crushed. Wherever I walked, ice paved the way, freezing anyone who dared to charge at me. As for myself, I strolled along at a leisurely pace, yet he still insisted on staying holed up in that tent. If he won't come out, I guess I'll just have to charge in. One day earlier, Shia had once seriously mentioned the outsiders. We received news that Blood King Barossa had secretly moved his special forces and was stationed at Zone 30. Hearing this, Du Sung spoke up. Those elf-worshipping bastards are quite bold. She sighed, revealing an unbelievable truth. Actually, this information was leaked by humanity itself. I froze for a few seconds, shocked. What? CGI continued to analyze the current war. The 3 kings of the Holy War have never been on good terms. It seems they are still secretly fighting each other, whether you believe it or not. If this is true, then this is our chance. Blood King Barossa is the strongest of the three monarchs. I will send my elite forces. Are you willing to lead them? Returning to reality. Dusung tightened his grip on the tent flap, thinking to himself that to be safe he had planned a secret assassination. I pulled hard and tore it open. The information seemed accurate, but the target was nowhere to be seen. Under my feet, cold ice spread across the wooden floor. Dusung's eyes darted around. A figure was sitting calmly holding a wine glass. There you are. What are you doing here, hiding? But before I could do anything, Barossa collapsed straight to the ground, lifeless. The blood-red wine rolled to my feet, giving off a very pungent smell. Dusung looked down to observe what was happening. It was unfolding, and then I understood the problem. Poison. The corners of my mouth curled into a mocking sneer, and then Dusung burst into loud, unreserved laughter. Just then, Kajia walked in, intending to report the situation. The outsiders outside have, meanwhile. In my heart, I was mocking, holy war, what nonsense. Kajia stood frozen, witnessing the scene inside. He's dead. Only Dusung knew clearly that the real enemy was right in front of them. From the very first day of Season 1, they had driven the nations into war. They used assassins to harm powerful players from other countries, and only cared about their own interests, no different from some of those people out there. I stepped forward and stomped hard on the already shattered wine glass. The look on Dusung's face now held not a hint of joy. How ridiculous. He was poisoned by his own people. Returning to the castle, Kajia broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. The information was leaked to others. I could only shake my head and guess they must have wanted to be certain. She was completely powerless against the reality. She couldn't believe they would actually do such a thing. While the Holy War was approaching, Dusung suddenly chuckled, understanding this despicable move. Then I explained, this happened precisely because the Holy War is coming. They enjoyed the glory and broke the balance between the three nations. Truly one arrow killing two birds. Kajia let out a sigh of relief, thinking, anyway, now we only have to face the tyrant's forces? But I immediately shattered her illusion. The leaderless troops won't go back. After all, the army was sent with the goal of a holy war. Soldiers who have lost their king must have joined forces somewhere else. Then the scene shifted to a small military camp. A guard ran in panicked. He tore open the curtain and hurriedly announced, I heard the heretic assassins attacked. They wiped out all of Blood King's forces. The soldiers inside seemed to find a beacon of light. We can blame the murders of the Blood King on them. Tyrant Philip II turned, answering with satisfaction. That's right. If so, his soldiers will take my orders. He stood before his generals and spoke. After all, both the Demon King and the Blood King have been defeated by those heretics. The soldiers were excited, fawning, Your Majesty, you will reclaim the Holy Land and destroy the heretics. We are honored to follow you. Philip II, being praised to the heavens, became even more smug. Of course, as the one who receives divine revelation. My will is the will of God. Inciting hatred for their leaders, he firmly commanded everyone. We must bring the forces of the Demon King and the Blood King to the front lines. They knelt in adoration. As you command. Philip II wore a calculating smile on his lips. The angel of faith is watching over me. You need not doubt anything. He thought that because he possessed a golden cloak of faith blessed by an archangel. Just as the sun rose, it was time for lives to be extinguished. Dusung stood up high. Looking down at the familiar faces, the cavalry of the Demon King, I looked to the side and saw the armored infantry of the Blood King. They were installing various catapults to prepare for the upcoming fateful battle. Dusung calmly looked into the distance, having now grasped that sinister scheme and a legion I had never seen before. Since I'm wearing a golden, holy cloak, blessed by an archangel, it's a certainty that the moment the sun peeks over the horizon, lives will be snuffed out. Dusung stands high above. Looking down at the familiar faces of the evil king's cavalry, he glances to his side and spots the armored infantry of the Blood Tribe busy setting up their ballista. Preparing for the fateful battle ahead, Dusung calmly gazes into the distance. In this very moment, he has grasped their sinister scheme and identified an army he has never seen before. Fighting under the same flag all this time, and it turns out he was just planning to use soldiers from other kingdoms as meat shields. That is exactly what a tyrant does best. They all shouted in unison, spouting slogans they never actually practiced, wiping out the so-called heretics in the name of the God of Light, in the name of peace. It was enough to make Yusung tired just looking at them. Those stale slogans from the history books. Do you really think peace is going to show up and kill your enemies for you? Standing on the ramparts, looking down at the elf army standing in perfect formation, Yusung glanced at his system interface. I don't care about that. He quickly cast a western wind buff to make the retreat smoother. The system notified him that the buff would remain active until the end. Charging the tower, he raised his hand and a frigid aura surged through the air, enveloping the incoming enemy troops. Naso spotted Yusung and roared in hateful desperation. There he is, that heretic player, avenge his majesty. They charged in with their swords, not thinking for a second. Don't fall before the blizzard. Philip II gripped his sword, which glowed with divine power, and whispered, O God of light, guide us. The system activated immediately, reporting, the Monarch of Light has blessed the human legion. The Guardians of Light have joined the battle. The Fire Monarch has blessed the human legion. The Destruction faction's flames are influencing the battlefield. The soldiers were fired up, convinced that the gods were watching over them. Gala stood on the wall, drawing her bow, shouting, Fight, my comrades, the goddess of darkness is watching us. Their system activated as well. The Darkness Legion has blessed the Desert Elf Legion. The Darkness Council has joined the battle. The Frost Monarch has blessed the Desert Elf Legion. The Frost Guardian faction was casting its influence over the battlefield. Only Yusung remained calm, looking at it all realistically, if this battle was truly the will of the gods. Massive explosions shook the ground below, causing countless casualties. The battle grew increasingly fierce and chaotic. Yusung's expression darkened with resentment. If they were truly gods, then just thinking about those exalted beings watching humanity perish with such excitement, wouldn't that just make them evil gods? Black, yawning widely, reminded him, Stop rambling and do what you need to do. Hearing that, he summoned an ice sword and dove straight down. You're right. Let's finish this damn war. Yusung launched himself into the air. The system displayed a notification, Don't let the council down. The Darkness Council temporarily grants you 100 shadow puppets. He placed his hand firmly on his sturdy back. Looking down from above, Yusung couldn't help but exclaim, Oh, we're getting a lot of support, aren't we? Whoa, they're not doing too bad on that side either. The system displayed information. Faction Light observers, 50 rank 9 angels and observers are swarming this way. He began to calculate. They're going to take care of the rank 9 angels. Are those my opponents? Opposite him, Sejiap swung his sword and flew over, declaring, In the name of the God of Light. Caught by the surprise attack, Yusung nimbly leaned back to dodge. He showed no fear or discouragement, just a provocative smirk as he looked Sejiap over. He was slightly surprised. Is that armor a player? On the other side, the arrogant man shouted, You stupid heretic, so you're an outsider, huh? Finally, he reached a conclusion. He wasn't a player. Sejiap pointed his sword at Yusung. In the name of the God of Light, Tyrant Philip II will not forgive you. He gritted his teeth and hissed, Compared to the name of the God of Light, this is just too brutal. As he spoke, Yusung thought to himself, This guy must be the first owner of the Golden Light Zealots. The two blades collided in midair for a brief moment. He stood on the back of his shadow, striking down everyone who flew at him. Yusung muttered, This game couldn't get any worse. Everyone and their mother is sprouting wings and flying around like it's normal. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The Dark Monarch grants you a crow wing buff. Right after 2 gigantic wings sprouted from his back. Yusung glanced at them and mumbled, I didn't say I wanted these, but it looks like a fashion accessory in a game for middle-aged uncles. Fighting in midair like this? Is turning the deck I spent so much effort preparing into a pile of scrap paper. On the other side, Sejiap started getting excited and laughed loudly. Finally, I have a worthy opponent. In the sky, the two repeatedly clashed and struck at each other, but it seemed neither could take the other down. Sejiap gripped his sword hilt, leaned in close to Yusung and provoked him. Looks like you're in a tough spot, huh? This is the price you pay for betraying the God of Light. Opposite him, he replied, So you always live by the will of the God, right? Hearing that, he gritted his teeth. Poisoning the blood. Is that also the will of the God? You're really pulling some cheap tricks. Sejiap decisively swung his sword, shattering his blade into many pieces. He smirked with confidence and asserted, Of course, that is also the will of the God. I am Sejiap, blessed by the divine. No matter what I desire, it is the will of the God of Light. The system continuously flashed notifications. Your attack has been deflected by Sejiap's shield. Sejiap's shield deflected your attack. Yusung turned blue like frozen stone at that very moment. The tension-filled ex-Jap couldn't hide his reaction when his shield was shattered. Taking the opportunity, he who knows when had already closed in, stabbing his sharp sword straight through X-Giap's body. I know I'm not the only one seeing these wings. How annoying it blocks the view of a piece of the galaxy. Full of mystery shining brightly amidst the void. As if time and space stood still, a bright red warning flashed. An 8th-tier X-Giap had merged into the Overlord's body, and Dusung shouted in shock, "What?" He pulled the sword out, a blinding halo radiating from the wound across the space, followed by an explosion that seemed to tear apart the night and incinerate the surrounding darkness. The brutal clash between brilliant light and dark power was shown by the sparks on the stone surface, where golden lightning tore through the shards. A cold blue light flickered on X-Giap's head, followed by an angelic halo. He spread his arms and swung his massive wings, his cold, mechanical eyes scanning below. Dusung stood to the side, blankly observing X-Giap. Those angels. Now they're even possessing them. His blade surged with swirling green energy. The system displayed. Destruction Faction Flame has forged the Sword of Light with Manhwa. On his side, it was the same. Protector Faction Frost had forged the Ice Sword with Cositus's Cold Air. The two men lunged at each other again, their sharp blades colliding head-on on the ground. The army was marching in one after another like a disturbed anthill. A man stopped and looked up just as a drop of water hit his face, and the gray sky began to pour with rain. Amidst the dark clouds, a point of light slowly opened. The aerial battle between Dusung and X-Giap hadn't stopped. He gritted his teeth tense and ready to parry. However, every strike he threw was quickly blocked. X-Giap curled his lips, his white pupils staring at him, provocatively seizing this chance. He pointed his sharp sword forward and lunged, his eyes burning with evil brilliance, and a demonic smile blooming on the face hidden in the shadows of X-Giap. Faced with this, Dusung gasped in surprise, but before he could get close, a volley of sharp arrows flew in, piercing the enemy's body, pinning him right in the middle. With absolutely no chance to retaliate once it was settled, Dusung reached up and rubbed his throat. I'm about to lose my voice. X-Giap's body was gradually covered by energy before completely vanishing. He only managed to roar, "Outsider!" followed by a system notification. You have defeated the Overlord. The incarnation of the Archangel. Dusung reached up to touch the wings on his back and muttered, "Sorry about this. But I don't need this damn thing to fight in the air." He then ripped it off decisively and tossed it away. The soldiers below looked up at the light, someone noticing something unusual. "Look, something is falling. An angel." Everyone shared a look of stunned disbelief at that moment. X-Giap's body fell freely until they realized, and they could only scream in panic, "Your Highness!" With this conclusion, the system announced, "The flow of history has been twisted. History has been warped. Player Dusung's historical equipment has been deformed." He curled his lips and pulled his cloak up with one hand. The system chimed again. "Special achievement unlocked. You have received 100,000 achievement points." He looked up and sighed in relief. Finally, it's over. As soon as he exited the battle, a swarm of reporters surrounded him, asking frantically, "Breaking news, the Hero King has succeeded. Clearing the 7th difficulty tower the first season?" Dusung raised a hand to shield his eyes from the lights, thinking to himself, "I remember entering the tower from home, though. Where is this place?" A reporter stepped forward. "The number 10 pattern on your outfit has disappeared. Did you change clothes inside the tower?" Dusung nonchalantly said, "Geez, everyone can see just by looking." She continued, "You've cleared the tower more aggressively than ever this season." The young man next to her chimed in, "As a player, is there anything you want to say about your heroic actions?" By the curb, a car stopped, and Tashik furiously rushed out. "Damn it, we're too late!" The girl behind him seemed calmer. "You're overprotecting him." He gritted his teeth. "Is that thing still on cooldown or something?" He seemed quite unusual. Standing before the crowd, Dusung retorted without hesitation, "You guys really love those heroic actions, don't you? Are you desperate to hear that I'm washed up? Sometimes I really don't understand why. Why I have to endure all this damn trouble to protect this world." The reporter's eyes sparkled as they listened to his message. "I'm frustrated and need to vent today, so let's try being honest for once, shall we? Do you guys love war?" A female reporter asked confusedly. "War?" Dusung nodded. "Yes, war. Molten iron poured over you while climbing city walls, getting shot by arrows, slashed by swords, guts spilling out. Yeah, that. We're in the 21st century now, right? If so, to fit the times, let's just have missiles falling from the sky, bullets piercing bodies, and fighter jets bombing civilians. Even though it all leads to guts spilling out anyway, do you all like that kind of war?" Below, the crowd started murmuring, "No way. Who on earth likes war?" Whether you win or lose war is absolutely horrific. Yu Sung's face flashed with sadness as an old memory suddenly surfaced. I'm so happy. I've finally had my revenge. But now, I'm afraid. He approached Kajia Tran An. We've already won, what else are you afraid of? She held a glass of wine in her hand, her gaze fixed on the distance. The aftermath of this battle. So much blood and so many lives sacrificed. This terrifying scene. Is this truly what our goddess desired as an ending? In a flashback, Yu Sung crossed his arms and then flashed a smile. Ah, of course. I think so too. There's no normal person who actually likes war, right? So, do you all like heroes? A reporter paused for a moment. Heroes? Of course, we love them. Receiving that answer, he continued to ask them, then how do you think a hero earns that title? The answer was, by fighting enemies and achieving glory in war. If there's no war, how could there be heroes? So why do you all act like you hate war? Let's be honest. Don't you all secretly love war? The crowd started feeling uneasy. The room erupted in whispers. It was a statement that was both extreme and twisted. That perspective is just a product of a bygone era. It doesn't fit the world we live in now. Yu Sung calmly let out a breath. An era, you say? The neighbors in their cities, those further up north, and the ones who act high and mighty every season, they take turns sending assassins like it's some sort of routine ritual. That's war too. Because espionage is just another form of war, isn't it? Someone realized the tension and shouted, Wait, what are you saying? Are you implying that other countries have been sending assassins to kill you? He raised a hand to cover his mouth, blurting out as if confused. Oh, you guys didn't know. Ah, right. That's top secret information, isn't it? I should really keep my mouth shut. The crowd began to lose their composure when he mentioned the cities he was referring to. As Yu Sung was replying, his phone suddenly rang. Come on now, if I say it straight out, I'll get censored. Outside the circle of reporters, cars were parking one after another in front of the lobby. Above, Yu Sung continued his story, and so whenever I think about war, this thought pops into my head even if the world were to end tomorrow. Wouldn't they still just keep killing each other? They even said that players becoming a force for the nation is only natural. They use us as weapons of war, and they tell me I have to raise my sword not just to face the enemies of the world, but also the enemies of the country. Even without me or other war heroes, it seems like you guys still believe this season will be successfully conquered. He paused for a moment. Then why? Why should I have to endure all this trouble just to save the world? In the crowd, TC listened, visibly angered, clenching his jaw. Yu Sung's tone shifted again. Let me rephrase. Is this world even worth saving? Is this world actually worth saving? Elsewhere, Maria held her phone watching the interview from start to finish. She whispered Yu Sung's name. Dae Trang rested her chin in her hands, staring at the computer screen with a frustrated sigh. In another corner, Deok sat in deep thought with a tablet in hand. The reporters were similarly stunned into silence for a moment. Then one courageous person raised their hand to answer, It is worth it. Yu Sung heard this and remained calm. He asked, Oh, is that so? Explain why. A man didn't hesitate to express his point, because we cannot let innocent people die. Another person agreed and chimed in, That's right. You cannot irresponsibly abandon the duty of a player not with the title of Hero King. In the face of these comments, a dark, gloomy aura appeared enveloping Yu Sung's entire body, accompanied by a voice so low it was chilling. Why are you being so serious? We can be both heroes and villains. What we become depends entirely on us. He kept a straight face and wore a faint, mocking smile. Geez, I was just saying. Don't be so serious. He hadn't finished his sentence when a voice cut him off. Kanju Sung. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his arm in surprise. That person was none other than Taeshik. He urged, Get down here now. Afterward, Taeshik himself escorted Yu Sung through the crowd. Move, get out of the way, I'm on duty. He wasn't about to let things end like this. Du Sung still tries to look back to finish his point, saying, Hey, for those of you watching, stop spouting nonsense about a player's duty or faith, as he stares out the window while getting into the car. Because if someone as indifferent as me actually had faith, I wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility for the chaos coming to this world. Make sure you broadcast this. The reporters see Du Sung leaving. They all scramble to follow him, shouting, Wait, can Du Sung, what happens when it's all over? The system displays a notification. The Clown Monarch expresses his satisfaction. The War Monarch is delighted, and they grant you the blessing of the war, God rank S. Inside the car, Du Sung leans back in his seat and says, I'm heading home now. Handle the rest of this for me, will you? Tishik at the driver's seat nods and says, "Yeah, got it." A series of system notifications keep popping up, catching his attention. The parallel world monarch has gone mad and granted you a legendary item, the Enemy Tracker Amulet. The Enemy Tracker Amulet. Legendary grade item. Ability assigns the Vengeance keyword to your opponents. Dusung doesn't bother with it anymore and closes his eyes to rest.